Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for making time to choose Mtembe TV and your favorite open forum political discussion show that seeks to give you an opportunity to air what is on your heart and mind concerning our politics and our latest in all that is happening within the country. Well, there has been another scene again where the deputy president attempted to shake the president's hand, and the president, for the second time, declined the offer. What is happening with the pursuit for a handshake? What is in the handshake that the DP seems to be keen to get, even in unclear circumstances? Of course, the world is mourning the third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, and we have received many delegations and uh, good tribute to this fallen hero that we all need to draw lessons from in governance and all matters, uh, politics, economics, and otherwise. Wherever you're joining us from, please, you are free to get in and let us get talking. Of course, the deputy president describes the late president, that is Mwai Kibaki, as the greatest president Kenya ever had. That a powerful statement in eulogizing one Mwai Kibaki, but indicting his own boss. I don't know what you feel about the same. Would love to hear what you think about the same. And of course, there was a handshake between Raila Odinga and William Ruto today. So one side is handshake, the other side no handshake, regardless of the offer. It's time for us to get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allows StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio and be in this space. Let's get talking. We really want to appreciate all of you that are joining us. It is awesome. It's great. And we really value and appreciate all of you for giving and following Mtembe TV and continuing to support the same, to see to it we keep focused and able to deliver the magnitude of the world demands, even as we go as a media house. Thank you so much, Grefas Ingati. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Kuna Marata Junior, Kenya Happy, thank you so much. Kuna Nan Bernard Langati says, okay, thank you so much. Smith Graf, thank you so much. Handshake was fake. Doha, Qatar, thank you so much. Samuel Haemba, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Kwa GFHGG, hi to you, thank you so much. Diana Giana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Wood Omolo, we appreciate you, karibu kwa show. Athumani Mwaramishi, asante sana. Handshake ya kazi gani ya mtu kama huyu? Wacha akae na unafiki wake huko mbali. Hey, asante sana, karibu kwa show kila mmoja. Nashukuru. Nani huyu? Kuna Nancy Humble, thank you so much. Kuna Katogu, is it Katongu, thank you so much. Kuna Patel Sebo Kamanyi, thank you so much. Kuna Sir David Kimani, we appreciate you. Kuna Peter Maura Muiruri, thank you so much. Kiprotich Kibet Kenneth, thank you so much. We appreciate your company. Thank you so much. Obwana Vini, we appreciate you. Eric Oma Rice Ricos, hey, majina magumu kweli leo. Asante sana. Karibu. Kuna Korir Masi, thank you so much. Nsema Ruto the fifth. Jonas Kips, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kabunga, asante sana. Frank Ole Gwandaru. Hey, na kuambia leo ni leo. Haya, Patrick Kiplangat Koros, thank you so much. Collins, karibu kwa show. Kuna Nandaro Barbara, asante sana. Salome Mbone, hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Sikanga Man, thank you so much. Mlati Mboya, kuna David Malaki, Leonard Otemo, ni Onesimus Duncan Patrick. We appreciate all of you. Thank you. Kuna Sela Marande. Hey. Nani huyu Kenneth Manyasi. Thank you so much. Shameless idealist, whichever. Thank you so much. Kuna Ngate Mike, thank you so much. Fatuma Nasimiyu, thank you so much. Nani huyu kuna Olara Abuya, we appreciate you, thank you so much. Well, the link to you to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Please click on it, get into this space, and let's get talking. Where are we going with these handshakes and decline for handshake by the president to his DP? It's twice now. When the offer has been declined, then of course the world is beating the third president of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, farewell. And William Ruto describes President Mwai Kibaki as the greatest president Kenya ever had. What do you feel and think about this? Same is about that time. Of course, the handshake between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, the significance between the two handshakes and what it spells out on the level of leadership we are experiencing in the country. Kuna Kevin Otieno, karibu kwa show. Oh my. Okay, that is an allegation. Terry Odhiambo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Oshwaya Sachin, asante sana. Kuna Yubat Asena, thank you so much. Okay, Cherin, we appreciate you. Thank you. And let's have the cameras on, please. I want to see the faces of the people we are talking to. Caleb, why are you hiding? Where are you hiding? Bwana Caleb, you're hiding. Where are you? Show your face. And if you're able to get us, please confirm you are able to get us, and invite somebody to join into the discussion. This is a political open forum discussion. You're free to air your views. Just make sure that you remain within the boundaries of what is valid and not just, airing what you feel that may not be accurate. Kuna nani huyo anasema Isabella Kithiaya, nasema stop boring Kenyans na salamu. Newton Kigonyo Kamau anasema that is good. Ruto has won the hearts of Kenyan. Wow. Thank you so much. Evans Otwane, we appreciate you. Karibu kwa show. Maslin Musundi, hi people. Thank you so much. Hey, Bwana Mala, vipi?
Mzuri sana sana.
Yes. Yes. The child is
Yes, Bernard.
Let the child. No, take care of the child first. YouTube will give us problems. Children are not allowed on the channel. So come when the child is quiet. Yes. Caleb, are you there? Okay. Yes, Wanamala.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I think today's ceremony, a send-off of our third president, well organized, and leaders spoke. And I think the contribution, or rather it was mature this time round. I think Raila behaved well. He had a very good speech, yes. But I don't understand. There's something was carrying. I'm told he was carrying a donkey tail. I don't know. That's what we were saying. The black thing, which was on the left hand. However, the handshake between him and the fifth president of Kenya, Ruto, was good. I think Ruto also spoke very well. But Uhuru behaved funny. He behaved, our president behaved like a standard 6 kid. Because if you have a difference with the other leaders, you don't have to show to the world that you have difference. You have to behave like a man, you know. And the fifth president put it very, very clearly that the third president was the best president Kenya has ever had. If you do some comparative analysis between him and the current president, I think Kibaki did well on the economy side of the economy. I think good. And he respected the law, he respected the court orders and all those things. And he respected all the leaders, whether you have a different opinion with him or you come from another tribe. I think that was good for Kibaki. And I think Ruto, the fifth president, put it very nicely. It was okay. Thank you, Bernard.
All right, thank you Bwana Mala. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni mazuri na sifa kwa mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki.
Yes.
Lakini Bwana Mala, singependa kukumbusha kwamba regional commissioners ambao wako ofisini mpaka sasa walikatazwa walifungiwa na koti wakati wa Kibaki. Kibaki kanyamaza, lakini wanaendelea na kazi mpaka leo.
Yeah, but I think that was one case. But if you look at the current president, I think there are more than 30 court orders, which he has refused to respect. And I think, yeah, okay.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Mala, asante. Naomba tusikilize Mike. Mike, how are you? Mike, are you there? Bwana Isaiah. Isaiah the prophet, you unmute. The mic is beside your name. You click on that mic before we can hear what you're saying.
I'm just greeting the house. How are you?
We are great. We are great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard, I'm still listening to the people. And we will talk later on. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Mike, how are you? Mike, are we able to communicate? Okay, seems Mike has a problem. Wycliffe, how are you?
Bernard, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, I'm well.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
And now, okay, just wanted to say something about our president declining to to shake the DP. I don't know whether he declined, but he at least he showed some good gestures of saying Jambo. If he declined, I don't think whether he declined it. Then someone says Kibaki was the greatest president. Yes, we agree that, but you can't compare the two, because the reason why you can't compare the two, when Kibaki was leaving office, we never had devolution. So right now we have devolution around 47 counties. And if someone says, oh, pesa hakuna, people are suffering. Yes, as much as we know people are suffering, but this thing is happening globally. So it will be also fair enough to give our president Uhuru Kenyatta his respect, which he deserves, because you can imagine, Bernard, you come from Western region. When you remember those days, we never had nothing was going on, to be precise or to be honest. And if you say that, oh, Kibaki, um, the economy was performing extremely better. Yes, we agree with that. But you see, at the same time, it will be also fair. Uhuru is now leaving his presidency, going back home. But you see, he has left us some good infrastructures. He has left us a lot of things happening within the counties. So it will be fair also for us to give him credit where he has done for some good things which he has managed to do. And then I won't mention to Ruto's remarks because I didn't follow the procession well. But for now, I think I'll just I'll hand you over the session to
Okay,
continue.
thank you so much, Bwana Wycliffe. We appreciate it. Mike, are you now able to talk? Bwana Mike, mtambo yako iko sawa? Shida iko wapi? It's like we can't communicate with Mike. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are joining us. We are looking at the president declining a handshake from his DP twice now, in all of it around the funeral of our third president, Mwai Kibaki. Well, what's cooking there, and why the desperation for a handshake? What's the significance of the same? And of course, the whole world is mourning one Mwai Kibaki, and the DP describes him as the greatest president Kenya ever had. What do you feel about the same? That's what we want to hear you say. And of course, the handshake between the DP and Raila Odinga today, the significance thereof, and what you feel about the same. Kuna nani huyu Malaba, Malaba Maloba. According to the YouTube community rules, children are not supposed to appear on the screen. It is against the law, so we will not allow you on the screen until the child is off. It is against the law. We will mess up this channel if we try that. You are not supposed to appear in the screen at all. So please just organize that. Then you'll be able to be added on this on the screen to be able to make your contribution. Get that sorted out. All right. Yes, so the link you use to get in the studio is in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure. Don't configure the camera for yourself. If you do, you will get stranded and you will not be able to communicate no matter how much you try. So just let StreamYard configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Just give it permission, allow. The moment you allow, everything will work out. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. So Bwana Mala, what's the way forward from here?
Bernard, you're addressing Mala?
Yes, Bonamala. The way forward. You talked about you are the fifth.
Yeah, the way forward. You see, we're entering into campaigns.
Yes.
Guys are prepared. We have not started campaign. And in the next 2-3 weeks, I think people will see. You see, the thing is, the handshake between Uhuru and Ruto. Uhuru refusing to do handshake with Ruto will not stop this guy from being the president, the fifth president in September. And I think what we are seeing, the president, I think, I don't know what went wrong, but this donkey tail, I think we are starting to think that something went wrong. Maybe this guy called RAILA must have used some powers to mess this fellow. Yeah, that is what I have to say for now. Because carrying the donkey's tail.
Wewe unanichekesha sana kwa sababu wewe ni senior citizen, unaelewa historia ya nchi na unaelewa utamaduni wetu, okay? Katika mazishi ya mzee Moi, okay? Raila alikuwa uko na hiyo whisky, inaitwa whisky. Jaramogi alikuwa na hiyo katika mazishi ya Jomo Kenyatta. So sijui hii sasa mbona inakuwa sasa ndio.
What is the importance of this thing? We are starting to think that there's something. There's something with this tail. The donkey tail is very unusual.
It is a tradition. I don't think there is anything about it except you want to create a mountain out of a molehill.
But is it only meant for the RAILA family? I have never seen.
Okay, Moi alikuwa na rungu ya Nyayo, okay? Hiyo rungu ya Nyayo, was it meant for the entirety of the communities in Kenya? Wewe unatoka sehemu ya Nyayo, hebu tuambie.
This is very unique. He only carries when there's a dead person. You know, when somebody dies, he carries that donkey's tail.
Alex, please come and rescue me.
It is Nietzsche, one of my favorite philosophers, who says, when a man has no purpose, when a man runs not in ideology, he talks with pleasure to massage his ego. I mean, Mala is a senior citizen. You know, there are people who are just old, but they are not elders. I mean, you can be old and have white hair even in your private part, but not have even one wisdom. Unfortunately, that's how life goes. So, I mean, when somebody speaks carelessly, verbal diarrhea, I mean, embarrassing himself, embarrassing his family, embarrassing even the unborn. I mean, it's sad. You don't come here to say what's with that whiskey. I mean, my friend, I mean, you've made me come to the panel when I didn't want to come. I wanted to listen, but don't come here and lie that Raila's whiskey, when that is the way of mourning for the Luo people. I've lived with them, and it's been explained before, even when Kenyatta died, at the height when even their friendship was not even cordial. The man called Jaramoginga came and said, Joey, we know that through the records. So don't come here because of hatred, because of pettiness, because of lack of actually pure gross ignorance. You start, you know, being superstitious that thing has some powers that makes people not to talk. I mean, that's pettiness. That is just a way of mourning. The same way we celebrated Moi na hiyo rungu yake, even though we don't do that. We celebrated Kenyatta na rungu yake, even though our people don't do that. I've seen people, even when we are being whisked in Nairobi, a Maasai will come with his rungu. He will be left to go. to the plane with it. You take a rungu like that to the plane, they won't allow you. It's a culture. So don't think people's culture are inferior, your culture is superior. If it's so, you should have answered, why was Moi's whiskey superior to Raila's way of mourning? Let us take superstition away from this. That is how big people are mourned. Even Kajwang, when he died, his best friend, he did that. He did that. And you saw how he mourned his friend Kajwang. So that has nothing to do with that. But all in all, I think the day was good. I think Kibaki is being mourned as a gentleman who died a gentle death and who is mourned in a gentle way. The way you live your life is how you also get mourned. I think he was a peaceful man, even though 2007 happened under his watch. Still, we still had a grand coalition which delivered despite and in spite of everything. And he left the scene, he went home, and he has been very quiet. His family is successful per se, and you can see that. And you can see a man who enjoyed power, privilege, but he never went overboard using them. Unlike one who hasn't gotten power and acts as if power belongs to him. So I think we must learn from Kibaki on how he was patient, being a deputy president, a vice president, being a minister for finance, getting fired several times for no apparent reason, coming to opposition leadership until he became a president and also serving 2 terms, then going home. But the question begs, and I think I should go back now to the topic, the handshake between these two people. I'm not going to preempt, but these two people know what happened between them. And it's now obvious, Bernard, that it is not just political, it is beyond. You know, this is not just a national event. This was a global event. We have Ramaphosa, we have other people from outside our country. We have foreign embassies sending their representatives from Asia, from everywhere. And that kind of behavior is being seen within our leaders. For me, first and foremost, I'll say that's bad manners for our president. In as much as I like him, that's bad manners. We must put away everything and teach our children that in Kisi we say, Chagamwangane, mwanchane matati. That even if you don't get along, let the funerals make you get along. You cannot bury your father, somebody comes and buries, comes to the funeral, when your other brother leaves is when you come, or you come during the funeral, you refuse to say hi to each other. I think that's bad manners. And they have shown these bad manners, and I think if we don't stop it in the future, that bad manners is going to continue. The president must stop that bad manners in national events. That's an event that is going to be in records for years, because you saw during Moi's funeral the other day they were showing us how the procession is going to happen and how we are going to take the president from parliament to everywhere, mpaka Othaya. They were using Moi's sketch on how it happened. So if we are going to use the sketch for Kibaki, whoever the president that is going to die next, and we see this kind of bad behavior, if we will have a president and a deputy or a person who is not getting along, that kind of character is going to continue. So the president needs to come out and stop that. On a political event, we agree. He shouldn't be a friend to Ruto. But on national event that will be kept on record for posterity, the president should know that our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will live to see that. I think on his part, he failed on that. That's from me. I don't know. Thank you very much, Bennett.
Thank you, Alex. But I choose not to support you on that one, because where I come from, a handshake means peace. A handshake means end to war. It means no hard feelings. So are we going to have a cosmetic handshake when there is still war, when there is still conflict, when we are not seeing eye to eye?
Bernard, these
Yes.
are our leaders. We don't have other leaders. This is our president. In as much as I don't like deputy president, I will tell you, every time I've criticized him from the point of view that is our deputy president. He represents a position that is constitutional. He takes the oath and say he will protect, he will bring us together. And I think I did not like Kibaki. 2007 made me not like Kibaki. The guy swore himself at night. You know, I mean, but he was our president for 10 years. I can't take that away. He is our president. And as Njonjo said, we don't have a former president. In America, you don't say former president. You say president. So Kibaki remains president. You hear that? So, the president of the republic, the current, who is Uhuru Kenyatta, and the deputy, they share the presidency. And when a president dies, they have a rare occasion of having to oversight an occasion that very few presidents do that where they are sitting in office. So for me, I believe they should be good manners because, for example, my kids were sitting down and watching how, you know, whatever is happening from, is this how a president is buried? This is what happens. I mean, they are watching keenly because it is fun for them. So I think for me, that's a personal, that at least hata kama ni ile yenye feast ambayo Obama alikuwa rattled with when it was told that that's a terrorist feast. Ange terrorist feast hivi kidogo. That's enough. You hear me? But not just staying away from.
Keza is asking, does he represent us only in holidays and funerals?
I am not saying that. And I think one person said something that really made me happy, that it is not right when the president dies, that's when you put him somewhere and then you want us to see him. Put Uhuru somewhere so that everybody can pass there so we can see him. You hear that? So they represent us all the time. My thought is this. For now, I know the temperature is not good. For now, I know that they don't get along. But they are presiding over something that will be in the hindsight for generations to come. Whether we agree or not, politicians should not get along. But for me, it's bad manners. And I say from Alex. Another person may say it's okay. From Alex, it's bad manners.
Thank you. I think that is done according to you is bad manners, but in my other eye, it's a good principle. No need to pretend. 1, 2, we did not go to the funeral to shake each other's hands. We went to the funeral to mourn. So everybody should take their position and mourn seriously the departed and not look for who shook whose hand why. You know, there are girlfriends that you have put aside and they want to show the public that you are still together. So when you get into the public, they will come and grab you to let the world know that this man is not going anywhere.
Bernard, please don't compare girlfriends to a national event like this. Please don't degenerate. This is a special day for Kenya. And that is personal. But anyway, if that is how you and your brother are going to act when your parent dies, don't invite me. Just put me on WhatsApp group. I'll pay the money, but I'm not coming to Luyaland.
Relationships that are held together by public are bound to fail. Let the two of us agree first, then the public will support us. But if you want to use public opinion to imprison me or force me to do something, you are the wrong number for me. But
Bernard, don't force me. Okay, I'm finishing. Don't force me that the next panelist, I should ask them this question: was that good manners or bad manners? Let us talk from that point of view, and we hear, was that good manners or bad manners? I want us to change the narrative, and we ask that,
no,
and we
we
see.
cannot go there. I will not even allow you to go beyond where you are. It is, we look for the significance thereof, because behind every action there is a reason. Is it valid or not valid? not branding it good manners or bad manners. That is narrowing it too much, and I don't think that is called for at this point in time.
And
All they
I'm
say,
glad everybody heard that. And I think many people are going to comment about the bad manners. Thank
there
you.
is no bad manners here, please. It's principle. Thank you. Nobody is under any obligation to shake anybody's hand. I am a preacher, and Jesus told us as we go, we should greet nobody along the way. So greeting is part of not my priority in terms of every event. There has to be a greeting. As Louis as I am. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi tusonge mbele. Wana Mike, have you sorted out your gadget? Mike.
Yeah, I think you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, can't you hear me?
Thank you, Bernard. You seem to have a very strong position on the. I can hear you. I can hear you now. Can I proceed? Thank you. Bernard, you seem to have a very strong position on that aspect of of shaking hands. Allow us to give divergent views without without forcing us in a corner. I might agree with you, but allow us to vent. Personally, I feel for the president. You know, between the two, one has an upper hand, and he's the one to calm down when a situation is as bad as it is between the two guys. And Uhuru has really tried to calm down as a president to a level where he can accommodate a very extreme and abrasive language that has come from his deputy. Those of you who have followed politics have, for the last 1 year, have had the DP call the president walevi, matapeli, wakora, conmen ambao wameleta BBI nyuma. So all those things have been said in public, not secretly. And this is a president you expect to come and smile and shake your hand because of decorum and courtesy. You're also asking too much from a human being, because the president is not a machine, he's not a robot. And for me, he has tried his best. Courtesy is that you acknowledge the presence of somebody. You might greet physically or by acknowledgement. And every time they meet, he acknowledges the presence of his deputy without necessarily going into niceties of chit chat, which is not necessary considering the fact that we know how they relate with each other. So, in fact, Japanese don't. Japanese have that type of greeting. They will stand straight, hold hands, and bend. To them, that is a form of greeting. We are not saying he adopts the Japanese mode of greeting, but we should not read too much, especially now that we know what is going in between them. On the legacy part, Kibaki's presidency being the greatest president in Kenya. In communication, the same word, the same statement will mean different depending on who it is coming from, the context, and the circumstance. If the same statement was made by a different person of Kibaki being the greatest president, that statement would have passed. But we are aware that there were undertones and between there were underlying messages being passed across by the deputy to stab at his boss right in front of people. That statement to me is very genuine. Kibaki is definitely the best president. But who is that? Where is that statement coming from? It's coming from somebody who wants to stab at somebody using that phrase. And not all facts have to be said everywhere. People are saying it is a fact. For me, actually, I agree it's a fact. But is that fact appropriate for that forum, for that circumstance? What would happen if the president stood up and said, "We need to have a leader like Kibaki and not people who steal other people's land"? We would all know that he's referring to somebody, because it's a fact that we have people who have been taken to court, charged in a court of law, fined 5 million shillings, and ordered to return somebody's land. But would that fact be appropriate for that function? Because it's a fact. But is it necessary for you to bring it up in that forum or that function? No, because that is not the place to start being legalistic and being appraising people in order of who did better than the other. It is a place to acknowledge that we had a good leader without necessarily comparing with others. You can still praise the president without comparing with the living and the dead, and still have your statement heard and understood. So I think this juvenile behavior is just taking the country too far in terms of the way we are taking every single opportunity in funerals, in churches, in wherever to make our point known. Let us have some decorum and still put across our points without necessarily using wrong forums to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate that, and like you're saying, that statement will go if any other person said except the DP, and if he said it in a different forum, not in this particular forum, that would have gone without being noticed. But there is no way it can be kept away from being interpreted that he's indicting his boss and undermining him for that matter, which in my opinion is uncalled for. As public speakers, being sensitive to what you're about to say and looking at it of the outcome of whatever you will say exhaustively before you say it is an important virtue that you cannot be behind. You can, like for example, as pastors, you go for funeral and you know a dad has died, leaving small children, and then you come and say God has taken your father, you leave your father with God. Now those statements are scripturally factual, but they are insensitive to the bereaved, and you're even setting up God to be interpreted to be a bad person in the eyes of these children and all that. So every word needs to be weighed properly before it is put across, in the aspect that it may be misinterpreted or it will be taken to be insensitive and unable to get you off the hook. Because how do you get off the hook? Because you've been serving into the presidency for the next wherever 10 years after Kibaki. Well, how come you did not break Kibaki's record in itself? So hiyo mambo ni kali sana, lakini tunashukuru Mungu. Naomba sasa tumlete bwana Kelap. Namna gani?
Poa sana Bernard.
Haya, mawili matatu tuzonge mbele.
Haya. Mr. Bernard, unajua leo nimeshangaa na wewe. It seems like you are too personal and negative about everything towards William Ruto. I don't know, that's my feeling. You know, Mr. Bernard, I wouldn't be surprised that ile hata ukiwa kiamka asubuhi mseme Ruto alileta corona hii Kenya, wengine mtakubali because but I think, you know, ukiangalia Mr. Bernard, the president now trying to not have an handshake with his deputy. I think that was a little bit of, we call it petty. You know, Mr. Bernard, even as a man, when you are married and you and your wife, you have some small arguments at home. You can't bring the same arguments, maybe in a church forum or you have visitors, then you are trying now to play out your pettiness over there. So what the president did is unacceptable, and as a leader, it should be a unifying factor, not a person. Now, you say that the president now is trying to he was trying to be genuine because they're not in good terms with the deputy. I mean, does it mean that the president would like to lead a divided nation? Yes, just around 1 month from now, we have the Madaraka holiday. What if the deputy doesn't stand to go and welcome the president? You will see all over the newspapers that the DP now is trying to defy or is trying to now to undermine the president for not doing his part of the role. So the DP welcoming the president to a national event is part and parcel of his role. Some of you will now start saying that the DP has absconded some of his duties. I don't know about that, but that was a national event, and the president needed to give that a national look. So the president trying to, I don't know, maybe intentionally ignore the handshake with the DP. It was a little bit of petty, and I think his advisor should work on that, because as a president, kuna vitu zingine unaacha zinakaa kando kidogo. Then you may deal with the political issues later. Not every time that you must bring out the political arithmetics into the scene. And again, if today you listen to the speech of the deputy president, it was not meant for any ordinary mind. If you are a student, maybe you have studied literature, then you'll know that what the DP was putting across this speech is two comparative description of Kibaki and Uhuru leadership. You could see the distinction between the two. So if you are very keen, you could see what the DP meant. And that's why he said that it was very fundamental for the person who was going to take the mantle on the 9th August general elections. Generally, the event has been a success. Maybe tomorrow will be the last day for the funeral and all that. I don't think I will dwell much on the president and the DP. But Mr. Bernard, in the African culture, despite somebody maybe having done negative things, when we have the funeral, now it's time for reflection. Times to give on the good side and also the bad side, but let us not always weigh on the bad side, because I can see some of the guys who are not trying to say that Kibaki may not be one of the very best, as the DP was trying to put it, as one of the best presidents. But if you look at his merits and demerits, you can give him 60% credit for the good work he had done in Kenya. And the good work is still seen. You can go everywhere and then say, Kibaki, the free primary education up to this point in time is still in place. Thika Superhighway. When it was being constructed, I can remember RAILA trying to say that it was a tribal highway. But today, when he's speaking, he will take credit of saying that highway was constructed during the Grand Coalition government.
Where did RAILA say it was a tribal highway?
Mr. Alex, give me some few minutes. I will be still in the forum and I will be able to retrieve back.
No, you can't get away with that. No. Don't lie.
Get away with that.
Okay.
You can be sure I will get away with that.
Alex, I must have missed that. That
Yeah, it said Thika Highway was a tribal highway.
Bernard, just give me only 2 minutes. I will share the video.
Yeah,
in 2 minutes.
In fact, that as a tribal highway, Mr. Alex, I'll get the facts right.
No, just send it.
Mr. Alex, please give me ample time.
I'm giving you ample time. It just surpassed Bernard that you said that. This is a house of record. You can't say something like that. Just send us the video.
I have requested for 2 minutes to share the
video. Don't worry. Let continue to make his final submission as we find out where the video is.
Okay, Mr. Bernard, maybe the video will help us at least understand that, because Mr. Alex, I want to be able to now to give the facts. I'm talking. So me talking doesn't mean that the facts are correct or not. So the source will now be able to now validate what I'm trying to say. So that's why I was saying, maybe if I send the video, it will be a little bit easy for us to understand. So Mr. Bernard, what I was trying to say is, some people, those people who made Kibaki's life miserable, hard for him to rule, and now the ones who are now mourning more than they bereaved. It's really amusing, but all said and done, let's look towards let's look at the foreseeable future, because you don't know what happens tomorrow. But the president, as he was going to retire, I would like the president, let me be a statesman like Kibaki was. Kibaki, despite getting a lot of confrontations, a lot of ridicule from the other people, he stayed calm until the day he exited the power at the seat. So I think the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, is going to be now, currently we don't have any former president. And I think he's going to, in 3 months' time, he will be the former president. And I think he would like to be accorded that respect. that anybody would like to be accorded. And him not trying to shake the hands with the DP, what if when it comes that the DP is the president, and now he needs to go to the swearing-in ceremony to hand over the tools of power, and the DP refuses to shake his hand? What happens over there? So let the presidents look into the future, not that just the president. And they must know that he's a unifying factor for this country.
So, order, please, Mama Celine Roja hapo. Bwana Caleb, is there any constitutional
I'm done,
requirement
Mr.
for the
Bernard.
listen to my question? Is there any constitutional requirement for the president to shake hand with anybody?
You know, Mr. Bernard, we are talking about what we call the unwritten rules. You know, the president is trying now to act petty.
I'm asking a question I want an answer. Is there any constitutional provision that the president must shake hands with anyone?
No.
So, and in the African setting, in those your unwritten rules, is every greeting in Africa a handshake?
Not really.
So why the big deal on the president refusing to extend his hand for his DP and making him a not good former president?
You know, Mr. Bernard,
Secondly, before you respond to that, these people you are implying to have made Kibaki's presidency hard to govern. What role did they play in making Kibaki the president?
Okay, Mr. Bernard, you're trying to say that now the president, by extending a hand or a handshake with the DP, doesn't mean that it's any constitutional right. But no, Mr. Bernard, I started by saying that the president is a unifying factor. A president, if you look at the unity of a nation, and those are some of the factors that bring unity in a nation. President is a unifying factor. Is one person who brings unity. And when you see when the president now to bring out now the differences with his deputy, in a different event, not a political event, it was a totally different event, but now the president ran out to bring out his emotions. It tells you a lot about that president. And some people are trying to say that, I've been saying that the DP can't control his emotions. But you can see when the president is losing it. And it's not really good for the president at this point in time. And then Mr. Bernard,
that's uncalled for in my opinion. And I would that we all look at this. It's my choice who I shake my hand with. It has nothing to do with me absconding my responsibilities as a unifying factor. We are still in the corona whatever season. Secondly, so that's a very good excuse for refusing to shake hand. Secondly, I don't have to shake everybody's hand. Caleb, mute your mic. This echoes. Okay, thank you. So we will be overstretching to say that the president is emotional on this. How do we, what Baba said today, how do we separate a funeral of a politician from politics? and carry out his ceremony independent of the politics prevailing at hand? It's impossible. But all in all, the president has a right to choose who he shakes hand with or not. Like I told you, in our village, handshake means truce, means peace, means end to squabbles, end to disagreement. We are now one. That's the purpose of a handshake. Now, if that handshake is not meaning that, there is no need of that handshake until everything that's underlying has been addressed conclusively, and then now there is handshake. So if somebody is forcing handshake, is either manipulating you because of the public opinion, wants you to bend to shake hand to show that there is peace when it is obvious that there is no peace. So there is somebody here who is scheming, okay, to get a handshake without addressing the factors that brought about the failure of the handshake. So let's not look at this with the narrow-mindedness of saying the president is being petty, the president is being emotional, the president. No, if the underlying issues have not been addressed conclusively, wacha tuakae vizuri, tukikuja kwa mkutano tusalimiane hewani, lakini tukutane mbinguni kama utameki. Now let's listen to this video, please. Oh, God.
Leadership is a privilege to better the lives of others. It is not an opportunity to satisfy personal greed. A colossus of Kenyan politics, a man of unparalleled intellect, and a peerless economist, Mwai Kibaki set the record for the longest-serving member of Kenya's parliament over a period spanning 5 decades. But the zenith of his leadership was when in 2002, he was sworn in as the 3rd president of our great republic. His presidency will be remembered for many things.
Mimi, Mwai Kibaki.
But most especially for being the season in our history when the second liberation yielded the fruits of so long a struggle. For this reason, his contribution to the furtherance of Kenya's multi-party democracy cannot be forgotten. This was a man who believed in leadership as being a calling to serve his fellow citizens, and not as a platform for self-serving ends. What many may not know is how exactly he entered politics. Mwai Kibaki was ushered into politics in 1962 when he first served as the executive director of the Independence Party KANU, and shortly thereafter he was elected to parliament as the member for Donholm in 1963. But prior to this, Mwai Kibaki was a gallant academic, serving as a lecturer at the prestigious Makerere University at a time when the clamor for independence was rife and the nation was in need of vibrant, visionary leaders to steer the true course of the nation. Kibaki's life might have gone a radically different path if it hadn't been for Kenya's first Vice President, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Jaramogi had read the Uganda People's Congress Manifesto, and he was impressed. Upon inquiring who authored it, he was informed that it was drafted by a young Kenyan lecturer at Makerere University. President Milton Obote of Uganda would then introduce Jaramogi to Kibaki, and shortly thereafter, Jaramogi convinced Kibaki to come back home and help KANU lay out development plans for the young nation. In fact, Jaramogi also purchased Kibaki's first car. Kibaki had been initially hesitant because part of his perks at the university included a car loan, which he was 3 months shy of securing. But Jaramogi knew that a young nation was in need of such talents, and so he assured Kibaki that a new Peugeot saloon would be part of the invitation to return home and help build a young nation. According to a former personal assistant to Mwai, the icing on the cake was 700 shillings for car maintenance and a rented house in Nairobi's Bahati area. After first serving as the executive director of KANU and initially as member of parliament for Donholm, Kibaki would relocate his political base to Othaya constituency in 1974, where he remained as MP until his retirement in 2013, having served in parliament for 50 years and in the executive as the president for a decade. His journey to the presidency had started long before the iconic Kibaki Tosha moment in 2002. It had started during the time when the clamor for constitutional revision and multi-partyism had reached fever pitch at the dawn of the 90s. Many Kenyans were at the time agitating for the provision in the constitution that introduced a single party state to be repealed, a few days after Section 2A of the Constitution was repealed.
That I have today assented to the bills as a sign of my commitment to political reforms.
Kibaki joined other political heavyweights including former Kajiado Member of Parliament John Keane, Raila Odinga, Martin Shikuku, James Orengo, and Charles Rubia to advocate for multi-party democracy. When Kibaki was launching his Democratic Party and advocating for a multi-party system of democracy, Raila Odinga was in exile in Norway for 6 months after being released from jail for opposing the single-party government. Raila joined Ford after returning from Norway. The two vibrant leaders' political journey was poised to be entwined later in life. Despite Kibaki's affiliation in the DP and Raila's membership in Ford, their vision for Kenya, particularly in matters of democracy, led them meeting again in 2002 when they managed to transform and redefine Kenya's political environment by legally abolishing the single-party state. Raila Odinga headed a group of KANU leaders who believed that the late President Daniel Arap Moi had double-crossed them by appointing Uhuru Kenyatta as his successor in 2002.
Na nikaona kwamba yule ambaye anaweza kuendelea kupeleka wananchi kama vile mimi ningependelea wananchi kuongozwa ni Uhuru Kenyatta.
They then created the LDP, while Kibaki founded the National Alliance Party of Kenya. However, after a series of meetings and negotiations, both private and public, the two political outfits merged to form the National Rainbow Coalition, NARC. What followed thereafter is the iconic moment ingrained in the mind of many Kenyans when Raila's voice thundered across Uhuru Park when he declared Kibaki Tosha. Months later, the coalition suffered a setback when its leader, Mwai Kibaki, was injured in a catastrophic car accident on his way back to Nairobi after a campaign stop in Machakos. Raila Odinga famously demonstrated his genuine friendship for Kibaki following the accident. In his book, The Flame of Freedom, he records what has been confirmed by many witnesses.
Raila sijui alitoka kwa gari gani yenye alikuwa pale, nikaona ameshuka na amekimbia, amesimamisha hiyo ambulance, akamwambia dereva asonge, yeye akachukua gari na akaanza kuweka gia, kaenda akipeleka mzee Kibaki kwa hospitali.
He claims it occurred amid the height of political turmoil when the country was just weeks away from a general election. He seized the wheel and raced to hospital with the singular purpose of making sure a badly injured Kibaki survived. According to Kibaki's personal and longtime doctor, Dr. Dan Gikonyo, Raila again took the lead and made sure that Kibaki got safely on board a plane to travel to receive specialized medical attention in London.
They gave us 3 seats at the back of the plane. And I remember Honorable Raila Odinga, who was with us in that movement, I said, no, we cannot put our president in the back of the plane. We must put him in first class. And when we got there, Kenya demanded that if we are going to go to first class, we must pay. And I remember all this was done by Raila Odinga. And he was there and he said, if we are going to pay, we are going to pay. And we must get seats on the front of the plane. The difficult thing was how to get a stretcher onto the front of the plane. The aisle is not wide enough to carry a stretcher. And I still remember, I have a lot of respect for Raila. He came with some young men, about 8 or 9 of them. And they carried that stretcher across that aisle to the front on their knees. They went on their knees, they carried the stretcher up on their hands, and on their knees they went from the entrance to the front seat of the plane. I've never forgotten. And we were able to place the oncoming president in a comfortable position in first class, and then we traveled to England.
As the clamor for a regime change was beckoning back home, Raila was in charge of the NAC campaigns, and he and his colleagues traveled practically every area of Kenya for the hunt of votes. Tears of joy, shouts of freedom, and an aura of optimism rented the air as Kibaki was sworn in as the third president of the Republic of Kenya, while in a wheelchair with a smiling Raila Odinga alongside him.
Mimi Mwai Kibaki.
Maybe reflecting on the ride that had been. This was a regime change. I'm inheriting a country which has been badly ravaged by years of misrule and ineptitude. There has been a wide disconnect between the people and the government. Kibaki and Raila prepared the groundwork for a new administration and a NAC. Although the two would have disagreements on which constitutional model the country should adopt in 2005, the two leaders would come together in 2008 when they would shake hands after following a contentious election. But Raila and Kibaki rose above the prevailing disagreements to unite the country, following an agreement that included mediation efforts by former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan and other eminent African leaders such as Jakaya Kikwete, Gracia Machel, and Benjamin Kappa, among others. The collaboration which followed saw Kenya enjoy a period of unprecedented growth. Several key projects were completed under their leadership, including the completion of the Thika Superhighway, the success of the free primary education program, and substantial changes in different government institutions. Kenya obtained its new constitution under the same coalition administration in 2010 after failing multiple times previously. We call upon all warring parties in the world to lay down their arms and pursue the path of peace, dialogue, and inclusive resolution of disputes. Mwai Kibaki. Their coming together has since been touted as a fantastic precedent, which has since been emulated, setting an example of how leaders who disagree on matters of principle can set aside their differences and work for Wanjiku. Kibaki's devotion as a transformational leader will be remembered. A man with little words but great deeds, a true epitome of great leadership. His wisdom, particularly in areas of politics and life, cannot be wished away, particularly at a time when Kenyans are gearing up for yet another general election. Gone, but surely never forgotten, Kenya's history books will ever afford distinguished prominence to one of her greatest sons, and a grateful nation shall always remember him with a remarkable sense of pride and nostalgia, most especially because of the foundation he laid, which other leaders now continue to advance.
Thank you. That was elaborate, but I believe we've gotten one or two things that we can build on. So, Wanakatwe?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bernard. one of the things that I really remember Kibaki, I want to pay tribute before I start roasting, is that I'm a product of Emi Abure, and I'm very much proud of it, because when Kibaki was taken over in 2002, I was actually in class 6. So I can remember that I used Emi Abure to be what I am today, and as he had promised in 2002, that he's going to make Kenya a very educative country, is that he did not fail. Unlike other people that we know, that whenever they say, I'm going to give you a sweet, they give you a stone. And the Bible warns us against that no father who can promise his son bread and give it is bad manners. So and I want to come back to the handshake today, because I think it's the one that is giving us Caleb a lot of goosebumps, and the way he's feeling, like he feels like he's entitled, Ruto is entitled to shake Uhuru's hand. I want to challenge him today that there is logic, and there is the logic, and there is the legality of something. When things happen, we just ask ourselves, was it logical, or was it legal? And there are things which are logic and legal at the same time. There are things which are logic, which are not legal. There are things which are legal but not logic, and there are things which are not logic, neither are they legal. So was President Uhuru Kenyatta legally obligated to shake Ruto's hand? No. Was it logical? That's according to him. Because now Caleb is talking about that when I'm looking at a president who cannot be able to shake the deputy president's hand, to him it feels like it's a morality question. But it doesn't remember that we've been fighting in here in this debate for almost 1 year right now, trying to ask, why is the deputy president, and even we've gone into the books, the constitutional books, to understand why is the deputy president not resigning, and we came to a conclusion that it's a question of morality. In the event that you disagree with someone and you cannot be sacked, it's now a question of morality, not a question of legality. So is it legal for the deputy president to be in office in as much as he's disagreeing with his boss? Yes. Is it logical for him to be in office yet is it disagreeing with the boss? No. So the Caleb, do not sweat small stuff about the handshake and all over. And because the sitting president, we still have a sitting the president, we are not going to talk about why he was not going to shake DP Ruto's hand, because he has his own reasons as to why he decided not to do that. And somebody was talking about why that Ruto is remembering that Ruto is taking all these things out of context. And why is it a question of who stands to benefit out of the whole funeral, not out of the death? Get me right. Out of the whole funeral thing, who stands to benefit? The qui bono question. And the thing is, Ruto, since the death of Mwai Kibaki, he has been having these advantages over social media and the social platforms, because you could see even his brigade trying to turn around the name of Kibaki even before it touches ground in parliament, likening William Ruto to be the next Kibaki. They're politicizing even the whole issue. Even instead of paying tribute, Dini Nyoro has been given a chance to pay tribute to President Mwai Kibaki and Duale. They turn it around to suit the interest of William Ruto. Today, you could see that even when William Ruto was standing, in his heart, he's trying to pay tribute, but kando na everything, he's having this state of mind that people are cheering him. Was he paying a real tribute to President Mwai Kibaki? The question is about the morality here, Caleb, and I want to tell you for a fact you're a young man. I am a product of Elimia Bure. I don't care if people will say that I'm a young atueni mtoto endulale, but I have my own years that I can be proud of. So if at all the today's funeral was turned out to be a fiasco of trying to show might, that I am the one who is in control of Nairobi, and we had seen that people are going to say that and trying to change this narrative to suit someone's political interest. One thing you have to understand, that in politics, and that is where Raila was saying that there is no way to separate a politician's funeral from politics. In politics, that is the way it is done. When you're saying that Uhuru Kenyatta should have greeted him, and then when it comes to politics, then he should have now reign on the realm of politics later. Remember, President Uhuru Kenyatta once told William Ruto, "It is not time to do politics. Let us work fast." Was he legally right to tell him? He was legally right to tell him that now it's time to work, not the time of politics. Did William Ruto heed to that advice? No. So why would you be with a man? Why will you shake a person's hand? And I want to dedicate this song to William Ruto by Dolly Parton, that you left me in the time that I needed you the most, with 4 hungry children and crops in the field. You took your time to leave me. It's a song done by Kenny Rogers. That when I needed you most, you left me. Now that the time has come when we need to do politics, you want me to bend low and show mercy to you because I'm the symbol of national unity. We were elected on the presidency ticket. You are also supposed to be a symbol of national unity, because in the event that I am not there, you're going to take that mantle and become the symbol of national unity. Things do not happen overnight. And Bernard will tell you this, that you cannot marry a whore today and then expect her to change overnight. It doesn't work that way. There has to be some practice over the same. So you cannot tell me right now that Deputy President William Ruto is going to change overnight and become a nation of symbol unity. No. So, in my own opinion, let us stop these jitters and lying to other people. It is time for politics. Uhuru said it will come the time when we will play politics, and you will hear our thunder. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Katwe, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, na ni muhimu tusimame na ukweli. I support that all the way, and let me bring this down. Okay, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Bwana Nyumba, vipi?
Salama Bernard.
Yes, karibu.
Shukran.
Mawili matatu tumlete Wangira. Naona bila ananiangalia, ni vile tu aona tumemruka.
Wangira anajua sina mengi. Hata nilikuwa leo nisikilize. Asante. How are you everybody?
We are good. Karibu.
Okay. I think I'll talk one point. So on each about 4 points. President Uhuru declining to shake hands with Ruto, that's quite in order, because I'm not saying they're enemies, but their competition has really gone too far. And one should be careful. You know, President Uhuru is not a pretender. The other one has got some hypocrisy. Remember, all the time we could see the signs that these people, they had differed. But he used always to say, now we are together. fake. So Uhuru is doing the right thing, and he's a gentleman. He has no hypocrisy. He's not a pretender. It's always nice to come out clean and come out in your true self. So I think things are working, and I would do the same if I was President Uhuru. The way the Ruto has been talking very negatively, and he has the language. He has the language. It's true. This a person came from very low scale, and he is a hustler. Let's agree that. So physical language, hard language, even physical violence. There has been, Jirongo told us what he did somewhere. I think Uhuru is not capable of that. And that's why the difference comes in. I know Caleb is going to attack me. I don't care. We continue. Now, the world beats Kibaki farewell. It's not only as Kenyans we have seen the goodness in Kibaki, his leadership, qualities, and all that he has seen. I said I'll be very brief because today I wanted to listen. Even comments by His Excellency President of South Africa, Ramaphosa, he almost quoted Kibaki. He is in the same footsteps like Mandela. Mandela is an icon in the world. So even for him to try and compare the two slightly, it shows all over the world how Kibaki is recognized. Kibaki, the greatest president. Not once in this forum have I said that. I've said I saw Jomo Kenyatta's role. In fact, I was a grown-up. I saw Moi's 24 years. I saw Kibaki, Jomo was 15 years. I saw Moi's 24 years. I saw Kibaki's 10 years. And I saw Uhuruto. I've seen it, 10 years. For people who have been in the panel, you remember I said Kibaki is the best among them, and I could give him 9 out of 10. Maybe Uhuru, I could have given him more, but now, that's why you hear me mentioning Uhuruto. This leadership has been different because we have been working under the new constitution of 2010. So it's not like he has been ruling alone or governing alone. They are joined. So this one is Uhuruto. It doesn't measure for their own problems, whatever the difference they have had, they have not measured to the scales I would have expected. So they can't measure up to Kibaki, Uhuruto. I repeat, the leaderships I've seen, Jomo, Kenyatta, Daniel Moi, Mwai Kibaki, and Uhuruto. Kibaki is the best. Now, Ruto remarks, fake, no comment. Raila Ruto handshake, it's okay. Raila is an elder, and this is a wise man. And also, I've said other times that when once grows old, he is mellowed by age. If you are violent, you become soft. Like me, I could box somebody way back, but now even if you bring controversy, I run away. I don't want either physical or verbal. I run away. I don't do that. So Raila, being an elder, he has wisdom, and his handshake with Ruto is not also genuine. Maybe these handshakes, some of them are fake, but you have to do it to please the public. So let me listen. In fact, today I want to listen more than talking. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Nyumba, tunashukuru kwa usia wako, maoni yako na hekima yako. Let's keep the conversation going, and it's good that we look at the politics holistically. The greatest compared to who and who. It's good to declare that somebody is the greatest, but bring in the scenario like you have given us, compared to Kenyatta, compared to Moi regime, and then is the greatest. So it's good that we look at it from that perspective. Young people have a way of cutting off everybody else and declaring that this is senior without bringing the rest of the things for us to compare and contrast. It's almost becoming a culture where everybody wants to push for their point without substantiation or defending your line of thought. Well, naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Wangira, namna gani?
Bernard mzuri, habari ya leo?
Fiti.
Na wasalimu ndugu zanguni walio katika studio leo.
Karibu tunapea salamu. Now, give me 1 minute. There is a campaign I've started. I want us to push the number of viewership. So if you are able to share and invite somebody to view, it is important that you do that, please, so that we regain. We have dropped on our viewership since I traveled to Bungoma and came back. We must get back to our usual numbers of 10K. We are below that, so it's important that we invite people. We are now at 500 viewers on one part. Let's ensure if you are viewing on YouTube, invite somebody. If you are viewing on Facebook, invite somebody to join so that we are growing as we talk and discuss. Thank you very much.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes.
Tangatanga team welcome in this forum. I can also invite. Or it's only meant for.
Is allowed to.
It's meant for the Assimio only.
Bwana Mala, wewe umekuwa hapa miaka mingi, wewe ndio tangatanga icon ya tangatanga yenyewe. Kama uko hapa, nani anaweza kataliwa? Mr. Wangira, go ahead.
Okay. Before I move on, Caleb was supposed to substantiate on something which he has not done. You know, we don't want to dwell on rumor mongering here. Bernard, you put him on toes so that he substantiates what he claimed that Thika Highway was. Now to my point.
Mr. Wangira, just hold on. We are still waiting for the video. When it's ready, watatupatia. So ukipata video, nitumie link hapo kwa private chat, nitaleta hapa tuchezee kila mmoja asikie.
Okay.
Brother wajaileta inamaanisha haijapatikana. Wacha tusubiri, wataileta. Mr. Wangira, go ahead.
Okay, sawa. Now to my point, on Uhuru Kenyatta declining to handshake with William Ruto. You know, I think when I grow up, I just want to be like Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, for a long time, we in Africa are fond of sugarcoating. You know, when relationships are not working, you just say they are not working. The way it's not working between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. So Uhuru Kenyatta is not obligated to sugarcoat anything, and that's why it's being real by not handshaking William Ruto's hand. And again, you know, William Ruto reminds me of that rat. You know, there's a saying in my vernacular that there's this rat that, you know, at night, when you are asleep, it goes on biting you. And when it discovers that you have noticed, you know, it blows some air around the area that it has bitten you so that you don't feel the pain. You know, William Ruto is behaving like that particular rat. And again, I tend to believe that the goals are already off here. And after we bury former President Mwai Kibaki, and after Raila Odinga becomes the now nominated presidential candidate for Azimio, we are going to see the real Uhuru Kenyatta going outside and saying whatever he wants to say. Back now to Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. You know, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki is credited for the transformation of the Kenyan economy. And for that, we need to credit Emilio Mwai Kibaki. But you know, as a person, and I've said it here, I said it here last week and I'll say it here again, that I also have my own reservations about Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. You know, the period between 2003 and 2007 was supposed to have been a period of renewal. And that's why in 2002, 67% of Kenyans voted for Emilio Mwai Kibaki. You know, that is the president who has ever received, that's the president who has received the highest approval by the Kenyan citizens since the Kenyan independence. 67% of them voted for Emilio Mwai Kibaki across all Kenyan tribes. And if you can remember in 2002, Kenyans were rated as the most hopeful people. But what happened? There's something that happened that we must say it here because I am a student of history and I want to set records straight so that in future, if anybody has to watch my clip, he'll say that Wangira said ABCD. You know, the Kibaki Tosha, the Kibaki Tosha proclamation by Raila Odinga was supposed to have been about the Kenyan dream. But to me, I think in a way, Mwai Kibaki betrayed the Kenyan dream. And when I say that in a way, I believe that Mwai Kibaki betrayed the Kenyan dream. I have two or three reasons why I believe that Mwai Kibaki betrayed the Kenyan dream. You know, as much as a country is about economy, the country is also about national unity. So we have the software part and the hardware part, and these two parts must be compatible. And you know, Mwai Kibaki could have succeeded on the hardware, which I'll call the economy today, and which I'll call the brick and the mortar. But he failed on the software. And that's why by the time we got into 2005, Kenya as a nation was very, very divided. For those people who remember, as we went for the referendum in 2005, Kenya was a very, very divided nation. And you know why Kenya was a very divided nation? Because of this thing I call betrayal. In 2002, when Raila said Kibaki Tosha, he said Kibaki Tosha on one condition, that when Kibaki becomes president of the Republic of Kenya, he was going to ensure that Kenyans get the new constitution that was the Bomas draft within the 100 days. Did we get that particular constitution in 100 days? Many Kenyans who are good students of history will tell you no. And you even remember Michuki telling us openly that it was not about getting the new constitution, but it was about removing President Moi. So, you know, Kibaki became the Kibaki of status quo. You know, instead of transforming Kenya and ensuring that Kenya gets the new constitution that he had promised them, you know, he went back to the status quo. And it's my belief as a student of history that had we have gotten that constitution that was Boma's draft in 2003, perhaps the post-elections that were experienced in 2007 could not have been there. Could not have been there. And it's also my belief that had we have gotten that Boma's draft in the 100 days in 2003, the issue that we have been struggling around BBI could not have been there, because you know the Bomas draft, for the people who have read the Bomas draft, you know the Bomas draft was catering for everything. It was even providing for the president, it was providing for prime minister, and it was providing for a number of areas that were going to transform this nation. And you know what happened? You know, when we got into 2003, the hardliners in Kibaki told him that there was no need to go the Bomas draft route. And you know how we ended up with the Griffith draft and where we ended up in 2005. So to me, I see a Kibaki who failed this nation in that particular area, and a Kibaki who betrayed the Kenyan dream. But I also need to credit Kibaki, and that's my final part of contribution this evening. I want to credit Kibaki for one thing, that after 2007, he discovered that he had failed Kenyans, you know. And after discovering that he had failed Kenyans, one thing he agreed, even against the wishes of the hardliners within his government, to share government with Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And the other most important thing that Kibaki did was to ensure that we got the 2010 constitution that we are enjoying today. So I'll credit Kibaki for that. And as he rests tomorrow, may God rest may God rest his soul in eternal peace, Bernard. Ni hayo tu. Asante.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Wangira. Naomba tusikize Mama Selina ndio turudi kwa Wilfred. And tunaendelea na hiyo campaign. If you are if you're following the broadcast, invite somebody to watch. If you are in the studio using your laptop, you can join the discussion on the phone and then share it. It's easier to share it on the phone as you are in the studio on the laptop, or vice versa. And then when you drop out, like you are doing something, please share to various groups in Facebook, various groups, even on WhatsApp, so that we get more people listening and learn from what is happening here. Thank you very much. Marcelina, karibu.
Asante sana Penat. Na shukuru wa Kenya, na shukuru nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa siku ya leo wameomboleza marehemu the late our president Mwai Kibaki. Penat, nimeona ya kwamba leo wakati walikuwa Nyayo Stadium, naona umesema Rais Uhuru aliskip, ama watu ya UDA wanalia handshake, wanataka asalamiwe. Lakini Penat, hapo nataka kusema kitu moja. Watu ya UDA, they are so much churching in President Uhuru bila kujua hawa wenyewe. Penat, kama wewe ni Mkristo, na hata Biblia, hata kila mtu anasema, in case zingine, hata hiyo wakati ya hizo ya mashishi, wakati ya wakati ngumu, hakuna haja kudanganyana. Ni kama vile watu wanasema, nikikufa Penat usikuje mashishi yangu, na unaenda against the will of the dead. Hii story nasikia ati watu wanasema Uhuru alilete shida. Why do we lie to Kenyans? Na nani alianza? Ni Uhuru alianza kupiga tribute yake, ama ni tribute yake alianza kutoka kwa mkono wa rais? Kukuja kudanganya wa Kenya na kusmile aisaidii Penat. Kenyans know really what is happening between them. Na kwa nini unitusi, uniite machina, alafu mbele ya watu unakuja kusema ati our excellency the president anafuata footsteps ya Kibaki, ametengeneza serikali? Who are these people lying to? You are lying to yourself. Kama unipendi, unipendi. Period. Na rais ako na right. Tuko wakati ya corona. He has a right to say hi. He has a right to say no. Na hii wakati si ya kupembelezana, na si ati rais anataka kura. Hakuna kura anataka. Ni Uhuru wako kwa ballot. Nimeona baba na Ruto wamesalamiana. Hawa ndio wako kwa ballot, wasalamiane huko. But kama rais hajakusalamia, kilio ni ya nini? Ukianza vita, rais aliwaambia tufanye kazi kwanza, wakati ya siasa itafika. So kuja kuambia wa Kenya hapa ati rais alilete utafauti. Who doesn't know ya kwamba rais na tribute yake hawako pamoja? They were twins brothers. There were one is white shirts, one is red ties. There one is walking like side by side. So kama side by side imeisha, the red t-shirts are over, the white shirts and coats carrying in the back is over. What else do you want? We have 3 months to get a new president of the Republic of Kenya. Atujakuja kama Asimio or anybody who support Baba or anybody who support Ruto, who support Uhuru. We have never come to cry babies here. We always say the fact. Penat, I want to thank those supporters of Asimio. We are not crying babies like Alonso and the crying babies of deputy president. They are trying to let Kenyans know their weakness. We are opening the eyes. We see you guys. Kama sijakusalamia wakati ya corona, who knows? Ama mulikuwa mumelete ugonjwa musalamie ndio maneno ifanyike. No, Wakati hii si ya kusalamia mtu Bernard, mpaka August tupige kura. Nani anajua hii watu naweza salamia wewe na kumbe no. Hiyo handshake for now no. We don't have any handshake until after election. Na kumbuka wakati Moi alikuwa na handover, sisi wengine tulilia karibu tunakufa. Wakati mzee aliruhusiwa mpaka hata mimi ni mama lakini wacha niseme alirushiwa vitu mbaya sana. Mlikuwa wapi wakati hiyo? So uwezi kutuambia tofauti. Moi alisema Ruto alikuwa hiyo wakati ya Moi, I know that.
Alirushiwa nini? Can you clarify? Alirushiwa nini?
Mafi. Ulitaka kusikia hiyo? Alirushiwa hiyo. So wakati hiyo maneno mbaya ilifanyika, tukumbuke Kenya tuliona sisi wote, wengine hapa walikuwa wadogo, wengine walikuwa wasee. Tusikumbushane vitu iliisha. Moi alifanyiwa ile alifanyiwa. Na Raila huyu mnaongea sahi, wakati alisema Kibaki tosha, alikosana na kina Nyachai, alikosana na everybody else, na akasimama akasema Kibaki tosha. Wakati Kibaki alipata accident wakitoka Machakos, Raila mwenyewe alipata Kibaki amewekwa kwa ndege kwa economic, alitoa na akaketi na yeye kwa first class, akampeleka mpaka London. Alirudi kama mwanaume akafanya siasa. Kibaki akaapishwa. There headlines. Hata leo baba atakuwa rais, tutakuwa na watu kama wale walikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki, tutakuwa na watu kama wale wako kwa serikali ya Uhuru, tutakuwa na watu wale walikuwa kama serikali ya Moi. Mimi mwenyewe nashukuru Mungu nilipata chance ya kupeleka delegation kwa Kibaki na nikaenda State House wakati tulikuwa na nomination ya Nakuru, wakati kijana ya Miruki aliwin. That is where I met Martha Karua, Karume and the late Michukis. So Kibaki kuna watu walikuwa nafanya kwa serikali yake. Nasikia mnaongea mambo ya super highway. Martha Karua alisimama alisema wakati yeye alikuwa minister of water, Raila alikuwa minister of roads, na walifanya kazi successful. Ya Kibaki ni kukuwa na ministers walikuwa wanamwamini. Hii ya 27 hii ya 207 ndiye vita ikakuja kufanyika ni Atlas, kwa sababu kama wewe ni rais, even today Azimio, baba akimaliza first term, wale tunakuwa karibu na yeye tungependa kuona baba akiendelea. Those people that day walikuwa na Kibaki, they are very strong depending serikali ya Kibaki. Ikakuja nusu mkate ikiongozwa na Kofi Annan. Martha Karua alikuwa ya Kibaki, Musalia Mudavadi na wengine walikuwa ya baba. So we want to say this, mkienda kucheza mpira kuna two groups, na hiyo groups Kibaki alikuwa mtu mzuri sana, na pia mnajua Kibaki alikuwa rais wetu na aliweza kufanya kazi, but still he was not feeling well. Nataka kusema hawa watu walisimamia serikali ya Kibaki mpaka uchumi ikarudi. Hata raia nakumbuka tulikuwa tunaambiwa tushike mpaka polisi and penalty. Unajua vile polisi walikuwa napatikana, kuna mama moja Mkale alipatikana, alikimbishwa mpaka kwa shamba, na tukajua vile polisi walikuwa naipa pesa na kuweka kwa mamawe, raia silitoa. Wakati hiyo nchi ya Kenya ilikuwa imesimama na walikuwa wanataka kupigana na corruption. That is why we are saying, kama wewe ukukua ama ukuje hapa usimame utuonyeshe vile Kibaki alikuwa mzuri, ama utuonyeshe vile Kibaki na Raila walikosana, but yetu ya muhimu penat, mtu anasema swara anauliza, siulisi ule ameniua, na ulisa ule alinipika mawe mahali nilikuwa nimejificha na nikatoka nje. So we are talking of Raila akitoa rais kukuwa rais ya Kenya. Kama angemuacha mafichoni atungejua usuri ya Kibaki. So that is what I want to say kama leo. Mambo hizi sa handshake, hatukusalamiana, tunasalamiana. It doesn't matter. Munataka kusalamiana ndio mtuambie leo Uhuru na Ruto. Uhuru is a clever man. Na kuna intelligent Kenya, msisahau. Kuna wale watu wanaongoza rais wanamwambia jinsi ya kufanya. Hii handshake mnataka kutumia. So I thank God Uhuru, our beloved president, amesimama imara. Huwezi kuja kwangu, unaenda chokosa rais kwake, unaenda mpaka kwa mlango na unaenda kuongea maneno, and then tomorrow you want to come and say, oh, akusalamiana. Usuri hiyo ni ya nini? Kama tuliko sana. Muache kukuja kukua crying baby supper. Penat, nataka kushukuru. Leo hii weekend, at least hii Mutembei TV, I feel I'm part of it. Saa ile niko kasi nasikia mbaya sana, lakini ninawafuata. Nataka kurudia kusema followers ya Mutembei TV, watu ya Azimio, batu nataka kupeana hizo nafasi yenye sisi ni TV yenye tutaendelea. Tutakuwa kwa ofisi ya Deputy President tukiclaim nafasi yetu kama Mutembei TV, tunaclaim nafasi yetu kama Wakenya. Sisi wenye tuko diaspora tunachipanga, tumeambiwa na baba tutakuwa na ofisi ya diaspora Kenya, na sisi wenye tuko out of our country. Disappointment yenye tulipata tu moja ni kwamba we did not make it to register, na tulikuwa tumelia sana. Tumekuwa tukichapa wa Kenya sana. Tumekuwa tukichapa all the races. Tukisema diaspora tumenyimwa kupiga kura. Penat, saa ile umepatiwa mtoto tulishindwa kulea. So hapo hatuwezi laumu mtu. Sisi ndiye wenye makosa. Tulitamani mtoto sana, lakini saa ile tulipatiwa tulishindwa kununulia manguo, tumeshindwa kulea. But next time tunataka kuambiana ya kwamba kama tulikuwa na frustration ya embassies, baba kutaka kusikia hiyo. Tulitaka kujitetea kusema ni mbali, lakini baba alisema hiyo yote ni bure. So tulikubali makosa, lakini hiyo kura zetu 700 tunajua itatusaidia. And sometime Penat, Mungu ni mwema. Ukiona vile tulishindwa hata sisi tukiwa Amerikani na supporters ya kila site wenye walikuwa na mkutano wakisema tunaingia State House. Penat 700, baba akichukua 300 hata wengine wachukue 400, haifanyi, haina tofauti. Otherwise, mkiona hatu kutokea, nina hofu ya kwamba supporters wengine ni mdomo tu. So sisi ni kama wale wanaendanga mkutano kupika makofi na tunapiga nduru, lakini ikifika the right time, ile ya wakati ya ukweli, sisi atumo. Wale pia awamo, wale wanafaa yellow, wanatembea, wanalia barabarani. Ikifika siku ya ukweli inajulikana wamama, real wamama na wababa ya ukweli. Like that day you will know the real men and the real women of Kenya. So Penat, nataka kuachia hapo, lakini kama tunakuja kuongea kwa hii Mutembei TV, I know ni ya kila mtu. Penat, we ni moderator, unakubali chama yote, lakini sisi ukikuja kama mimi ni mfuasi ya baba, niuse baba na ukweli, nisiuse baba na uongo, mpaka wenye wananisikiza ninapoteza kura ya baba nikifikiria na mtengenezea. I'm really sorry kwa watu ya UDA. They are trying so much hard kufikiria wana support Deputy President ama Kenya Kwisha ama Kenya Kwanza ama Kenya wherever, but wanatoa mmoja akiongea watu 10 wanatoka. Kwa sababu wanakuja na uongo, wanakuja na vitu si ya ukweli. Kama msichana ni mweusi, uite mweusi. Pena tata nikijipaka ama nianze kuweka poda nini. But ikifika usiku unione mimi ni real Selina, utashangaa, is this the lady I was following? Hiyo ni watu wanatafuta. Let us speak facts. Na kama wewe ni kijana, enda soma, chua ile. Kwa sababu unaambia watu wenye wanajua nini ilifanyika. Ukituambia hiyo maneno tulikuwa hapo. Wakati ya Moi we were there. I want to thank God. Niliserve serikali ya Moi, mkiniona nilikaa na Moi. Nashukuru Mungu na nilikaa na Kibaki. Ruto na Uhuru tulikuwa na hawa KANU. So those are our people. Nashukuru Mungu. Lakini wale wana support watu yao, mtukuchie na ukweli at least. Nilisema penalty. I really want one day.
Sawa Mama Selina.
Munipatie siku moja, Azimio munipatie nafasi siku moja. Nipatlike tu nikue UDA, niuse usuri ya UDA siku moja tu, ndio hii watu wajue we know what is going on in Kenya. Ni vile tu tuko upande ingine. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina, nashukuru. Na kwa pointi ya diaspora na low voter registration, kazi kwenu sasa. Kama hamna kura, basi muhakikishe wale watu wako na kura hapa nyumbani wamepata uwezo wa kwenda kupiga kura. So if you don't vote directly, vote indirectly by getting 10 votes for Baba, 20 votes for Baba, or otherwise. When we do that sensitization and mobilization for people to go out and vote, that part and parcel of it. Reverting back to my biblical point of view, inasemekana wale walienda vita na wale walingoja mji wakati watu wameenda vita. Tukisharudi kutoka kwa vita, kila mtu anapewa mgao sawa. So there are those who send people for war, and there are those who remain home to keep the home while people in the war. When we come back with the spoil, everybody gets equal spoil. So equal share of the spoil. So it is important that we keep that up, and let's after this nomination thing and ratification by IEBC, the main agenda is now to get people to the booth and vote, because kuna wale ambao wana assume baba ashapata ama DP ashapata. Haiwezi kupata kabla uende kwa booth na vote. And voting also, I had a radio station today training people on how to vote. We need to begin that early so that people vote. No wasting of votes. Make sure you tick within the box, not outside the box. Tick against the person you are voting for, and make sure that you are deliberate about it. Nashukuru sana. Naomba sasa kabla tusikilize video nyingine, tumsikilize huyu Wilfred, alafu tusikilize video ndio tulete wengine. Bwana Wilfred, sorry Wilfred, one moment. Caleb, what is it?
Mr. Bernard, I had some issue concerning Mama Selina's sentiments. You know, Mr. Bernard, I have a reservation about where she was trying to urge. You know, Bernard, you are saying that you are trying to run a promotion to have more viewers. I don't think it would be right for Mama Selina to only invite for the people from the Azimio side. And again, the use of the words like the Kenya Kuisha and all that, you know, sometimes that's what drives other people away who have contrary opinion. So I think sometimes when she's trying to present ideas and all that, she should be a little bit of cautious, because there are people, other people are watching it. There's somebody maybe who can be converted to Azimio, but in the right way. So trying to use that some of those words does make some of us where we are.
Caleb, you have been here with yourself and your own mouth talking about Azimio ya watu kuzimia. Sasa saa unaumwa sababu ya Kenya Kuisha. Sisi hatujazimia, tuko hapa na
Bernard,
relax, that's politics now.
Bernard, sometimes we don't know how to pronounce. Unajua kama unapenda, nilisema siku moja, mwanaume akiwa na wasichana wawili, mmoja anaitwa Grace, mwingine anaitwa Chen, na kwa sababu anapenda Grace sana, anasahau anaita Jane Grace, alafu anasema na hiyo jina hiyo Grace sijini ni sister yangu. So hizi majina we forget, you know. I don't know.
Bernard, you don't have any other person to contribute. Bernard.
Thank you, Bwana Mala.
Yeah, can you give somebody else to contribute? Huyo mama hakuna kitu ametuambia.
Acha hiyo mchezo wako tafadhali Bwana Mala. Wewe hujakuja hapa jana.
Kitu ya kusema kama sina kitu.
Subiri Mama Selina. Mama Selina, take it easy.
1 minute.
Take it easy, please. Take it easy.
I respect you.
Hold on, Mama Selina. Just hold on. Thank you. Let me handle Mala for now. Bwana Mala, sikiliza tafadhali. You've been here on this platform as long as I know, and you know our rules of engagement. Our purpose is not just for somebody to speak and another person to speak. We are facilitating a conversation, and there are people following who are listening. Those listeners need to know the beginning and the end of the conversation. So it is not just a matter of who got their turn to speak and did they finish. We need to have
I totally agree with you, Bernard, but you are biased. You are biased.
Okay, if I am biased, I accept it. But if you want to run the show, that is not going to be possible until further notice. Thank you very much. Bwana Wilfred, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Allow me to be behind the screen. My light is not very good. I'm happy for tonight's discussion. And I was incited to come in because of my brother Caleb. I think he is a good example of Buddha followers out there. Not that they do not have a right to follow, but I find it very difficult.
Bwana Wilfred, raise your voice and move closer to the mic so that you are audible enough for the viewers.
Okay, let me try to move the laptop close. Can I be heard now?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
better.
so
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying that my friends like Caleb bring out a clear image of the Uda mindset, which is okay. But I have a feeling that they are mostly young people who do not know history and they do not appreciate history. For example, you look at Raila as a person, forget about his struggles to get the big seat, and look at what he has done all along from the Moi era when he joined the government, the Kanu government with his LDP. Then the government ran smoothly, then come to the Kibaki era, which he personally helped to create and formed the Rainbow Coalition. Then after that, he was kicked out. And then in the next government of Mwai Kibaki, he had to come in through several interventions after a contested election where we believe that he won. Then in the Uhuru government, he was very instrumental in helping Uhuru to clear his second term, which would otherwise be that Uhuru would have been thrown out. Now, whether people like it or not, it is a fact that Ruto was throwing Uhuru out of government. And I just don't understand how all these years Raila was not able even to steal a 5-year term. He has been very friendly to all these people, but the best he has gotten is insults, mutu ya vitendawili, yule muganga, yule mchawi, very funny names. But when he was helping them rise to government or to be able to run government, he was a good person. So I do not know how it becomes difficult to choose when you have Ruto on one side and Raila on another side. Like our friend Mother Karua said, and remember Mother Karua was one of the main critics of Raila during the forming of the Nusumkate. Mother Karua said that if given two choices, Ruto on one side and Raila on another, he would choose with closed eyes. There was no challenge there. He would choose Raila. So it becomes very difficult even for Ruto himself, for Raila himself to find himself in a scenario where his main competitor is Ruto. But somehow, using the magic of money, the youth should know that Ruto survives on handouts, giving handouts, buying crowds, buying individuals, buying MPs, buying everybody, buying everything he can get his hands on, and with the sources of finances which are questionable. And the important thing to note here is that Ruto has never come on the limelight to defend himself on allegations of impropriety of funds and land issues. So I do not know why it becomes very difficult to give Baba even one term, test him and see what happens before his years become a difficulty for him to run again. And lastly, I would say I'm happy with Caleb because he is able to stay on. And that is the kind of a discussion we want, a discussion where you say something and you remain here to defend it, not put a bombshell and run away and let people argue about it. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Wilfred, I appreciate that. Just before I bring in this video, I would love to respond to one Pastor Matthew. It's Matthew Maura. He says Raila will be a puppet. Assuming that that pastor title is really pastor, no pastor should have any problem with a puppet, because as pastors we are puppets. we yield to God to use us to be of help. So a good leader must be led, not lead themselves only. I found that to be a good thing for me to push it. So if you enjoy pastoring by God puppeting you, you should let Raila Odinga be puppeted for the good of this country, if that is going to help. Thank you very much. Naomba tusikilize hii alafu tumsikilize nani, Rakela.
And retired President Mwai Kibaki is currently underway at the former president's residence in Muthaiga. This is the latest in a series of high-profile meetings that the former prime minister has been holding with various leaders. Last week, Odinga visited retired President, that is Moi, at the latter's Kabrak home, a meeting that has led to a lot of political speculation. Sam Ogina has been following these stories. Now in Muthaiga, Sam Ogina, if you can hear me, do you know who else is at that meeting and what the agenda could be?
Rightly so, Gituku. The details remain scanty on exactly what the agenda of the meeting is, but right outside here, the Muthaiga home of the former president, that is Mwai Kibaki. Let me just take you through on some of the attendees for this particular meeting. A high-profile meeting, as you said, and of course, apart from the opposition chief Raila Odinga, the other individuals who are attending this particular meeting is the Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, Kisumu Governor, that is Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, and also interesting names here because I'm seeing Laikipia Governor Nderitu Mureithi, as well as the head of public service Joseph Kinyua, equally attending that particular meeting here at Muthaiga, as well as Stephen Kirogo, an officer from the office of the cabinet, that is, and as well as Paul Mwangi, who acts as the opposition chief lawyer or strategist, as well as Jimmy Kibaki. Going through those names, that is around 7 individuals attending this particular meeting here at Muthaiga. So given the names that we are seeing attending this particular meeting, actually very interesting names, we really do not know what exactly is the agenda for this particular meeting, given that even the head of public service is attending this particular meeting here today. But of course, from the previous meetings that we've seen, starting with the handshake, the famous handshake at the steps of Harambee House with President Uhuru Kenyatta, the narrative has been that it is time to bury the hatchet and sort out the political nemesis within the country's political landscape and move forward as a country so that there is that unity, saying that it is time that the country moves from divisive politics. It is time that the country moves from ethnic divisions each and every particular election year. And of course, that is the same message that was actually moved or actually pushed forward when the opposition chief met with retired President Daniel Moi at his Kabarak home. So these meetings that have been currently happening, or rather that the opposition chief has been championing lately, of course, a lot of people reading say mischief, depending on where you sit really. Others are reading mischief, others are saying it is actually something good for the country, but particularly for the supporters of Deputy President William Ruto, it has not gone down well with them, saying that the maneuvers that the former Prime Minister is actually orchestrating in the political landscape somewhat is probably himself trying to angle for the 2022 presidential race. If he will be in that particular race is anyone's guess, but at the moment, of course, high-profile meetings that can actually just leave anyone to guess precisely on what is the agenda of the former Prime Minister, whether to unite the country, whether he is preparing himself for 2022, or whether he's also preparing his kin for 2022. That is, of course, anyone's guess, Gituku.
And Sam, for how long has this meeting been going on? And do you have any indication whether there will be a press conference at least now to inform the country on what the agenda was, so that the speculation that you just talked about is dispelled of some sort?
Remember, Gitugu, that the first meeting actually took place at Capitol Hill, and that was the opposition chief meeting with Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko and Kisumu Governor Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. That meeting that happened from around 11 in the morning to around 12 thereabout. Of course, from there they moved from Capitol Hill in Upper Hill all the way here to Muthaiga. We understand by around 12:30 they were here. So give and take around 45 minutes for that particular meeting here at Muthaiga. Of course, what we know or what we understand is there will be a statement that will be issued by the spokesman of the former president, that is Mwai Kibaki. The spokesman Ngari Gituku might be issuing a statement on the meeting here today, essentially breaking it down on exactly what is it that the two gentlemen will be, or the two gentlemen have talked about, have agreed, and the way forward, Gituku.
All right, thank you so much, Sam, and stick to that story so that you can tell us.
Okay, thank you. One more, just before Raquel comes in.
Forget what I believe is fundamental. In life, between persons, the most important thing is not that you hit the other fellow and knock him down. It is rather that you come to understand each other, that you speak to him, you try and persuade him, because then he'll become your friend and you cooperate. So in my approach to any problem, I'm seeking always to a way that we can do it together, rather than some friends of mine who think that if you have a contrary opinion, their mission is to make sure they knock you down and you're out of their way. They think you're blocking. But I have always believed that we must seek reconciliation between human beings. That is a more lasting solution.
Those who have interacted with Kibaki politically or otherwise confirm the consistency in his gentleman-style politics.
Okay, thank you. Let's now listen to Raquel as Wekesa comes in. Raquel,
yeah. Okay, so I hope you can hear me all. And good evening to you all. And I really like the way Kibaki has spoken. I think he has summarized it. Just the fact that he, in that particular statement, he was very reconciliatory. And when you look at, I was just thinking through like Raila's journey. Raila is a peacemaker. And the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Because if you think about it, for a man, you know, men have this thing called ego. For a man to let another man take the seat, you know, the presidential position, when it's just at his, you know, at his doorstep, is not easy. It must have taken a lot of courage for him to say Kibaki Tosha. So just looking through what the legacy of you know, Kibaki and Raila, you find that Kibaki is here talking about reconciliation. And I really like the way he's saying it. He's saying, look, we don't have to fight and cut each other down. Let us find a way of reasoning together. Let us find a way of sorting it out. And actually, that is what always works. So Raila said Kibaki Tosha, and he got into a handshake with Kibaki. Then recently now, he got into a handshake with Uhuru. So he is building his legacy and he is setting a precedent. Now, there are many countries where that does not happen, and we know that. There are many countries right now where there's a lot of, you know, serious fighting because people just cannot agree. Actually, the interesting thing is, of course, we've had, you know, different views on the handshake, but definitely the concept, the whole principle of a bridge and of handshakes is reconciliatory. So for me personally, I really salute Mzee Kibaki with, you know, his issues. There is nobody who is perfect. On the handshake that Uhuru refused to engage in with Ruto, I think, as you've all said, and I agree, you know, Uhuru is hurting. He is hurting. This is someone who abuses your mother. Can you imagine? This is someone who's just so disrespectful. So I think it's just difficult for Uhuru to express himself as a president, and to also show, you know, to return some of those insults. So the only way he can do it is when he's in such a situation, he just goes off, and, you know, he's not willing to speak with him. But I still also appreciate the way Uhuru has tried, you know. And finally, I just wanted to comment on what Mama Selina had mentioned about the diaspora voting. Yes, even in the Gulf, it was not very good. But I guess in the Gulf, we have a very young diaspora, by the way, very youthful people. Some of them are first-time voters or maybe second, third-time voters. So you're dealing with a vote block that does not really understand the value of voting. Because I think in the other diasporas, because you have professionals, you know, have a lot of people in professional positions, they are older. And then the immigration setup in some of those other countries is different. In the Gulf region, you have young people, very young people. Many of them do not really understand exactly what the value of voting. And I know there was, you know, some appeals for them to go to the, you know, to our consulate in Dubai and to our embassy in Abu Dhabi. The only thing I must fault IBC, and we did talk, and we are hoping they will include it, because we had several meetings with them and we sat with them in hotels and we said, look, we don't like this because we didn't see enough voter education done. Now, for me, I am okay. I have a lot of, you know, interest in voter education. I mean, sorry, in voting. But then the young ones, especially in area Gulf, they are very young. So we didn't have enough voter education. And the problem is there was no structure within IEBC to allow voter education to go on, unless, you know, the way the system is structured, it's only them who can conduct it. But I'm hoping going forward, we should have a setup whereby it should be possible for appointed consultants to who are resident in those countries to conduct voter education. Because for an IBC crew to come to the Gulf, for example, it costs money. It's a lot of money. There is the per diem, and there is even the leaving of their own normal duties to come and spend time away. You know, how long can they stay? They cannot stay for a month or more. It's too much. So we are saying, going forward, if it is possible, there needs to be continuous voter registration, hopefully, so that even in the diaspora, we still have all the time, we have the voter registration and education. And so I know, I think is it in 2007, I was a voter educator in Kenya. And it was a very good experience because I remember, and I don't know why IBC is not doing this. I remember those years we would go and sit with people, women groups, we would sit with them and talk to them and tell them why they have to vote. We tell them how they have to vote, and they asked us questions. And it was not in a fancy 5-star hotel, no. Ilikuwa huko mashinani, huko kwa ma village. And that is what I think IEBC should be getting into in terms of educating the populace, because I'm happy to hear there is maybe a platform now, maybe a radio station that is even teaching people where exactly to put the tick. So I think there's a lot of voter, people don't really know, especially the youth. So we needed to have a very strong voter campaign that is funded by the IEBC or even donors. In our days, I remember all the donors. There was even, that's when I remember Tabitha Sei, Martha Karua. Those were the days when civic movement was very strong. Watch us easy. Those days when you were in civil society. I mean, personally, me, I was on the environment side. You know, we were serious. But these days, unfortunately, we don't have that. Unakuta mtu anatakana akuwe kwa civic, mara anaongea hivi, mara anaongea hivi. So one of the things I'm really hoping, will come out of the processes as we go forward, voter education should be something that is taken seriously. If we don't have the budget for it, yes, because we have a lot of competing interests. I know there are many partners, who can give support to pay people to actually conduct that, because our voters that time were very, very well educated, because I was one of those, because I used to be in a non-profit, in an NGO. And then the whole thing of registration for diaspora should be continuous. This is our humble request. Can they please allow us to continue, so that kila saa ukienda huko kwa kina consulate, maybe unaenda shughuli zako, unaenda una register, and then they should be updating us, and they should have even involve the Kenyans. They don't have to, IEBC does not have to do everything, because it's expensive. It is expensive, but they can use the resources, because there are people here who are teachers. There are people who are professional teachers. They can use those resources, bring them, hawatawaitisha maybe a consultancy fee of, amount plus per diem. No. So I think we need to really get into governance, proper management with the little money we have. We may not have all the money, but with the resources and the little money that there is, we can restructure so that even those of us who are here, as we do our other things, because we are professionals, we are qualified, we have a lot of experience, but it goes to waste. And you find like IEBC have to travel all the way. First of all, this is a terrain they don't even know. Then they are staying in a place, and then it's difficult. But for us, we know who is who and where they are and what time to reach them, and even how to reach them, and the issues, because there are certain issues, for example, in the Gulf, that limited our young people. Some of them were willing, because we did do our own kind of initiative to sensitize, but then they have challenges which are beyond them. But if we had a proper system, serikali ingewasaidia. But now it was so rushed. Before we knew it, we saw there were IEBC people coming, and people were busy, and then it was not easy. So going forward, this issue of diaspora, I personally believe this is a lot of potential, a lot of value being ignored and wasted. If we can just organize ourselves as a country, the diaspora can release a lot of resources, and instead of wasting, because now importing people from Kenya to come and train people living here, yet the people living here, there are those within them who already have the knowledge. So for me, on voter education and voter registration, I second my sister. You got 700. I don't even know Dubai hata sijui ni ngapi tulipata. We didn't even want to ask, but at least we were happy. We took, personally, I was very happy. I think, by the way, I was the last one. Yes, I was the last person. I remember I even called. They were very nice, by the way. Our IEB officials were very, I had to call and tell them, please don't deny me, please. And they were so gracious. They actually waited. So when I arrived, like running, when I just got in, for me, it was such a momentous moment, because I knew that I needed to have my vote. And so when I walked in, it was such a joy. It's like, wow, because they had all been waiting. But what I'm saying is, we need to get our young people into voter education. People like Caleb, they need to now start being trained and educated so that by the next election, they are very well informed. So I think that's all I have to say for now.
Asante Raquel, we appreciate that. Katwe, what is it?
Actually, I just wanted to ask, by the way, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Rachel or Raquel? The way Bernard has decided to pronounce it from Bungoma. I just want to ask you, do you think IEBC is shying away from doing all that work because they fear voter apathy because of the political structures of the various countries that that are the respective countries, like for example Saudi Arabia, where we know that freedom of movement is a problem, and some of the Gulf countries that we know that their political stability vis-a-vis our social standards are different. Do you think that is the reason why IEBC is trying to evade doing the voter education and registration? Thank you.
That's a very valid question, actually. The whole thing of context, because yes, it is true. Uko America, the context, it is diaspora, but it's a very different context from the Gulf. Now, this, you are very right. You are very right that in some of the countries, there's a certain sensitivity about like mobilization or political debate. However, that is why IEBC needs to use residents. Because you see, for me, if you ask me to conduct a voter education exercise, the way I will structure it and the way I will approach, because I'm already here and I know the limits, I know how to frame it. It is very different from someone coming from Kenya, because when we come from Kenya, yes, they have the content, definitely, but the way we conduct voter education in Kenya, because it's a different context, is not the way we would do it here. So yes, it is possible that definitely it was possible, because you fly into a country like this, you don't even know where people meet and at what time, because in Dubai there are certain places, if you want to find Kenyans, there are the good places and the other places which are not so good, and then there are opinion leaders here. So if you don't understand that context, you will not be able to even mobilize people. So what you're saying, in fact, is, I'm very happy. What we are now saying is, let us allow the diaspora to be more engaged in governance, because the government benefits from the resources. When diaspora work, they send home, they repatriate a lot of money, and government is benefiting. So if you can receive our money, then allow us to participate in governance. And we don't all have to be MPs. We cannot all be diaspora MPs. But there are things we can do. Like now, if it's like now, they should even appoint maybe, people to come up. And it's the local people here, the resident people, who will go and liaise with the officials here and say, look, this is who we are. Because, we have relationships. When you stay here, like in every country, you know who to talk to. Like in this part of the world, we have relationships. And it's like a matter of saying, look, this is what we'll be doing, and at this time and at this time. So you are right. So there's this now whole conversation that is coming up of why is the diaspora not being involved, not being engaged when it comes to opportunities. Like when there is an event like Expo, instead of allowing local people like myself and others, not just me, who are here and are doing marketing, you bring in a group from Kenya. Why? They don't understand the landscape. They don't have the network. And also, why don't you support me? Because I'm a Kenyan and I repatriate my money home. So this conversation, I think, is one that personally I'm very interested in. And yes, the embassies have their issues. Sometimes, it's very difficult, but sometimes they try where they can, again, depending on the location. So yeah, you are right. The structure can affect the confidence of the IEBC to come in and start walking around and saying they are doing voter education. So they should use the local people, the infrastructure. Hiyo part watuachie. Hata na sisi tupate hiyo consultancy.
Okay, thank
Do
you.
you think you need representation as a constituency? Do you think it will be okay that for you to be represented? In my own opinion, do you think it's okay to be represented as a diaspora constituency in the parliament? as so that you can feel that you're included too?
Okay, for me, I've not had much interaction. I don't really have access to, decision makers. I don't know, maybe Mama Selina can advise us, hapo. But the issue of representation, I don't know how it would work if we can have a resident, like sort of member of parliament in the parliament. But from a purely business point of view, now I'm talking as a Dubai person, and I've seen this government operate. They are super smart. Where they see they can benefit in terms of resources, they facilitate. So I'm hoping that with time, the leaders will understand and will start to restructure their economic plans to accommodate the diaspora, not use them, not just repatriate money, but try and support them. Because do you know, the money we are sending, sometimes even just the people sending, I don't even know why we don't have Safaricom here. I'm very sorry to say. Safaricom is a brand, it's a global brand. They should be in Dubai. They should come here. They should set up. In fact, they should be in the Gulf region. This is a very hot market. So who is making the money from the Kenyans? We have Western Union, all those other guys. So these are some of the things that we need to start working on, getting the diaspora to be involved in governance and not just being used as, for the diaspora remittances.
Thank you, Raquel. Let's do this. Mama Selina, you will come in. Let me address something on the comment section. Olo, Gitash, Pastor Matthew, and the rest of you, please, let's keep the debate in focus. Let's not go personal and begin to call each other names and lose the focus. It's important that we remain within the framework of our debating. Refute what the pastor has said based on what he said, not his vocation or how many members he has, how many of them has he eaten. Ingati also sucked into the same. Please, let's respect each other. Please, let's respect each other and do what is required. Help the debate. Don't be here to cause distraction. We need to follow the debate, refute what is being said, or support what is being said. That is how to debate. Differ on opinion, differ on ideology, not on personal grounds. I be a pastor, you not being a pastor, and you wanted to run me because I'm a pastor. It's trying to do the impossible. So please, let's leave that out, please. And then there are also rules of engagement here. If you go personal or you go tribal or you begin to profile a community, those are things, the factors we put in consideration before we block you. We don't block you because you are ugly or beautiful. It is a matter of what are you selling, because this channel bears somebody's brand, somebody's name, and that is the legal name for this channel. It's not your name. Your name is for you just to make a comment. But when legal issues are raised, it will be Mtembei TV. And so it's our responsibility to see to it that we keep within the boundaries of the YouTube community, the Facebook community, and other social media handles that we are streaming on. So please bear with us. Don't look at it from one angle only, but respect each other, respect other people's vocation, stop going personal. Let's do politics that are clean and respectable. Thank you very much. Now, Bwana Wekesa, how are you today?
I'm good, Bernard.
Karibu, and I want you to chair. I'll need to go. I understand there is trouble in the Kikuyu section of the channel, so I'll leave and then come back later. I leave it with you so that I go deal with the other part. I hope that's okay with you.
Sir, let me submit first, then I can proceed. If that is okay with you.
Just a moment, Mama Lina.
Mama Lina, Marcelina.
Marcelina, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, Richel, wakati baba alisema watu discuss having a member of parliament ni ngumu, so watu waliona eri tukue na ofisi ya diaspora yenye tutakuwa na PS yenye itakuwa ina handle mambo ya diaspora. So I hope nyinyi from Dubai mutakuwa na representatives na tutakuwa na ofisi yetu yenye mambo yetu yote itakuwa inakuwa discuss na itakuwa based in Kenya, so that issues yetu hatutakuwa tunaendea watu, tutakuwa tuna table. Na baba alisema before election tunataka kila diaspora chapter watengeneze memorandum, wakiwa na memorandum, kwa sababu watu ya diaspora US si sawa na watu ya diaspora other places. So sisi kama diaspora tunajua tuko wengi, but itategemea. And again, the issues, the way you are talking about business, na wewe ofisi yako, tunajaribu sana tutakuconnect na wale watu watakuwa friends. Let me say this, I would like to, kwa sababu baba alisema na atawachia sana sana mambo mingi, maybe itakuwa kwa ofisi ya deputy rais ama itakuwa kwa wapi. So mimi ningesema hivi kama kina mama Rachel, karibu sana kujipanga, and tunataka kuwa watu ya mpango, hatutaki kuwa watu ya kusema. Na Rachel ukipanga na yetu ni open, pena hatufanyi ile ya kufichana. Kama tulikupatia namba tutafuata hiyo namba, and then kwa sababu wewe uko kwa Mtembei TV sitasema ndio tutakuwa na issues, but kama Mtembei TV tutajaribu kuconnect, kwa sababu wewe unajua ile watu wamekuwa wakiongea kwa hii TV na kutoa issues ya Kenya, hili sisi yote watu yote wapate kupeana mambo yao. So my sister, karibu sana. I know Dubai watu hata waliongea, kuna watoto wetu wanaumia sana, kuna mambo mingi imeenda wrong kwa hizo nchi za Arab country, na kuna mambo mazuri pia. So hatutaki kuchukua negative, tunataka kuwa na sote, lakini mutatueleza. So tutapeana hiyo machipu, lakini tengeneza memorandum, and then after you make it tutakuonyesha mahali ya kupeleka. Sisi tuko hapa tusaidiane, na atusemi, wacha tuseme Kenyans, the Kenyans of goodwill. Hata kama wewe ni Yahuda na unataka wewe uko diaspora, we cannot deny you mambo mazuri yenye uko nayo tuseme ni ya upande ile. We want to do it for Kenyans. We want to fanye kwa watu yetu wote, wale wanaumia na wale wanafanya biashara. So tutaan kila kitu over, tutapanga vizuri, alafu Bernard atatupatia program. Wale watu wametengeneza memorandum yao, tutauliza inapelekwa wapi, lakini tusilale tukuje tukachorewa, tupangiwe, tupate hiyo ofisi ya diaspora pia imechukuliwa na watu wabaya. So we want really to work hard na tuchuane watu ya diaspora kila mahali, tuone nani ni peta, tutafanya aje, alafu tuseme Dubai wakuwe na assistant ama Europe wakuwe na nini, at least tukue na watu yetu. Thank you so much, Bernard, but hivyo tu ningesema Rachel.
Okay. It's okay, Marcelina, we appreciate it. And Raquel, there is Kizito, naomba uingie studio so that you can exchange contacts. Kizito has been one of the people who are mobilizing diaspora, wherever diaspora vote registration. So they have, I think, a chapter that is working on that. So Kizito, naomba uingie kwa studio ndio we exchange contacts, ama you contact me, then I'll get to Raquel's number, and then you will be able to pick up from there and then help out. But all in all, let us ensure that we are responsible. Don't take people's numbers and abuse them. Well, we have always given the disclaimer. Meeting on Mtembei TV doesn't make Mtembei TV responsible for the exchanges you make and the business deals you cut. If you cut a business deal and it goes bad, it was not Mtembei TV. It's two people who met on the market, exchanged numbers, and did business. So mtafutane ile mlipatana. Lakini licha kusema hivyo, ni muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba tunaheshimiana kila mmoja. None of you. Grefas Ingati, please leave Pastor Matthew alone, please. If you are not debating about the debate we are having today in the topic, chana na hiyo maneno ingine. Tafadhali. It is wrong for you to meet somebody online and begin to run conclusions about the person. Story ya kuuza watoto sijui nini, please, unless you have some evidence and you know the pastor personally, na muonane nyuma ya tent mkamalizane, lakini hapa kwa online, please achaneni na hiyo, it's not helping much. Thank you very much. So Gizito is saying, give Gizito my number. Okay. I have gotten that. We'll see what to do. Now, Bwana Wekesa, as you come in, I just want you to note that Richard, Peggy, and Penny have not made their submission. The rest have made their submission. So make your submission quickly, then you, Richard, at come in as I prepare to go on the other side.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard, for hosting this show tonight on the farewell of late Emilio Mwai Kibaki, and a few things that popped out during the whole service. Yeah, I'll begin by saying that the speech for the president was powerful. He exemplified the dichotomy, bringing out issues of life. I think most of the things in life occur in pairs. He was asking several questions, and it was in relation to how you want to see Kibaki. Kibaki handled issues differently. Kibaki handled his victory differently. Kibaki handled his leadership differently. And I think the recurring question is, how do you measure man? And most of the time, people who have tried to measure themselves with Kibaki are found wanting. Yes, we saw in Parliament, Duale trying to say that our deputy president is the one who comes closer to President Mwai Kibaki, which makes it like what someone said, that sometimes when you say God is a father, most people have had their bad experience with fathers, don't like God. If God is like my father, I don't like that God. So if Kibaki is like one William Samoei Ruto, then we have already fallen in the scales of rating him. One Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, said that Kibaki comes closer to Mandela because for them, what Mandela was to their country is what Kibaki has been to Kenya. Maybe Mandela's liberation was more of political, but Kibaki's liberation was more economical. But nevertheless, they stand out, each one in their own field. This one in economy and the other one in a political sphere. And for me, that was okay. Yeah, we appreciate the presidents and the representatives who came from different parts, just to show how important this man was. I didn't hear the delegation from our neighborhood, the friends of Ruto, but I don't know. Maybe those who captured will tell me whether the friends of Ruto were around from our neighborhood. Yeah. And one thing I wanted to point out is the issues that Kina Caleb has been discussing here. I think Kibaki stands out. The reason why there was no handshake, let me begin from there. The reason why there was no handshake at Nyayo is because there are these people with this kind of mentality. Bernard, you used to be at school, and there are these students who normally come to school when there was a free milk. And there are these students who used to come to school when there were games because they were good in games. And some even could come to school because there is free lunch. And that is what our esteemed deputy president is exhibiting. All the time he has appreciated that he's an opposition leader. And that is what is his campaign platform. Walininyang'anya kazi yangu. So you cannot only be a deputy president of holidays and funerals. Honestly, and you want that moment to be granted that honor and attention. Because if you look at it was not one occasion when he sought to have the handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta. It was 2 occasions. And in between, there were too many occasions he sought for their attention. So when he entered, the president, yes, the greetings were there. The difference is the method. So don't tell us that he didn't greet him. They greeted each other. But the preferred method was not there, the shaking of hands. We can still exclude it. We are still in the season of Corona. And we are not sure. And Corona takes different dimensions. It can even become political Corona. And we are not sure whether it has healed or not. So if that, because there was no shaking of hand, I also observed there was quite a distance of 1 meter away. They tried to maintain that distance. And because their issues have not been sorted out. And we should not interpret Uhuru in our own culture and our own way of life. I and Bernard, when we meet in a matatu, we can sit next to each other. But you have seen even in national functions, there is always 1 meter apart, the seat of the president and the deputy and the other dignitaries. That is the protocol that is observed because his security is very important. So one of the things is best, he does things based on the security feedback that he has been given. You may like it or not. But today I'm quoting many things from the good book, but there's no harm. He said that the good book says that a friend, a man from the household, actually a man is enemies from his own household. So the most dangerous person has never been someone who's kilometers away. It's people you eat with and people even you sleep with. They can stab you. So if you find there are issues you are struggling with, don't do it to please people. Don't shake their hands because you want Katwe to see that you are seen shaking hands. If you have issues, just don't do it. PR, it will cost your life. Yeah, we have seen leaders who have attended public functions and ended up disappearing mysteriously. We have never established how the Minister of Internal Security, Ngaiseri, died. They were just, was it a Labor Day or what, a function in Uhuru Park. Then after that, in the evening, there were issues and he was gone. So if you find yourself you are not secure to do something, don't do it to please people because this is what they will say. I will also say that on the issue of handshake, Raila and Uhuru, their handshake happened 2018. So they have lived with it almost 4 years towards election. But the handshake of Ruto and Uhuru of 2013, 2012 happened a few months towards election. So it was meant for election. It was not meant to heal the country. It was not meant to reconcile, because reconciliation is a process. It's not an event. Theirs seemed to be an event that wanted to consolidate two blocks for voting purpose. And when you look at the life of one, Raila Odinga has always sought for reconciliation. I can tell you for free, Raila Odinga made sure that he has reconciled with Moi. He has made sure, I think the clip that Bernard played, he made sure he's in good books with Mwai Kibaki, despite the working differences they had. He made sure they are in good books with Uhuru Kenyatta, and it's now ongoing. The opposite is true. Moi went without shaking hands and reconciling with Deputy President. We don't know much about Kibaki, him and their relationship, except in one statement, Jimmy said that he was calling just to know how the program is going on. There were no details of his serious engagement with that family. And then now he has a problem with Uhuru. So if he was serious, he wanted to reconcile with Uhuru, he knows where Uhuru resides. He can still it is in fact, for me, he would have taken a delegation from Sugoi and take it to Katundu and made sure they have even had a meeting with Mama Ngina, because Mama Ngina has a say in these things, and tried to reconcile. Instead, he took the rookie boys and took them to a rally near Katundu and start insulting now. That is the nature of reconciliation that William Ruto and these people think. They go near to where Mama Ngina is, and they start insulting him and insulting the handshake. And then you want to tell me that they need to appear on a public podium because, for the sake of cosmetic unity of the nation, they shake hands and smile and we will be happy? No, guys, we need to mature up. Let's be serious. How many times have we had prayer breakfast in Kenya? And in prayer breakfast, they talk about the language is so reconciliatory. And immediately you leave that, you go to a rally and you start insulting each other. Because the moment Raila Odinga decided that they have shook hands with Uhuru Kenyatta, the conversation changed completely. It's like when you decide to get married, you leave the boys and girls who are roaming around in the village. You behave married. You behave like a family person. So Ruto has never taken chance to reconcile with Uhuru. He has never taken chance to reconcile with even that of Raila today. They met in corridor by accident. Uhuru was coming and Raila was ahead of him. So he was waiting for him in that corridor, and Ruto had already gone to the platform. Now, when he heard the president is coming, he came back and they met in the corridor. But naturally, the natural instincts of Raila are always a good relationship. He's always naturally, he's not always in when he meets you, he has a beef with you. So for him, he didn't have a problem. They shook hands and that was it. And you can see in a clip, you can see after that, there was president was coming and they went straight to the dais and the function started. So I think basically that is what I can say. Let's not be hypocritical. Let's call as bad. And for me, if you have to shake hands, let it be a genuine conversation, not cosmetic. I think the other issues I'll contribute as I continue to moderate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kesa. We appreciate that, and let the conversation continue. You can now bring in, I think, Richard. Now, what comments? Thank you for hitting the call. Please, let's respect one another and do what is good for the country and good one for another. Wale watu mnakaa nyuma ya curtain, we have decided we remove you from the screen because we must keep the screen bright for the viewers to follow closely. So kama lazima ukae nyuma ya curtain, unapewa nafasi ya kwanza, una make submission wende, ili screen ipate nafasi ya mtu mwingine ambaye analeta sura yake, ili kila Wakenya na dunia nzima wakiendelea basi wanatazama TV ambayo ni TV, sio TV ambayo half yake ni black, nusu yake ni red, the other mix and match. Thank you very much for those who are combining. If you can't, then we are also sorry we can't. Asante sana. Wekesa.
Okay, Richard, how are you?
Okay, fine, thank you.
Uko kwa shimo ama najaribu najaribu kukuangalia?
Niko kwa niko kazini.
The angle at which you have put your gadget. Sawa. So you can proceed, make your contribution on this topic. Unless Caleb umeniangalia sana, were you having a question? Okay, ni kama amehang. You can proceed.
Okay, I think you hear me. Thank you for this chance. What I'll start is from the President Uhuru declares a handshake. Now, about the handshake, what I can say is this. You know, Uhuru is a very much straightforward, and he knows what he's doing. You know, all the way since Ruto started doing his own work, he has been abusing Uhuru. More so, his people have been abusing the mother of Uhuru. And Uhuru, he has the people who tells him what to do, what is going to happen. So according to the advisors, maybe they told him that don't go and greet this person. At the same time, I think this greeting is that maybe again they come from the mother. You see, you can't abuse my mother in public, and then when you come, you expect me to greet you and smile at you. Sorry to say this. Remember the words even Cosmo Joy used to the mother of Uhuru. That alone can make even the mother of Uhuru to tell him, no, don't come close even to that person. That one would even kill you. So I think Uhuru not greeting Ruto, that one has no problem. And me, I support that. Let him keep like that, finish the elections, Raila becomes the president. If they can greet one another, they can greet outside when Uhuru is not a president. Another thing which I saw in that mass is that I think people, when somebody is alive, people don't realize it's good things which he is doing. You know, now everybody is clapping at Kibaki. When Kibaki used to talk with the people or something happens, Kibaki used to take time to react. Now people were asking, what is this president? This is not a president. But when now is not there. People are talking too much. This was very good. Economically, Kibaki is the president who can be remembered in Kenya, even if we have any president, unless another one like Papa comes and breaks the record. Otherwise, the record of Kibaki economically, according to the economy of Kenya, it stands. Another thing which I wanted to comment is about diaspora. I think what Papa has, the plan he has according about the diaspora is very, very good. Because I heard what he said, the only thing is to mobilize. The same way Serena said that you people are in the Gulf, maybe Qatar, others are in UAE, others are in Kuwait. They have to mobilize themselves. They choose their leaders. Then when that time will come, when their office will be opened in Nairobi, they will just send the names of their leaders. Now their leaders will represent them, and at the same time we should have their offices in diaspora. For example, if it is in Qatar, they should have the office for the people to go and complain or give their issues there, so that the representatives can take them to Kenya. So for now, that is the only thing I can talk. As we go by, I will contribute more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is short and clear. Unless kuna swali. Maggie, how are you? Katwe, you have a question, or you are just naturally happy?
Yeah, no. I'm just naturally happy.
Okay. Amo, you are on another platform. Okay, let's have Monkey. Monkey yako ama ali book station na kaenda.
Hello panel, how are you people?
We are fine. Umalala wewe?
Hello?
Hello, tunakusikia.
Ni mchana, siwezi lala sahi.
Oh, it depends on where you are. Sisi tuko usiku wa manane.
Sasa poleni sana, nilikuwa bado nafanya kitu kidogo tu.
Eza kuruka na nirudi basi kama uko occupied. Okay. Collins, how are you?
Okay, good morning, Mr. Kesa.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. First of all, should I continue?
Yeah, proceed, kindly.
First of all, I like to thank Almighty God for keeping me this healthy. Secondly, I like to take this opportunity to thank you, who is the host, equivalent to the stature of the speaker. So I like to say, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to also give my opinion, which I'm entitled to, as the rest of the season are. First of all, one of the topic is Uhuru declined to shake hands twice.
Before answer kuongea, Collins.
Yeah.
You normally give here some controversial opinions, then you disappear. I'm making a disclaimer. You have to stay back so that we rebuttal.
Okay. For today I will stay. You know, I usually disappear because I'm fathering my study. Sometimes maybe I am trying to complete some assignment, but today I'm free because it's a holiday and I will answer all the questions.
Okay.
First of all, I like to say Uhuru declined to shake hands with Ruto twice. As majority of you are saying that they are trying to use maybe it's just Uhuru is trying to avoid, maybe it's a weapon, maybe it's a what. But me, I'd like to disagree with the majority of you. I think today Uhuru has just portrayed that Uhuru is a hypocrite. Why am I saying this? Uhuru is a Catholic like me. Today, he went before not just a bishop, but not a priest, not a catechist, not a bishop, but an archbishop to receive a holy sacrament. And that sacrament, I remember very well, one of the priests said that those who are allowed to receive that sacrament are only Catholics. When you are Medjitayarisha, those who are prepared. For us Catholic, when we are being told Medjitayarisha, it means that you have repent. You are somehow pure. You know, no one can be pure, but you have repented. For those who are Catholic here, you understand what I'm saying. So Uhuru received the sacrament. Yet a couple of years ago, a couple of hours ago, he had refused to shake hands with his deputy. You know, that is a protocol. As much as we should know, we are being told, Uhuru used to say that even if the opposition leaders, when RAILA and others were not in the government, they used to say that they should respect the presidency. So I think it is high time Uhuru also should respect the office of the presidency. He should, even if he has different opinion with Ruto, he should respect his office. And that's why you are using, my argument is basing on the sacrament that he received. That is totally hypocrisy. It shows disrespect, and as you are all aware that presidency is a sign of national unity. Now, what is Uhuru trying to show the rest of the Kenyans? He's trying to show us that if you have different opinion, or if you are different, you have different political cause with another tribe, another person, with your brother, you should not shake hands. You should not shake hands. That is too bad. The second point is the world bids farewell
Before
to
you go to
Kibaki.
the second point, we agree that the two guys greeted each other. They didn't shake hands, but they greeted each other.
It depends with how we do, but traditionally in African society, we are in African society, shaking hand means peace.
Because you are talking about, in fact, you are elevating it almost to a sin. So it has not to be interpreted in a traditional way. It doesn't have to be interpreted
kindly let me finish, then I will answer you.
No,
my humble
you
request,
are
please.
already done with the handshake. You are going to a different
No,
topic.
well, I will answer, just note down, I will answer them. You know, you are,
Just
itafanya
respond.
nisahau.
We will give you time to do it. Kwani umekram, my
No,
brother.
yeah. Just leave me finish my statement, then I will answer. That
Okay,
is how I
just
will answer.
finish.
Yeah,
Acha
Mr. Kate,
maliza,
please
tunakurudia tu,
lower your hand.
tunakurudia tu.
Yeah, not them down, I'll answer all of them. Then the second point is the world bids farewell to President Kibaki. I think Kalonzo said, Kalonzo said is very clear the day that Kibaki passed away, that Kibaki has never been referred to as former president, but he has been referred to as the third president. Kibaki is the greatest president who has ever existed in this country. And that, to be particular in terms of economy, when he was the president, the economy changed positively. Also, majority of the Kenyans wore the first shoes during his tenure as the president. Although some complained that the price of unga and other things, etc., there was an upsurge in terms of price, but he was trying to build a nation. You know, when you are trying to build when you are trying to build a nation, good things come with the price. That's why there was a little bit of increase when it comes to price of essential commodity. And indeed, I hope the next president who will come after Kibaki, who according to me I believe is none other than Right Honorable, although people call him His Excellency, he's not an Excellency, but Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga will follow the footsteps of Mwai Kibaki, because they have worked together for quite long period of time. Then the last topic is about Raila shook hands with Ruto. That is a good thing. It portrays national unity. These are people who are sincere. And you see when the two big opponents, the people are aiming for the top seat, who are perceived to be the strong opponents, shook hands. That actually promotes unity in our country, because both of them are aiming to be the president of this nation, and I know one of them will be, which, as I said earlier, it is none other than Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. It shows that actually he will portray the sign of presidents, one of the core function, which is national unity. Thank you. Unless you have a question, now I give you room. I'm ready to answer. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Kato and Wekesa.
Kato, let me allow you to go first.
Thank you so much. I'm humbled, Wekesa. I just want to ask, it was Colin Swebi that has really put a lot of, has really decided to play God by saying that President Uhuru Kenyatta, it was very sinful. Myself, I'm not Catholic. I don't know how it works, but I don't believe that Collins is in order to say that President Uhuru Kenyatta was not supposed to take the sacrament just because he did not shake hands with the deputy president. I just want to ask him this question, two questions actually. Where is it in the Bible that says that when you do not shake hands, it is a sin, and you're not supposed to receive the sacrament? The second question is, what if President Uhuru realized that he had committed a sin and repented in his heart and took the sacrament? Are you in his heart to know whether he had repented before he took the sacrament? The third question is, why do you think people are saying that President Kibaki was the best president, and they refer to Thika Superhighway, which is actually 47 kilometers worth of tarmac and a highway, but people forget to mention the Keno Marua Road, that is actually 87 kilometers dual carriage. People do not want to remember that. Kindly answer the three questions.
I'll urge you to repeat the last question about the Thika Superhighway. I didn't got your question clearly.
My question
the
was...
last question.
Yes, my question is that...
Selina, now that... wait, Kato. Selina, now that he can't remember the first question, let him answer one person at a time. I know he may not remember all. Kama ya Kato now tukiongeza
the last question. The other question I've got it clearly. Repeat the last question.
The last question is, on the legacy of President Mwai Kibaki, people associate him with the Thika Superhighway, which is 47 kilometers worth of road. But when people do not want to remember, especially those who criticize President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, people do not want to remember the 87 kilometers worth of dual carriage of Keno Marua Road. Why do you think it is happening that way, pending the fact that you are judging someone on a sinful platter, but you're not? I don't know how I'm going to put it, but just answer that question for me kindly.
Okay, I have got your question. Let me answer. When you are talking issues of road, today it was during the burial of Kibaki. When it will come, wakati itafika time ya Uhuru, tutamsifu kwa hiyo. Saa leo ni siku ya Kibaki. Hatuwezi anza kusifu, hata kama ningepatoa platform hapo, singesifu Uhuru. Leo sisikia Uhuru kufa. Wakati nilikuwa wakati ya Moi, tulimsifu Moi. Sasa leo ni wakati ya Kibaki. That's why tunamsifu. Kama hata mimi nafurahia barabara because I'm the beneficiary ambaye tutakuwa napitia hapo. Wamesema kwamba hiyo double deck juu itakuwa inapatiwa medics ambulance. I'm a nurse by profession. So I'll be giving priority to kuwa napatiwa priority kupeleka wagonjwa wangu. So that will be a good thing. So sijui mbona umeleta hiyo double sijui and what. In fact, I'm a total fan. I'm totally in Azimio. So I'm not criticize any project ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Sijui hiyo umetoa wapi hiyo maneno yako. Sija criticize project ya Uhuru. Hata kama ingekuwa wanaweza kuwa replace, sija criticize Uhuru in terms of development. No. Selina, cool down. Then question nyingine umesema, where is it written in the Bible kwamba usiposalamia mtu is a sin? Usiposalamia mtu is a sin. You know, for us Catholic, and I said I'm a Catholic, and I say the Catholics who are here there with me, believe it or not, the Protestant may disagree and Muslim and others. Catholic started a couple of years before even the Bible was compiled. And to some extent, I know maybe you may not understand this because maybe for you, if you are not a Catholic sometimes we follow doctrines. Some of the doctrines are not in the Bible. That's why some of the practice that we Catholics we are practicing, other Protestants do not understand. You see, like for example, this sacrament, taking of sacrament. Some churches do not take. But as I told you earlier, wakati priest alisema for those who are prepared, wale ambao wamejitayarisha. Unaona? Wale ambao wamejitayarisha. Which means you are free, you are overburdened, umekuwa overburdened. You know, you cannot uwezi kuwa unasalamia mtu, uwezi kuja unaniambia unasalamia Wekesa, nikuja nisalamia Wekesa, nisalamie Selina, nisalamie Richard, alafu nikuskip international, alafu niseme kwamba we have an ill plan. I don't have anything ill about you. Hata nyinyi mmesema tu hapa saa hii basing on your evidence, maybe for security purpose. So inamaanisha anachuki ndani yake. That is just literally, you understand it that way. You cannot say the kwamba ati hapo hapo anachuki. Hapo ni chuki. Mbona akasalamia huyu akawacha huyu?
Your interpretation of issues is one thing. How does security connect with the chuki?
Security and
let
chuki.
me ask you, I think now you're bringing religious issues, and you don't think we are also religious and we can dig deeper? One of the disciples of Jesus was Peter.
Yes.
On the day Judas came to kiss Christ, the people who came with Judas, didn't Peter remove the sword?
Yes, he removed.
Why did he remove the sword?
No, okay. Before I answer you that question,
was it Jesus aware that he was walking with the sword?
Yes, and he told him to cool down.
Yes. So
before I answer you that question, even Jesus knew that Judas had brought some enemies, but he accepted this greeting. He accepted the kiss.
Don't misinterpret religious issue and tell us.
No, I'm not misinterpreting. It is that you are the one who interpreting. You are misabsorbing what I'm saying to base on what you are thinking.
Yeah, so you cannot conclude that someone is having issues we cannot verify. That one is your own personal take. Anyway, Cecilia, what did you want to say before I ask my question? Selina, am I on phone?
Wekesa.
Yes, what did you want to ask Collins?
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Collins. Wakati nje naona vile ameongea, nataka nimuulize serikali ya Kibaki na baba, na wakati hiyo walifanya kazi hii Ruto alisema serikali ya Kibaki ilikuwa mzuri na mambo ilikuwa poa, na yeye ameserve na Uhuru. Nini kama Kibaki aliwacha ekonomi ya Kenya ikiwa mzuri, aliwacha kwa mkono ya nani? Kwa mkono ya Uhuru na Ruto. Sasa nani amemaliza uchumi ya Kenya ili anataka kukuja kuwa rais kutengeneza yenye angetengeneza akiwa deputy president na rais? You know, kama ulipatiwa nyumba ikiwa na chakula na watoto walikuwa na shiba, na wewe ukakuja ukamaliza nyumba pamoja na vyombo na kila kitu, unawacha nyumba empty. na wewe tena unarudi unaambia watu hapana, mnipatie nikuje nitengeneze. So Raila na Kibaki walitengeneza Kenya wakawacha ikiwa mzuri. Collins, now deputy president anaongea mazuri kuhusu Kibaki yenye waliandiwa over wawili na Uhuru. What really happened? Akikuja tuna hakika ataitengeneza aje. Kama angeweza kusaidia Uhuru kutengeneza uchumi ya Kenya, how can he come na atengeneze hiyo uchumi aliharibu? Ni hiyo tu nilitaka kuuliza Wekesa.
Okay. Caleb, cool down. Okay, I don't know where you are, umetoa pia swali yako, because mimi sija criticize, sijaongelea kuhusu speech yenye kwamba Ruto alisema kwamba ati serikali ya Uhuru ni wasi. Mimi in fact kama umesikia point yangu mzuri, I've just said my preferred presidential candidate is Raila Amolo Odinga. Why am I saying that? Because you cannot talk about the achievement of Kibaki, especially, let me start with the first term. He was the Minister for Roads and he was the co-principal in NAC government, which means he contributed. In the second term, he was the Prime Minister. That's why is my most preferable candidate. So this issue unaniambia kwamba Ruto atafanya nini ambaye hakufanya. I don't know, maybe Caleb is the supporter of William Ruto. He can answer that question. Because I'm not the supporter of William Ruto, I can't answer that question. Maybe understandably nimesema Uhuru hakusalamiana na Ruto. Hapo that's why that iko na issue. Hapo yake ndo na issue. Lakini sina issue nyingine na Uhuru, ama na mimi si supporter wa Ruto. I have never voted for Ruto. I have never gawaje penye nimekaa sana Eldoret North. But I've never supported William Ruto.
Unaweza kunisaidia nimuulize kama uko na issue ya Uhuru kukosa kusalamia Ruto na serikali yao, Uhuru angetaka kupata sifa kama hiyo ya Kibaki na yeye na Ruto, na wamechapana na ameenda kwa mama yake huko kumtusi. Ukiniambia sasa mchana ninakutusi, alafu watu wakiwa wengi unataka nikusalamie, sasa si issue ulikuwa naye. Nikakufananisha nikasema Uhuru na Ruto waliandiwa hova serikali na Raila ikiwa mzuri. Kati yao wawili mmoja amemaliza nyumba. Sasa watasalamiana.
What you should be aware is that unajua kwa nini BBI one of the factor ambayo ilianguka, because walisema there are some issues ambayo president anakuwa immune. So there is a certain way ambayo president atakana behave. One of the core factor of the function of the president is that president is a symbol of the national unity. It is quite irrespective kwamba kuna some difference.
People are overplaying that script of president is a symbol of national unity.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, we have to dig in, because we cannot just make sound bites. Unity is not uniformity. So in unity, it means we do things differently, but we agree to coexist. So that means in unity, there can be people who can greet each other by hand. There are those who can wave each other. But we have to agree that greetings have to be there, but you have to do it your own way. Unity is never uniformity. You cannot tell us that in unity you have to make people to wear the same uniform, to do the same things. I think that is a misinterpretation of that script.
As much as you're trying to romance your words, you cannot tell me you come to this platform, I come to this platform, I agree to Selina and others, and I exclude you, and you are saying that you are portraying unity. That is not unity.
But that is even how they do it. That is how they do it with military. When you go to military, they will wait. When you go to military, they will salute each other like this. When they go to others, they greet like that. Those are different expressions.
No, there's nothing in the expression there.
But the argument is he greeted him. And Ruto also responded like this. He did like this and Ruto responded like that. So they have greeted each other. What's the problem? Right now,
the problem is not about the military. If come and put on a military and our salute, but Ruto is not military. All the military when walikuwa hapo aliwasalamia. lakini alijaribu kuavoid his deputy.
Akitoka kwa gari hakusalamia mtu yote. I am playing that clip right now. He did not greet anybody. He just alitoka alipita tu hivi na akaenda.
Kama hakuwasalamia aliwahug.
No, that one was
before you play also mmesema kwamba ni twice, even not basing on this one but the previous one. What about the previous one?
Okay, the previous one now, he didn't greet. Actually, what happened, he also did like this, and he went.
Why Ruto alone?
And because they have a problem with each other.
They have a problem, but it's a symbol of national unity.
You
should not portray his problem. You should not show his problem. It's a symbol of national unity. You cannot run away from that.
Let me ask you.
How many people does Uhuru Kenyatta greet? Yeah.
Many people.
What do you mean?
Many people.
By many people, you know, some things are just common sense. If he did not greet Ruto, is it a big deal? Why didn't Ruto go and greet him? Please.
It is a big deal because ukiangalia siku ya kwanza,
a big deal because
you're not answering our question. Wait for
this is Ruto's boss. It is Ruto to greet Uhuru, not Uhuru to greet Ruto, please.
Okay, very well. In the previous podium, Ruto alimpelekea mkono na aka-avoid. Leo pia kama unaangalia clip mzuri, Ruto alimpelekea mkono akajifanya anafunga koti.
Yeah.
So Ruto alimpelekea mkono.
Even me would have done that.
Let me ask you, if you keep on telling me mimi ni tapeli, ukikuja kunisalamia unakuja kunisalamia nini?
Hata Raila amekuwa akiita Uhuru kwamba ni mlevi, wamekuwa akitana hivyo. So that is a language of politician. Unless you come from Jerusalem. He's Kenya. Watu wanatusiana na wanasalamiana.
According to you, okay, now Collins, tunataka kutoka kwa hiyo topic because we are not adding value even to listeners wameboeka. So according to you, mtu akuita tapeli is not an issue, but akikosa kusalamia kwa mkota is an issue. And you are telling us that is a Catholic way of doing things.
When you are president, you took the oath of an office, and if you are there to eat. Today, when you become the president, you are not the ordinary Wekesa at UCC. You are a Wekesa. You are the president, and you should adhere to the presidency.
Is that part of the oath? That ninaapa ya kwanza, from today onwards, I'll be shaking hand of my deputy president. Please.
There's a certain way you should promote unity by treating people equally, without fear and favor.
There's nothing like equally, is equitably.
Fear and favor. Now he's going against favoring some people.
Let's give some other people to talk because Collins is not making heads. Let's have
I'm making sense, but you are not getting me.
No, you're just making noise. No.
Maybe because you are going against me. That is your own opinion anyway.
Yeah, I have seen 3 hands. So let's have Richard, Sarah, Caleb in 1 minute, and we progress now.
Yes, I'm just answering Collins. You know, Collins, you should know the president is under instructions from his advisors, and he has security. When you talk that is a symbol of national unity, there are some occasions where the president cannot even talk to anybody, according to the instructions from the advisors and the security. Security has internal instructions to the president. That one you should know like that. Again, of course, some extent you are right. Maybe the president has that insight that this guy, he abuses me every day. He abused my mother in a bad way. These people abuses my mother, so I don't want him. That one may be there. But the most important thing is that you should know that the president is under instructions from security and advisors. If they tell him don't go today, he will not go. If they tell him don't greet this one, there is a problem, he will not. So you should understand that. But taking it as personal, that is a symbol of unity, so he can do anything. No, he doesn't do like that. Even those, right, he doesn't do like that. Even Ruto himself, it is because Ruto, he controls himself, he doesn't listen to his advisors. But somebody, a leader like him, like Ruto, he should listen to his advisors. If they tell him no, he should follow that. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of locomotion. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have Sarah, your comment.
I think how are you, everyone?
We are good.
I think this matter of kusalamiana, huwa naona kama sio lazima. And what is the big deal? If I don't want to greet you, what is the problem? Does it mean hiyo ni kitu ya national unity? Nimeona kwa Facebook imeuma watu vibaya sana. Mimi ni mtu wa UDA na sisikii mali imenuma. If the president doesn't want to greet the deputy president, what is wrong with that? Si mkono, there are so many types of salamu. Kuna ya mkono ya kupeana na vile wamewekeana mkono saa zile, sio ni salamu pia. So hiyo ni nini uchungu Collins? Hii mambo hii usiweke siasa kwa roho, weka kwa lungs nani. Mbivu na mbichi tutaona mwezi wa 8. Hiyo hizi kusumbue. So vitu zingine lazima hapa tuseme ukweli vile kuko. Sio lazima. Even me. Leo nikisema siwezi salamia Wakenya.
Collins, kindly let's have order. Wacha amalize kwanza.
Leo nikisema siwezi salamia Wekesa, hakuna mali inaniuma. I can even wave Wekesa like this. Na hiyo ni salamu. I can even talk without giving any signal. Si ni salamu. And that is what happened today. I'm seeing people murmuring everywhere. Shida iko wapi? We are focusing on other things. People are focusing on salamu. Kwani lazima wasalamiane? How do you know? Maybe they use their phone calls in the morning, greeting each other. Wakifika hapo mbele ya watu mnataka kuenda kugongana bure na watu wanajuana kwa vilemba. So please, vitu kama those are too petty for us to discuss here.
Thank you. I want to bring in Caleb. And as I bring in Caleb, let's also know that the last time I checked, when Judas kissed Jesus, he was betraying him. So it's never a security when it's not a guarantee. Like when somebody greets you, he means well for you. Sometimes even kama mmekosana, afadhali hata msisalamiane. Because yeah, and then let's have Caleb. Caleb, make your point.
Okay. Mr. Wekesa, you know, if I heard you right, you were trying to say that the president, the DP, walisalimiana, but with the, I don't know the signs. So will I be wrong when I say that maybe your headline is misleading? That's why now we have this push and pull from the panelists. Because they are arguing according to the
headline will always debate. It's not an answer. It's always like a question because it has to provoke debate to or from. You have to debate from both sides of the coin, depending on how you view it. So it's not saying that the headline is wrong. It's qualifying it whether with your statements or not.
Okay, Mr. Wekesa, I wanted to ask Madam Selina a question because she has been asking what the DP has been doing for the last 10 years that he wants to do when he comes the president. So my question to her was this. Did she know that Kibaki was a vice president for 10 good years during the Moi era from 1970? I think it was from 1978, I'm not wrong, to, no, it was around 1978 to 1988. Yeah, he was a vice president to Moi. Where was his economics? Or by then he was not an economist. That he didn't transform the economy, but he did that when he was in charge. Same thing to Ruto. He's not in charge. The president is in charge. So you can't be saying that he has not been doing anything. Give him that chance. Let him take the steering, and then if you don't see any change, then argue from that point of view.
Okay, ni nani alikuwa ameulizwa hiyo?
Alikuwa
Okay,
ameniuliza.
let's respond in 1 minute and then we go to
Caleb, sijui kwa nini watu Yahuda ukiuliza swali munataka kurifaa 20 years 30 years ago umesema Ruto amesema Kibaki aliwacha nchi ikiwa na uchumi bora, na mimi nikauliza wakati Kibaki alihand over serikali kwa Uhuru na Ruto wanasema uchumi imeanguka, ni nini anakuja kufanya tofauti yenye angeweza kufanya akiwa na rais? Because ukiwa deputy president na rais na unasema Kibaki wakati alikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi kuna vitu mingi walitengeneza na serikali wakati hiyo ilikuwa mzuri. So kwa nini mkiulizwa swali sasa, leo nimekuuliza swali unaenda Kibaki, saa zingine mkiulizwa swali mnarudia Raila? Kama question ni ya Uhuru na Ruto, tuambiwe hiyo swali bila kurifaa mambo ya 30 years ago yenye hata huku kwa umesaliwa ama ulikuwa mtoto mdogo. Tunataka swali na swali. Ukisema ukinirudisha ati kwa nini Kibaki hakutengeneza uchumi 80 something huko 97, uchumi ya Kenya that time ilikuwa pora. So uniambie, nimekuuliza swali rahisi. Ruto mwenyewe amepongeza serikali ya Kibaki na akasema Uhuru alikuja kupata serikali ya Kibaki na anapongeza Uhuru. Akiwa nje hataki kuhusishwa na kazi yenye Uhuru wamefanya pamoja. Who is lying to who now? Ukikuja wakati ingine unasema hiyo serikali ni mbaya, ukiwa huko nje unasema hiyo serikali si mzuri. So nikakuuliza kwa nini ni nini atalete mpya? Kama serikali ya Kibaki Raila alihusika akiwa Minister of Roads na akiwa Prime Minister, na Kibaki akitachiwa mazuri alifanya, the likes of Martha Karua, the likes of Raila na wengi walitengeneza hiyo serikali. Ilikuwa the shortest cabinet, lakini Kibaki anapepa hiyo pongezi. So serikali ya Ruto, ya Uhuru na Ruto pia tunataka kujua chenye wamefanya. Huwezi kuwa rais, unataka kuwa rais na ulishinda kusaidia rais, alisapote ndiye akuja atengeneze ikiwa serikali yake. You know, huwezi pata nyumba ikiwa na chakula na kila kitu umalize store vile walimaliza cereals ikafunguliwa mpaka Kenya ikakuwa open na ichai kuwa wakati ya Moi na wakati ya kila mtu, then unatuambia na kuja kutengeneza. Even today I know Sarah will tell me ile cereal board ichai route the same. Kimaleluko Baringo kulikuwa na mahindi hata watu walikuwa wachui iliwekwa mwaka gani, kwa sababu Kenya wakati hizo walikuwa na chunga, wanasema njaa inaweza kuja. Lakini I want to know hiyo cereal siku hizi inafanya nini? Ilimalizwa Kenya mzima ikakuwa open, mahindi iliisha. Sasa Caleb, sisi kuna vitu mingi tunakumbuka na tunaona. So wakati mnakuja hapa tujaribu kusema yale ya ukweli. Asante.
Yeah, Selina, and before he answers, I think if he has to compare and then go full length and bring the comparison. Kibaki was a deputy vice president for 10 years, yes. At that time, the economy was doing well. The economy changed from 1990s when the Kinamsalias were the ministers of finance. When the issues of Goldenberg came in, and that was not the era of Kibaki. And remember also Kibaki leaving the vice president, he was demoted to a minister of health. And he never raise the head the way maybe some of you are doing. He accepted the lower rank and continued to serve until the time he came when he resigned. So let's be pragmatic when we are trying to draw comparisons, because some things that cannot be compared. So if you were to respond to Selina, you can respond so that I go to Maggie now.
Okay, Mr. Wekesa, first, Madam Selina, as much I'm trying to listen to you, I can't avoid the point that you're trying to be biased. Trying to say that you're trying to discredit that the DP is running from the failures of Jubilee government, and now you're trying to compare him with Kibaki, and then when it comes to my own point of view, you're trying to say that I should compare Uhuru and the tenure he has been working with the Ruto. You see that kind of confrontation, that kind of biasness, because if you see Ruto and Uhuru are working well in the first term, the second term Ruto has not been working with Uhuru, and for the reasons which are best known to the public. So when you're trying now to bring that the DP is trying to run away from the failures of the government,
DP aliresign wakati alikataa kufanya kazi na rais kwa the last term. Did he resign kwa sababu hiyo serikali ilikuwa mbaya? He is part of it. Kwa sababu
Caleb, mtu akiongea, you mute your mic. There is an echo from Mike. Caleb, kindly you mute when someone
But Bernard, you need to give Caleb to talk, and then when he clears talking, Selina should respond. Musikatize mtu katikati, network ya wengine haikuangi sawa.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's have some order. So who was talking, Selina or Caleb?
Caleb was talking.
Had you finished your point?
No, I was about to finish. Mr. Wekesa, we are working in a democratic country.
Okay.
Mr. Wekesa, we are working in a democratic country. I had even somebody referring to me, the constitution which was being used then, in the 1990s and the 2000, early 2000, is not the same constitution we are using at this point in time. There's what we call democracy. And if the DP differs with the president on matters of, engagement, the DP was not there to be a puppet to the president. It's a principal assistant to the president. And there are some issues which they needed to iron out, of which the president had blown them out of proportion. The DP is not a puppet to the president, whereby the president says right, you go right, without questioning. So you guys expecting the DP just because to follow Uhuru Kenyatta the same direction that Uhuru has been directing that guy, and maybe at a mambo na handshake, we never know. Maybe Ruto could have played along with Uhuru for the 4 years. Then ikifika say 2020 usikie Uhuru anasema Raila tosha, who knows? So you're trying to play the good guy, following the president to the wrong direction. Doesn't mean loyalty.
Okay, Caleb, that's okay. But have you listened to yourself for the last 3 or 4 minutes? Because you are accusing Selina of being biased. Have you listened to yourself for the last 4 minutes you have talked? Whether you have favored any side or you are just on your script of criticizing the Uhuru thing and supporting Ruto. So maybe to qualify a debate, if you want Selina, okay, maybe that's the nature of the debate, that kila mwamba ngoma ngozi huvuta kwake. So the nature of debate is that naturally Selina will be biased towards Azimio, and you are naturally biased towards UDA. So I don't know why you should complain, because I have just seen you supporting your side, and Selina is supporting his side. So ideally, you bring out the points that support your side and let her bring the points that support her side, but don't now become a manager that she should not be saying that. Because ideally, everybody is supporting his side. There's nobody neutral there, so I don't know why you feel agitated there. Okay. Can we now proceed? Maggie, are you around?
I'm here, Mr. Wekesa.
You can make your point.
Habari zenu panelists. Muko sawa? Nimesikia hii debate imechacha kabisa, lakini sijui sisi wa Kenya tutaelewa maneno lini or namna gani. There are some things we just do out of ignorance, and there are sometimes we argue through ignorance. We just know that this one should be like this, and we just insist that it must be like this. I want to talk for Uhuru today in regard to Ruto, the deputizing Uhuru, alafu maneno ikaenda mrama. I don't know what happened, and I don't think anything happened. But kama makosa iko, ni makosa. Please, because here is your boss, alafu we unamukia tu one day umeanza kucampaign, you don't even say anything, you don't want to resign. Hiyo kampeni yako sasa inaenda mrama mpaka utusi mtu na watu wako, mpaka utusi mpaka mama yake. Ni nini ilikuwa mbaya sana mpaka unatusi bosi yako hadharani? Unatumia watu, sijui wafuasi wako wamtusi, and still some people feel that Uhuru akikutana na yeye ni handshake. Huyu ni mtu hatari, anaweza hata kukuua. You don't know what he is carrying. Pengine unaweza kwenda kumhandshake hivi alafu akudunge hata na kisu. Those people, you know, wanapita na security. Hakuna mtu hawezi kuingia hata na bunduki. Please, excuse Uhuru in that. Hiyo handshake yake, I don't think it was so important for anybody else. Let him go. Wacha hata asimsalamie. Mtu anakutusi mpaka kwa backyard yako, na tusi mpaka mama yako, the entire world wanasoma vile mama ya Uhuru iko hivi na hivi, because mwenye anamtusi ni mfuasi wa Ruto. Please, to excuse in some other things, we should not even be arguing about that. Because what happened, in fact, to speak the truth, we should not even be arguing about it, that Uhuru alikata kusalamia Ruto. Anamsalamia kama na for what? What does handshake ya Uhuru going to do for Ruto? Nothing. It's not profitable. It's not going to give Ruto anything anyway, because it is somebody he hates with a passion. Ruto hates Uhuru with a passion. What happened, it is just watu wananchi kama kawaida ndio wanajua. We don't know, and you cannot know. Because if we want to know, we would have gone and asked Ruto, what happened? Why did you separate yourself? And I think in this scenario, Uhuru is a very good person and a very genuine president. If it would have been Moi, Ruto angekuwa jela saizi. If it would have been Moi, and I'm telling the truth, because Moi hakuna mtu alikuwa anacheza na nini yake. Yeah, you'll be punished the following day. Hata utavutwa kazi saa 7 kamili, unasikia kuvuta, you've been sacked through the radio, and you don't know. Uhuru hajafanya hivyo, amenyamaza tu, anatusiwa na amenyamaza tu. Na mtu unasema ni deputy wako, na huyo mtu anasema pia ni deputy wako, kama iko public gathering ambaye lazima awe huko na nani yuko huko, na akitoka huko anaenda kukutusi huko, na anaenda kutusi mama yako. Please, where do you want people to go? Or where do you want this head of state to go? It's a shaming. Whatever's been happening for these two people, it's quite a shame, even to the country, even to that Ruto, because he doesn't know what he is doing. The world is seeing. It is only happening in Kenya. And you still want us to accommodate all this you are saying. All these are nonsense. Please, let us excuse Uhuru. Whoever wants to know why Uhuru cannot shake hand ya Ruto, go ask Ruto and go ask Uhuru. You can debate and you cannot get it because whatever happened between the two of them, not you, Reja people. President Kibaki's death. Anyway, kila mtu sasa wanasema how greatest President Kibaki was. Yes, he was great. Economy sijui ilifanywa namna gani. If Kibaki aliwacha economy nzuri, I don't think Kenya would have been crying like this. There must have been a mishap somewhere. Uhuru has really struggled with that because Ruto was not there when Uhuru was struggling. Yeah. Na wengine pia wamejaribu kuibaiba. But Uhuru has tried his level best to bring it to a standstill until Uhuru decided, Why I say this? Kibaki alipoingia kama president wa tatu, Moi alipoingia kama president wa pili, Kenyatta alianza na pesa ya Kenya ilikuwa na kichwa ya Kenyatta. These two other president wakahakikisha hata sisi kichwa yetu, the greediest people on earth. In fact, Kibaki was so greedy. The greediest people on earth. Lazima kichwa yetu iwe wapo. So, Uhuru akaona kuna mchezo ingine ilikuwa inakuwa hapa because Kibaki aliponini pesa yote kichwa ya Moi ikatolewa na ikawekwa ndani kichwa ya Kenyatta. Sijui ni country gani inaendelea hivyo mpaka things are being confused. And Kenyatta, na he stayed in mind, I think with the help of RAILA, akasema no, sasa kichwa ya binadamu hatutaki hapo, we are changing the money. And that is where hii chuki ilianzia. So hakuna mtu steady kuliko Kibaki. Wachini hao wengine wanataka only handshake. What is handshake? Please excuse watu wa Kenya to angalie tu what is going to happen to us after elections, because kama mwenye sasa amefanya economy ya Kenya iwe karibu na kuwa steady, in fact is Uhuru. Na aliona things are gonna be haywire, ndiye akachange pesa mara moja, na alichange na imefanya. Now things are more steadier than that before. Hizo pesa ya kichwa ya Moi, kichwa ya Kenyatta, sijui nini, kichwa ya Kibaki. Things are more steady now. I guess let me hold it at that point.
We know that Mzee was very, very fond of you. Very, very fond of you. In fact, your relationship was the relationship between a father and a son. There are times I would watch the TV evening news with him at 7 o'clock. And when the news came on, you'd even start dozing when some politicians came on. And when, he'd even turn to me and say, Jimmy, this fellow has been speaking for 10 minutes and there's nothing he has told us. And you'd go back to dozing. But when you came on the screen, he would sit upright and listen very keenly. And after whatever function you're with or at, he would turn to me and say, good man, or good fellow. And for those of us who knew President Mwai Kibaki well, we knew when he said something like that, that was the ultimate praise. He could not say more than that. If the measure of patriotism is one service to the country, then President Mwai Kibaki was a great son.
Okay, Sarah, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard.
Yes, I accepted the baptismal name. I'm Wekesa Eric. Yeah, tuambie. Wewe ukikuja skrini tuna dose. Kwa nini? Jimmy anasema wewe ukikuja kwa screen tuna dose.
Nani akikuja kwa screen ni wewe, ukifika kwa screen ndio watu wanadosi, sio mimi.
Jimmy anasema hivyo.
Amesema ukuona pale ameandika Wekesa akifika kwa screen wanadosi. So it is you, not me.
By the way, in your honor.
No, hiyo ni baadaye, hiyo nitajibu hiyo baadaye. Wacha niongee kabla sijasahau zingine. Unajua sisi umri imetupeleka mbio.
Sawa,
you know what Bernard? Me I like, with my life I like talking something which is there. I want to correct Maggie Odede. Is it Odede or Maggie what? Something like that. I want to correct her. She said Ruto ako na watu wake wa kutusi, ametuma watu wake wa kutusi rais. And because of handshake today, because of handshake, Uhuru is very good gentleman. But before handshake, Uhuru alikuwa shetani ile mkubwa. When these guys akina nani they wakitusi mpaka wakisema mtoto wa umbwa. What else do you want us to say? Why don't we say all of us Kenyans and the both teams tumekosa? Tusiwahi lalia mali moja. Let us speak the truth and this will save Kenyans. Tusikuja hapa kusema ati saa hizi Ruto ni Uhuru ni mzuri kwa sababu ya handshake. And before handshake alikuwa shetani mkubwa. Haiwezekani. Tuambiane ukweli vile kuko. Because the other day, some other guys walikuwa natuzi mpaka wanasema ati sasa hata hatuwezi nunua anything kuhusu ina relate kwa familia ya Uhuru. We will not buy anything. So watu walienda street. But after handshake, Uhuru is like an angel. Why? We need to speak the truth about these politicians.
Sarah.
I'm not saying all of
Sarah.
Kindly, let me finish mine. I heard you ask mpaka ukamaliza. Give me a break. I finish mine. You will inject when I finish. Please. You will inject when I finish mine because I also gave you time. So I think Wekesa, this is a forum that all the world and Kenyans are hearing. We need to give them what is the truth. Tusipige makofi kwa mali hakuna ukweli. And these all politicians wanasemanga msitu ni moja lakini wamebadilisha nini? Nyani ni ule lakini amebadilisha nini? Msitu. So these all people are the same. Ufuchi labda wengine wangetoka binguni like angels ndio tukuje sema these are now the good people. But all of them they are the same. I cannot even all my own party leader. I cannot say he's good. Everyone has this weakness. And we need to speak the truth there. Tuswai kuja kupiga hapa makofi kwa sababu kulikuwa na handshake wanasema ati huyu ni mzuri leo ni angel. Never. I will not advocate that one. So the nini of today is President Uhuru declines handshake. Nilikuwa nimesema hiyo that is none of nini haihusu na mtu because leo nini Bernard when I come here nikisema leo siwezi salamia Wekesa, hakuna vile Wekesa utanikashifu uniambie mbona hujanisalamia. Ni kweli. You will ask yourself what is wrong with Sarah? She has not greeted me today, and that is your question, and my answer I will take it back. Hiyo isitusumbue that we cannot, hata hakuna genye inatusumbua hapa, tunaulizana hiyo maswali. Nafikiri uliweka hapo ndio generate a lot of things. Secondly, the world bites Kibaki farewell. Huwa nasema hata saa hii wakati tunasema ati hata hii manoti wametoa mapicha ya watu wamefanya nini. In fact, if there is the fake currency yenye inararuka mbio mbio ni hii. Hata kama walitoa wakaweka wanyama, lakini walienda kukula pesa kwingine ndio walete vitu ile yenye ugeweka kwa mfuko imeisha. See, if you can take the currency ya kitambo Bernard ya 80s ya 90s na ukompare ya saa hii, gani ilikuwa ya maana? Si ni huko mbele. So sometimes we need to applaud what is good na ile kitu mbaya. Tusiwai, let us not see one side of the coin. Secondly, Kibaki, the greatest president, yes, me I applaud him because mambo na uchumi, saizi unaweza enda na gari ukifika kuna jam, pikipiki ndio hiyo umerukia umeenda kuokoa maisha huko mbele. Kibaki amefanya kitu ya maana. Economy ya Kenya ilikuja juu. I want to applaud that. Na huyu mzee alikuwa ameachilia. Unaona? Hii CS wote aliwaachilia watu wafanye kazi, si ile ya kufuatilia. Yeye amejua huyu nikimweka CS education aniletee results. Hakukuwa nafuatilia ama kuachilia ile ya kuachilia. Anajua wewe umefanya hivi. There is a program even I watched when Lina Chebi Kilimo, she was talking about what president did to her. And then I saw that this president was a good person. And I think from that time, we didn't have ghetto rustling in that places of ours when Kibaki was the president. The last regime was when Mwai was the president. That was 1980s. Then when he paraded this Ngorogos, it stopped. And then when Kibaki came, he had to talk. I didn't know. He talked with Lina Chebi Kilimo. And then akapeana ratiba vile inatakana kufanyiwa. Wakaita security team, mtu ya finance, na wakapitisha kila kitu. Kazi ikatembea. Juzi ndio hawa Pokosi wamerudi. But in Kibaki ungekuwa nasikia upuzi. Yeye alikuwa anapeana orders na kila kitu inafanywa. But for now, I think president amekaa jioni anaona news. Deputy is there anaona news. Raila is there wanaona news. They don't even bother. Their issue now is the issue of 2022. So if I was a Kenyan, if we were all Kenyans in one common thing. Nafikiri hata hii kura ya 2022 tungesema we are not voting. Mpaka tuambie ukweli hao wananchi hii serikali inataka nini? Because if you see a place where hata mchana peke yake, hata leo wamekuwa na nini, the county commissioner today of Baringo was there with those people, but jioni saa 11 risasi ndio hizo zimetembea. Si hao watu wameandamana mpaka serikali, hakuna kenye mtawafanyia. And then when someone talks na akasema we need to give out our baby, hata sisi tununue tit for tat, mtu anawekwa ndani. Umeongea mbaya. Na wale wenye wanaenda kuiba huko hawawekwi ndani, but when someone speaks on behalf of his community, mtu anawekwa ndani. So hii ni Kenya gani? Ni ile tunaweza sema ni shamba la wanyama. I think Kenya ya sasa ni shamba la wanyama. You survive for your fittest, nothing else. So from there, wacha wengine wa interject, and then I will.
Okay, Maggie, then we have Selina Collins. Maggie, because you are the first person who na contention, I think some things were directed to you, so let me begin.
Yes.
Allow you to begin.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Wekesa. And Sarah, your handshake you are talking about, in fact, handshake ilifanyika because Uhuru went to look for Raila. Na matusi kweli ilikuwa because these people were both opposition and the right people who are in the government. Raila hakukuwa anatusi Uhuru akiwa wamesha kuwa na handshake, lakini this one of Ruto is different. Here is your boss. You are working in the same office. You are the deputy president. Unatumia watu wa mtusi hadharani in public. Please, that is absurd. Wacha ukweli isemwe. Because wakati Raila walikuwa opposition, yes, opposition walikuwa wanatusi because what was happening ni mvurutano. But now Ruto atusi boss wake mpaka atusi mama yake, boss wako, because mpaka wa leo as I am talking, Ruto has never resigned. He's still using the government, everything. Wenye wanampikia ni government, wenye wanafanyia yeye ni government, wenye ile nyumba anaishi ni ya government, ndio unatusi boss wako. Please. Hata kama unasema nini ni the same, it's not the same. I'm saying Uhuru is the best because sidhani kama mimi mfuasi mwenye ananifuata anaweza kunitusi hivyo na nikuache. Yeah, Uhuru is the best president. Please, hata kama hamutaki kusikia sauti zenu, but the truth must be told. Yeah.
Thank you, Selina.
Unatusi. Ameenda. Wakasa, I'll contribute again baadaye. Thank you.
Thank you, Selina.
Okay, yeah, Wekesa, naona Sara ametrop lakini najua labda anasikia. Hii mambo ya Baringo na Marakwet na hii mambo ya vita ya West Pokot. Anasema wakati ya Kibaki ilisimama, yes, kwa sababu na saa hii still nataka kuuliza Sara, Deputy President Uhuru mwenyewe askisi watu ni ya UDA na wataki kusikia anything kutoka kwa Uhuru. Kwa nini Deputy President asiambie our brothers kusimamisha vita? Ingine Wekesa, kuna hiyo clip ilitolewa na huyo mwanajeshi, sijui ni mtu ya Uganda, sijui ni mtu ya wapi, na ameambia Kenyans what is happening, na amesema vile hao Waturkana, hao Karamoja, kuna mambo imesemwa kwa hiyo tape. Wekesa, nafikiri mkipata hiyo tape mnaweza patia Sara aone vile sisi wengine tumestuka. Ikisemekana hiyo ni plan inatumika nje wakati ya uchaguzi. Na huyo mtu amesema Museveni, sijui kama ni rumors kwa sababu nimeona tape imeendelea sana. Na wanasema wanatumia kulete vita hili wapenetrate. Sasa Sara amesema ukweli, hiyo punduki hizo watu wako nayo sinatoka nchi ya jirani, lakini ukisikia associate ya hiyo punduki na Museveni na Tallying Center imetengenezwa Uganda, these people they need to tell the people the truth. Hatuwezi laumu president hapo, wacha sisi wenyewe nyumbani, wacha deputy president mwenyewe hapo ni kwake, na kama ameshindwa kutengeneza kwake, how can yeye anaweza kusimamisha Kenya aje? Hiyo ni kitu kidogo ya West Pokot na Baringo ni watoto moja tumbo moja, brothers and sisters, na wanauana na tusikii deputy president akiongea. Nilikuwa nasikia wakati wakilaumu Gideon Moi. Kwa nini Wekesa, kama unataka kuwa rais ya Kenya na kwako nyumbani inaungua, how will you, inasemekana kama kwako nyumbani inachomeka, utasaidia kwa jirani pipi? Asante. Sara akiruti, nataka mkiwa na hiyo clip mtumie Sara aone, pengine anaweza saidia watu yetu. Yes, Sara, thank you for coming. Kuna clip inatoka Uganda na mwanajeshi ameongea na si mzuri. Amesema hizo mapunduki zinatoka Karamoja, imetoka imeingia Kenya na ndio imeingia Pokot, na amesema inatumia kuua watu. Na hiyo maneno inatakikana Wakalenjin sana mkae chini na mjue, kwa sababu I hope, kama niliona kwa Mtembei TV hiyo clip inaendelea, tumeona tukiwa hapa US, na kama ni mtu anataka kutumia Sara ndiye apate uongozi, it is so bad to ourselves. Ni uchungu kwa watoto yetu, lakini nao Kenya inatuangalia, wanasema it's like tunaumia hata tukilia. Hiyo rais kwanza unaona kama imefika wasalamiani, ni sisi wa Kalenjin. The Pokots and Kalenjin, we are sisters and brothers. Ni watoto yetu. Tunataka kujua hiyo mambo inatoka Uganda. Hiyo mapunduki simeingia ache Kenya. Na wanaongea kutoka Uganda wanasema ni Kenya wanajua. So I hope tusimalize watu yetu kwa sababu ya kitu kidogo. Na ingine Sara, badala ya kuilisa rais, wacha sasa tuite tribute ya kuje nyumbani, tumuulize what next, tutafanya nini, chami yetu itafanya nini, hii kura itafanya Bokot na Wakalenjin wakwishe. Where will be the Kenya? Kenya ingine wako peace, watu wamenyamaza wanaona tu na wanauliza, na ukweli watu yetu wako Yuda. Pengine watu wanasema wacha waumisane. Unajua tunalia, nobody listen. Lakini ule mtoto yetu hako na uwezo, angeita hii watu na kuuliza swali moja. That is my request for you, Sarah. Wakati ya Ngoroko umesema wakati ya Chepi kilimo, yes, na ilitendeka. But ukienda sahi Pokot, uko Marakwet, nobody want to listen to Lina. Hao watu wenye walikuwa najua jinsi ya kufanya, no one want to listen to them. Kwa sababu hii watu yetu wamekuwa vijana na wanatumia nguvu sana. So najua hata wewe mwenye unatetea, unaongea, nobody want to listen. Lakini wajui kama wanajiumiza wenyewe. It is ni hole wetu wa Kalenjin. It is our cry. Ni sisi tunaumia. Our children are dying. Our women are dying. Na tuko na viongozi. Huyu mwenye alikuwa nasimama kiti Poinet, what is he doing? Alikuwa mtu mkubwa kwa serikali. He cannot even talk. Ni nini inafanyika huko? Hiyo tu nataka kusema, my dear. I know it is painful sana. But tafuta hiyo clip ya Uganda, mufuate muone vile iko, kama ni ukweli watu yetu watakwisha kabla hiyo maneno ikuje. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wish the way politicians, both sides of the coin, the way they have been crafting the 2022 plan. You know, the way you can parade candidates here, maybe there are 5 candidates, but you brainstorm the whole night until you get a solution. You get a candidate for Nairobi, you get a candidate for Mombasa. If they can go to Pokot, can they brainstorm until they get the source of the problem and the solution? Hii mambo ya security, if they are serious. But we are not, they are not giving it as a first priority.
Bernard, if I interject.
Yes.
You know, this thing is happening when it is nearing election time.
Yes.
What is the problem? These people, politicians, know what is happening. Tia di mambo tunafichana, wacha tuambie ukweli, because it is my vote, your vote, that is making him to enter that parliament. So he has to come and sit down with us and tell us the truth. Why does it, when it reaches time of election, alafu wengine wanaficha ati because of pasture, because of kwani ng'ombe ndio imekula juzi wakati wa election ikitakikana ama imekuanga. And if I can ask you, mimi niko na ng'ombe, wewe uko na ng'ombe, wewe uko na shamba kubwa ya kuweka nyasi. Mimi nitaingia kwako kuleta ng'ombe yangu ikuje ikule, ama ninakuja kwako nikuombe nikwambie Bernard, please, mimi niko na ng'ombe na sina mahali ng'ombe inakula. Why should I intrude your shamba na kuleta ng'ombe yangu kwa madharau? Ati hapa hakuna kenye tutafanyiwa. And mabunduki mnatoa tu hapa. We have all, what hata hiyo Salina anasema clips. We know everything. But there is no time. Serikali wamekuja kukaa na sisi tuwaambie ukweli. When we speak out, kenye tunapitia, tunawekwa ndani. Why? Mbona?
Thank you. Let me bring in Andrew. How are you, Andrew?
I'm good, Wekesa, and I'm jambo nyote. Mama Selina, asante sana.
Behind the curtains, kwani uko wapi holiday?
Niko kwa ofisi na ofisi yangu hainiruhusu live.
Okay.
So mi ningesema Mama Selina, asante kwa clarify hiyo story ya hiyo clip. Mi mwenyewe ni expert in that area, siko Kenya, lakini wakati wa Kibaki hatukukuwa na hiyo mambo ya Baringo. Hata wakati ya Moi ilishuka na ikapunguka, tukawa zero tolerance. I was part and parcel of presidential escort ya Moi, na kitu naweza ambia Sara, it's not about ati ukisema unawekwa ndani. Unajua nani ana deal na hiyo docket ya security? Enda mtafute, tafuta au ma PCs au ma chief. There is something called consensus. We have to get the reality to coexist and solve a situation. Policies are there that govern those situations. Na kama hiyo bunduki inatoka hapo Uganda mahali mnasema, it's very easy for our KDF and even our GSU to stop those things from coming in. And I know they are capable. I've been trained by them. I was one of them who used to do those things and stop those things instantly. But if the local politicians of those areas connive with these bandits to create these situations, hakuna vile mtaisolve. Hakuna. Hiyo nakuambia, hata you take it to the bank. It's the government to know which politician, hata si ati muarrest. Put your machinery down on the ground, like Kibaki and Moi time. Get the intelligence. Do you know why Simoko Police Project was introduced? Saisi kuna nyumba 10. Kazi ya nyumba 10 ni nini? Nyumba 10 inafaa kuwork na NSCIS. Na NSCIS give this communication to the KDF and the CS Interior and the commissioners. Then they craft a plan. It's called a strategic plan. Huku nje tunatumianga kama strategic plan. Juu huku nje tunapanganga kazi ya mwaka mzima December. Tuna run nayo until November. December tunapanga ingine. Na sasa Sara akiniambia ati tukisema tunawekwa ndani. Sara, naongea Kiswahili, nataka kila mtu aelewe. Sitaki kuweka kizungu mingi. Kaa chini. Write that strategic thing you are seeing there, who and who participate. Sit down na our leaders. Wacha waseme watakuweka ndani, but stick to your truth, put it up. Utaona ile machinery itakuja hapo chini. As far as I know, and as far as I understand the government, no one can defeat the government if they decide and they have the right information. They come on the ground and put everything even. Kitu ya pili nilikuwa nataka kuongelea ni hii mambo ya handshake. The level of security of the head of state. So far, sorry, it's different from the deputy. Na Uhuru kukataa kusalimia Ruto isikuwe shida ya mtu. Salamu unaweza sema na mdomo, unaweza wewe na mkono, still ni salamu. Na Wakenya waache kupersonalize petty things like salamu. Wewe kama mwananchi jiulize, constituency yangu MCA amefanya nini? MP amefanya nini? Women rep amefanya nini kutusaidia sisi wanawake? Governor amefanya nini? A good example, and I'm proud to talk it here on live. My governor, Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya. Kakamega, we will never get a governor like that. Never. Ask yourself, everyone here on this panel, why do other county governors going to Kakamega to do benchmarking? It's not a city yet, but me myself, I came home, I went around my whole county. I was shocked. And I would tell Kenyans, tujichune masikio wakati huu wa elections. Usivote mtu sababu juu alitusi Raila ama Raila alitusi ile pande ingine kabisa kabisa. Angalia mtu ule una vote, track record yake imesaidia Kenya ikafika wapi? Track record yake imesaidia constituency hiyo niko ikafika wapi? Huku nje where I am, naweza acha hata simu kwa pavement, kesho asubuhi nitaipata. Hakuna mtu atakuwa ameguza. Hata tuseme tumeenda function kwa hoteli, nimeacha simu, unajua nikiwapigia watasema simu inakaa hivi na hivi na hivi, ilipatikana imewekwa kwa safe. Utakuja saa ngapi? But Kenya, has ever that happened? The only thing I can say, it's we Kenyans, we citizens who can make these things work. Na tukimake these things work, ni sisi tuta benefit. Our politicians hata saa hii wana kuinsight, unatusi sijui nani, mnafanya nini, but wakati shida inakukula utakuwa peke yako. Huyo politician utamuona kwako ukilala njaa. Huyo politician utamuona kwako ukikosa school fees. Huyo politician utamuona kwako ukiwa na matanga ya familia. But ni sisi ndio tunaweza saidia nchi yetu sisi wenyewe. I'm talking this from my studies and my experience work-wise. Kenya, I've worked in Kenya, I've worked in Uganda, I've worked in Qatar, I've worked in Dubai, I've worked in Maldives, I've gone for my training in US and UK. I've experienced these countries and how they legislate their policies that are in the constitution through the citizens themselves, not through even the members of parliament. But sasa sisi tunakuja hapa live, tunadanganyana, tunakuwa na ile personalization ya issue zile imeletwa hapa kama question. Hii issue imeletwa hapa ndio to discuss, tukuwe na idea tunaweza saidia Wakenya wenzetu waje kimawazo. Lakini sasa sisi tukikuja hapa live tuna personalize, tunaweka jua Sara yuko UDA, wacha niingilie UDA. Mama Selina ana support Azimio, wacha niingilie Azimio. Hiyo haitatusaidia. Vile Mama Selina amesema, tunafaa tuangalie hiyo clip. Mimi niliona na nimeshare hiyo clip Facebook mzima. I watched that clip, nikaanza kutetemeka. Nikajiuliza, hawa watu wa Uganda, I was in Uganda from 2011 to 2012. I was training a security firm in terms of kabla wa synchronize security guards wao waanze kuwa na bunduki. So kama bunduki zinatoka hapa Uganda na meja mzima lieutenant wa UDF amepeana leakage of what the plan is being done, you guys ask yourself why Museveni directly did not attend the funeral of Kibaki. Ask yourself, why has Ruto frequented Uganda 4 times in a row, ya mwisho akakatazwa? Kwani NSIS mnafikiri ifanye kazi yake? NSIS there, we have one of the best intelligence agent in Africa. Do you know what number we are as we speak? We are number 2 in the African continent. And I believe if NSIS wamepata hiyo clip na wanajua what is happening, sitawadanganya, results zitaonekana. Na mimi ningependa sana tukija hapa kwa panel tusipointiane juu ya chama. Let's talk substance that can help a youth who's growing at the village, at a city. Hule ajui ni nini inafanyika, yanaonanga news through Mtembei TV ama Facebook. But tukikuja tuanze kubishana hapa, hule youth hata jua ni nini anafaa kufanya maisha yake ya baadaye ya shule. But tukikuja hapa useme kama wewe ni youth na uko mahali fulani, kuna project inaweza fanya hivi, gainful income. Kenyans are hardworking and we are known worldwide. Even out here where I am, when you talk of a Kenyan, and he stands up to give a speech or even lecture people, they listen and they know this is a person who has a background with an experience of what he does. My point is, let's patriotize our country. Let's embrace that brotherhood. Let's embrace that sisterhood. Si ati huyu ni Mkale, huyu ni Mkikuyu, huyu ni Mluya. Haitatusaidia. Kwa nini Rwanda imekuja ikakuwa kitu moja? Because they said we are Rwandans. I'm not a Mnyankole, I'm not the other small tribes. They are one. That's why they are growing. And if we Kenyan, who has the biggest economy, the 7th economy in Africa, tukishikana vizuri, mina kuambia hata dunia itarudi kuangalia Kenya in a different perspective. Where you work most, when someone hears you come from Kenya, they start telling you how your people are very sharp, how your people are very good. So sijui ni nini inaingiaga watu, sijui ni kukosa kazi, sijui ni chuki, sijui ni ukabila, but kitu moja mimi naweza sema, tusichague leaders wale watakuja kutupotosha. Tuchague leaders na track record zao za performance of achievement, not only in your constituency, up to the national level. Mtu ule hakuwahi perform on national level, ukimpatia seat, you are wasting that vote.
Andrew, pause, kuna swali. Selina, kuna swali.
Yes, thank you Andrew. Tukiongea sasa Karamochang, nafikiri hiyo mambo imeleak, wameuawa, na leo minister mama mwenye anaongoza hiyo minister ya Karamochang ni mgonjwa, they don't know even kama atapona. So nafikiri hayo mambo nimekuta kuhusika na mambo ya Uganda sometime, lakini they are very serious. Sahi Karamochang wanauawa kabisa kwa sababu ya hiyo conflict na mambo vile imetokea, na kuna Waturkana wanasema wanafukuzwa. So hiyo mambo ya Uganda, Kenyans lazima wakuwe macho, na hiyo clip lazima watu wakubwa waipate na muifuate, muone sasa minister ya Karamochang ni mgonjwa, ni mama, they don't know even kama atapona, na kwa sababu hayo siri na hiyo mambo ya Turkana na hao watu. So lazima tukiongea, nafikiri Sara, watu wachue kabisa, it's something big, ni kitu kubwa na imehusika na kwetu, nchi yetu na Uganda. Thank you. Nilikuwa nataka tu niambie Andrew achunguze minister ya Karamochang, sahi ni mgonjwa, ni kama amepatiwa poison ama wanasema nini imefanyika juu ya hiyo mambo kutoka nje.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuclarify mambo kwa kesa. Nilikuwa nataka kuclarify
confirm something.
dakika moja tu ni confirmia Selina. Nilikuwa nataka kuconfirm hii mambo ya sijui poison na huu minister wa Karamochang. It's true. It's even been tuko na sector inajiita 360 security update worldwide. I'm a member of COSAC. I'm a member of Global Security University alumni. So we get this information firsthand. So hiyo mambo ya Karamochang minister ni ukweli. Na kitu ingine tena, mgundue kwamba mkiangalia historia yetu ya Kenya, nani anakumbuka Zacchaeus Chesoni, former Chief Justice? Nani anakumbuka former Interior Minister Nkaiseri?
Tunakumbuka.
If you go deep to those stories of those people, how they died, ndio mtaelewa kwa nini some security levels it's left to someone or personally to the person himself. Anaadvaisiwa vile ya kufanya, but yeye ndiye ataamua vile atafanya. Si point finger ati nani ni mbaya nani ni mzuri, hapana. Nasema the security levels of his office mbili, deputy na vice, it's very sensitive. It goes up to a personal level. Na ndio ufikie president ama ufikie deputy, inaitwa circle of security. Kuna circle 1, circle 2, circle 3, na kabla ufike upite 4, ndugu yangu, dada yangu, mama yangu, baba yangu, ile utakuwa umefanyiwa ni Mungu anajua. Na ningependa sana watu waangalie hiyo clip vile mama Selina anasema know who your neighbor is. Si ati wanakaa tu Baringo pekee. These people are infiltrating Kenya and they are going to an extent of even reaching up to Eldoret. Wawili si walishikwa nini Eldoret airport? Nyinyi hamna hiyo habari. Nyinyi hamna hiyo habari na mimi niko nayo. Wawili
it is very true.
Walishikwa Eldoret airport.
Very true.
Kenyans, we should be knowing who our neighbors are. Ukiona mtu ni mgeni, usikuwe tu haraka wa kumwelcome. Ndio, we are very hospitable. We are known for that. But look at your security surrounding your place. It's vital to the country. It's vital to the nation as a whole. Hiyo tu.
Thank you. Collins, your question is directed to?
My question, okay, not just a question, but a clarification. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Andre for informing us. You know, it is good to have a security expert. Secondly, Sarah Kabon was saying that maybe Uhuru's government has failed to contain the security issue in Rift Valley. What Sarah is trying to evade is that this issue of cattle rustling is happening in Rift Valley, Kalenjin land, to be specific. That is Pokot land, Tugen land, and some parts of Marakwet land. And the way you're discussing here, it has been alluded that it is politically instigated. And Uhuru and Sarah is blaming Uhuru Kenyatta's administration for failure to contain it. Now, I'm wondering because Ruto, first of all, she has said, Ruto was the part of government first during their first term and even prior to this handshake. I think it is high time not Uhuru, but Ruto should recall his soldiers, the likes of Murkomen, former Governor Kachapin from Pokotland, some leaders from Baringo, so that they can go and talk to their local people in their local dialect, and they can end this issue. Because Ruto is perceived to be the kingpin of Rift Valley, and therefore he has powers to contain that war. Then secondly, Maggie and Kabonia touched something about the introduction of new notes, new Kenyan currency notes. Sarah said that Uhuru will change because of corruption. Is not fake. I think people should be aware that Uhuru did not change the notes. Uhuru just what Uhuru did was just to implement this issue of introducing new currency. It was contained in new constitution. The 2010 constitution forbids the someone's picha ya mtu kuwa kwa currency. That's why after the introduction of this new currency, Okia Umtata went to the court and disputed it because the statue of Jomo Kenyatta was appearing on that note. That's why they were measuring the distance between KICC and where that statue is located. So I think I should clarify that the issue of changing the currency is not what Uhuru did. Uhuru was just implementing what the constitution has stated. Kibaki actually was the one who was supposed to implement it, but it was just a little bit of delay. Thank you.
Attention of campus locations and good morning to all. Data 1 transmitting request and I will stand by for security of status monitoring.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Sarah, you had your hand up.
Yes. I'm charging my phone, so mutaona sura, lakini ni mzuri msikie sauti. First of all, nataka kujibu Collins that I think orders of security comes from the president. When even Moi was the president and Kibaki was the president, he gave out orders to these people, and then orders were taken on. And from there, this thing of cattle rustling went off kabisa.
Sarah, can I clarify?
Kidogo tu. Yeah, I will come to you, Andrew. So when I'm interjecting that, saying that this thing, if orders comes from the president himself, na ikuje mpaka huko chini, because I remember by that time when Morocco was there, I was kabisa nilikuwa nimekuwa mtu mzima. na niliona wakipangwa kutoka post office ya Kabarnet mpaka Kabarnet Hotel, and from that week hatukuwahi kusikia kitu inaitwa Pokot. The same thing came to President Kibaki, and it happened here in West, what do we call Marakwet, the Turkanas, and the Tukens and the Pokots. Hiyo kitu ilisha kabisa. So I want to also say something when what Andrew said. Ati mambo ati usiogope. Andrew, we have really fought for this thing in Baringo. The other meeting, I want to clarify to you, Andrew. The other meeting we had here in Nakuru with the CS Matiang'i, from Nyumba Kumi mpaka kwa CS Matiang'i. Some of the there were three politicians, they never came. But tomorrow, very early in the morning, they were in State House telling the president, even these Pokots are our people. So tukiwapiga, tukiwafanya hivi, sijui nini. Kesho yake ile story yenye tuliweka Nakuru ililala hivyo. So what do you want us to do if they cannot hear us? Na tumekuwa mpaka na Matiang'i. So reply to me, Andrew. Maybe you know more.
Sarah, in terms of security protocol, Matiang'i as the CS get the information from the regional commissioner or the provincial commissioner as they were at Moi's time. And remember Moi's time, a chief, assistant chief, DO, DCs, they were very powerful people. You remember that?
Moi was very early in the morning.
Just let me answer you first. I'm just trying to bring you back to track, because the headquarter of internal security in a region is the PC's office of the regional commissioner. And these people, before they direct or transport information from their office to the CS, they need to have critical plan and exact information. If you give a conflicting information in terms of security strategy, a lot of things fail, and there are mishaps that they are bound to happen because of improper information. That's why I'm saying the ground itself, the people on the ground, a common mwananchi, because wakati ya Moi na wakati ya Kibaki, a common mwananchi alikuwa anapatiana mawazo kile ilifanyika real, na hata intimidatiwa wala nini. That information is taken to the PC, to the chief, to the DO, to DC, to PC. By the time it reaches Matiang'i, already they have a strategic plan of how to handle this situation. Ndiposa wakikuja kwa ground, wakati ya Moi tulikuwa tunatumwa kwa ground hivi, mlikuwanga mnasikia wakati ya Moi fanya fujo uone ama FFU. That is a contingent that is just stationed somewhere. Anything happens, hawambiwagi mara mbili. Inakuanga ni order, hata haitokangi kwa president. The order comes from their commandant. The president is just updated on the action that took place. So ukianza kuniambia order inatokanga kwa president, president is only updated. The forces run concurrently by themselves. Uhuru Kenyatta, our president, cannot give orders to the army or the police or the cat rustling contingent. They have their leaders within those areas. Once those leaders are unable to handle, that's when it comes to the higher hierarchy, and a more tougher contingent is released to handle the situation once and for all. Nani alijua mambo ya Mount Elgon? Mnakumbuka mambo ya Mount Elgon? Mnaisikianga siku hizi? Mnasikianga? Kuna mtu anasikia? Unajua nini ilifanyika?
Andrew, and that is why we even requested that we should be given the Mount Elgon style to come to this other end of ours. But
Sarah,
we complained.
Sarah,
Mpaka sisi tumechoka sasa, tutafanya vile tutaweza tu.
Ikifika mambo ya Mount Elgon.
I want to ask
yes.
a question, Andrew.
Yes.
Andrew, kwa security. Wakati ya Moi na Kibaki, there were no Kalenjin kama sasa vile tuko na deputy president. On your protocol, Deputy President ako wapi kwa hii mambo? Is he controlling anything in Rift Valley? Kwa sababu wakati ya Moi Vice President ilitoka sehemu ingine, wakati ya Kibaki it was the same. Now kuna Deputy President ni mtoto ya Wakalenjin. Kwa hii mambo ya security, kabla itafika President ama Matiang'i, is there any role? Kuna kitu Deputy President being a Kalenjin ana control. Tunataka kujua hapo kwa hiyo security. That is what I would like to know.
Selina Nasara, if I want to clarify clearly is Deputy President kama akona timu yake ingine ile amecanvas ama ameorganize kutokana na pande ya Museveni, he has a hand in it. That one I cannot rule it out without fear of contradiction and openly saying on social media. But kitu moja mnafaa mkumbuke, hata kama akona hand in it, the locals on the ground are involved and the local leaders. Na Spasara vile amesema, after have your meeting in Nakuru, I watched that meeting of Nakuru. It was brought live. And those two local leaders who did not attend.
There were 3.
Yeah, they are the ones who created this situation the next day after talking to President very rudely in Parliament. And because they know Uhuru has a lenient heart, he'll give Matiang'i and ask him to look into the issue before taking any action. Na msifikiri ati Matiang'i akipewa an issue to look into.
Can we wind up now on that issue?
Kidogo
Okay,
wekesa, kidogo tu.
If Matiang'i akipewa, sema.
Kidogo tu.
Yeah,
Andrew.
in 1 minute we need to progress.
Sawa. Andrew, there is something that happened also in Laikipia, and that thing when it was heard, it was being ilifanywa tu within no minute na hiyo kitu ika clear kabisa. But when it comes to hours of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and the Pokotlan and the Turkana, hakuna kitu, ililala hivyo. And then you want to tell me the same people who went and interjected that thing in president office, you think we will give them vote?
Sikiza, wacha nikwambie kitu moja Mama Sara. Kitu moja unafaa ujue, ya Laikipia kwa nini ilimalizwa haraka? They had full intelligence of what was taking place and how to interject these people with a plan. But here Baringo.
But Andrew,
here Baringo.
What happened in Nakuru?
Skiza. Here Baringo. Whatever was discussed in that meeting, not even Matiang'i was given a chance to sit down with the head of state to say this is how we can handle it or this. The MPs rushed to the parliament and the situation was given to a committee. See, when these things go to a committee, before it comes back to Interior Ministry, you know what happens to our Kenyan parliament committees.
You know
how they drag things.
Thank you now. Thank you. We may not have a solution to the security situation. We can only comment on what we know, and the rest we leave it for security guys. So I want us to make progress. There are people who have been here, they have not talked. I need to have Domi, how are you? Domi, are you with us? You're talking to yourself. Kindly before you talk, you unmute. You're talking to yourself, unmute, and then you talk.
Domi, unmute.
Unmute your mic.
Dominic, toa mic yako, unmute.
Wakiasa simu amnimutie labda yake.
I think amehang. Kuna network problem. It's not unmuting even from my side. Even from my side, it's not unmuting. I think he's hanging. Network problem.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have Julian. Then when we sort out, he can continue.
Asante Kesa. Good to see everyone. I like the discussions going on and it's so worrying. Hata kama Wekesa amesema turudie hiyo maneno to hear what our fellow Kenyans are going through. I also want to thank Andrew. He has given us very good information that most of us are not aware of, how the security details runs and all that. And that was very informative, Mr. Andrew. I think we need people like you to come to this site many times to help us understand why things happen like this. Now, I heard there was a clip. I think I didn't watch the clip, but I want to tell Sarah and every other Kenyan, Kenya has changed. There's a time I was harassed by Mungiki in Kirinyaga, and I reported to the CID in Nairobi, and they took steps. I mean, I was receiving harassment text messages, and they were able to trace even where the calls were coming from, and they acted. And the harassment. Somebody's, Domi, please mute. So they acted and the harassment messages stopped. So Kenyan police really act. So we won't put a blanket judgment on them. Mr. Domi, please mute. This. So we can do
Let me
that.
sort him out before I return.
Okay. So the other thing that Mr. Andrew, if you have that clip, can you send to the CID? Or can somebody also, Mr. Wekesa, that's critical information. Can somebody communicate to either even to the Azmio leaders and all that?
I think may I have it on all my social media pages, and I can tell you that clip has gone. I can tell you it has gone viral. So, and there are many people who are tagging in, even the DCI. They were tagging in Matiang'i. So, and personally, I also informed the inner circles of my party. So I know it has gone to those high ranks.
I tagged Kinoti already from my side.
Yeah. Okay, that's good, because what goes around, I mean, when you see that kind of information, we cannot turn blind eye. And as for security, something good Andrew is saying, that sometimes security even starts within amongst us. If you think about Mungiki, okay, I wouldn't support the way people of Kirinyaga dealt with it, but those people had gone too far. I mean, they could come around and take your daughter and marry her off by force. They could come to your shop, take your stuff. They could come to your butchery. They could use your vehicle without paying. And one day the people of Kirinyaga just said they were done and they were tired and fed up. So the people on the ground really helped the security forces to get rid of Mungiki. Because if I come to your own Wekesa, nyinyi mnajua who is a thief? Which family has a thief that steals your chicken? If I ask, come to your family, to your home, you know who you cannot trust with your children. You all of us know each other. That's a good thing about Kenya. We know each other. We know. That is why it is not so hard for the police to find a thief in the village. So people from Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet, they know each other and they know who finances what and who does what. They know their political leaders who are financing all this nonsense. They know them. But still nobody will come out and even testify against them. Now, a case in point, like when Baba was stoned the other day, people know who organized that, who paid who paid who money to do that. But it is so hard to investigate because they cover them. So I think it is high time, Kenyans, it doesn't matter which tribe you come from. I think it is high time that we should help the security forces, because finally it is our children, it is us who are going to suffer. It is us, these politicians always take off and they go back to Nairobi and they leave us with these problems. We are the ones who get displaced. It is our children who die. It is us who become homeless. So I think we should also play part and give the information Mr. Andrew is talking about. Now, I want to go to the topic of the day about the president's refuses to handshake with DP Ruto twice. I also want to agree with Mr. Andrew that it is not under the constitution that the president should shake the hands of the deputy president all the time. He has a jurisdiction, or he has the room and the freedom to decide whose hands to shake, especially in the era of COVID and all that. The other thing, I think it is hypocritical for those who are thinking that that was a bad thing for the president not to shake DP Ruto's hands, because we know how DP Ruto has disrespected his own boss on several occasions. Even when he was talking about, he was eulogizing or mourning President Kibaki, he still went ahead and disrespected his boss in the presence of that crowd. I had to play the clip again and listen to what Deputy President said. This is what he said. This is the greatest president we have ever had. So he's saying that in the presence of the other president. Hayo ni matusi na madharau. He could have said, this is one of the greatest presidents we have ever had. That's a better word. So you don't disrespect your boss, and then you expect him to. He's so disrespectful. It is in his presence we've had Kuria disrespecting the president. Now you DP anapeleka mkutano mpaka kule Gatondo near the president's home. Then Kuria and all the deputy president's brigade wanaropokwa na matusi kutukana the president. His supporters have even insulted the president's family, his own mother. So you now want to tell me that we want the president to pretend and shake hands, or even maybe give the deputy president a hug. I think the president should keep away from the deputy president as much as he can. I think he should do that, not to show enmity, but really, I think the president was doing the right thing. He should not play to the hypocritical game. Yani mchana, we pretend we are very good friends. Na usiku, unanichimba na unanipangia mabaya. That is hypocritical. And if the deputy president doesn't become president, doesn't win this year's election, he has his own self to blame. One of the reasons why he's going to lose the presidency is because of the level of disrespect that he has shown his boss. Now, he forgets that his boss has sympathizers and supporters. I'm sure there were people who thought some time back that DP Ruto was a smart guy. But because of the insults he has been using against his own boss, that has won sympathy for the president in and outside Mount Kenya region. And even the votes he's going to lose from Mount Kenya region mainly is because of the insults he has been uttering against his own boss. So I think I don't see anything wrong with the president not shaking the hands of the deputy president. We should not even politicize it. It is okay. It is not even under the constitution that he should shake his hands. And I think the DP has dug a wedge, a big wedge, have created a big wedge between him and his boss. So I think I was not surprised with that. Now, as we bade Kibaki farewell, most of the people said very good things, and I think it is good to say that going back the DP remarks, there's something he said that he said, I think he was a good illustration of what the fifth president should be like. Yes, Kibaki got us out from economic problems that we had that were created in the days of President Moi, and we saw how many good things he did. We were able to make milestones, to go milestones in the banking sector. We were able to access funds from the banks. There are so many things we can talk about. People have talked about here, the free primary school education, the growth in the democratic space in Kenya and all that. And somebody said here, I think it must have been, I think I'm forgetting her name, she's left. She said that President Kibaki was a peacemaker. And so we agree he was a peacemaker. So we can say so many things about him. So going forward, it is wrong again. I had some members of parliament, especially from the UDA side, comparing DP Ruto to the president, to the late President Kibaki. I think the two people are like day and night, because one is a Democrat, one restores the economy, the other one has cases and counter cases of corruption. So those two people are like day and night. Now, one is mentioned in cases of even violence, that we're talking about violence here. We're talking about Museveni and the violence, and somebody is mentioning DP Ruto. we've never had Mwai Kibaki mentioned in violence. So the two people are like day and night. And if DP was by any chance trying to say that he's the most likely person to step into the shoes of Mwai Kibaki as the 5th president, he's the wrong person to step in the shoes of Mwai Kibaki. In fact, if that happens, Kenya will be going to the dogs. And I hope fellow Kenyans can see clearly that if we want Mwai Kibaki's legacy to remain and to be resurrected, then we cannot vote for somebody where when we talk about violence, his name is mentioned. When we talk about corruption, his name is mentioned. When we talk about mtu hata kunyaganya mtu kama mimi, a mere Kenyan like me, Shamba, yeah, there's a case that this man was taken to court and it was ruled against him. Na akaambiwa the Muteshi case, akaambiwa rudishe shamba na alipe damages. I mean, that is our presidential candidate. So it is wrong for anybody, for those members of parliament, any other person who are trying to compare the Kibaki legacy and our deputy president. Is a very wrong comparison. Should not even happen. Me, from my own view, this person should not even vie for presidency. It is just that it's his constitutional right to do so. But I think going forward in Kenya, we shall not have such people vying for presidency, leave alone talking about them winning. So that is my take. And even comparing them with Uhuru, we can talk about very few wicked things that Uhuru has done, if any. We cannot even compare him with Uhuru. Of course, there are many things we can say that Uhuru has not performed to our expectations. Me too, there are many things I can say that he has not performed to my expectations. But still, I feel it was a wrong thing to compare Ruto and Mwai Kibaki. So Mwai Kibaki rests as our hero, and he's gonna be our hero for a long, long time. And we hope that for fellow Kenyans who are watching, we hope that we are all going to vote Baba, because he's the only person who can step in the shoes of Mwai Kibaki. All of you here have seen how many times RAILA has stepped in to restore peace in this country. How many times he has stooped low and let go his ego. He has stooped low and let go his ambitions for the sake of the peace of this nation. All of us, whether you are in UDA or Azmio, you can see that. So me, I will mourn President Kibaki by saying he's our hero. And I hope the next government that will take is Azimio government, because that's the only government can step in the shoes of Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Asante Wekesa, nimemalizia hapo.
Thank you for that passionate contribution.
Wekesa,
yes?
Can I answer this, Neandru?
Yes.
There's a question has been asked about this Harambee Annex arms issue.
Yeah, there's someone who had actually called me and asked me to ask.
Just let me answer him briefly.
Those who understands issues to do with that.
Let me answer him. Let me answer.
Can you
briefly?
answer?
Not even 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. This was a situation in the offing that Echesa was involved as a confidant of DP. And if you look at the whole scenario where it started, who was the ambassador to that country at that time? The daughter of the DP. Who was even involved in signing documents in those countries at that time? And if we look at it deeply, the matter is still under the KDF and NSIS investigation team, which they are working very hard. And I think you guys have heard about the 25 billion transfer that has been interjected by Interpol. That information was in our radar since 2-3 years back. No one knew it. It comes under 360 and the OSAC. We deal with these diplomatic issues because they are the big people who transfer this big amount of money. For example, a country like this Democratic Republic of Congo, if that country stabilizes, the East African community economic bloc will be larger than Africa as a whole. I have colleagues from that country that I work with. When they tell you how those bandits do those things, And I just want to thank our president for rallying the president and bringing these people on the table to talk, to bring their country back. Because if Africa unites, like the 7 countries that we have united, I'm telling you guys, nothing that we can't do. We will do everything to the latter. More so, Kenya as a country. I just thank the president because he made sure IT and telecommunication is viable worldwide. In Africa, we are leading. And that helps us to know a lot of information. And Julia, thank you so much. You clarified something that I was almost saying. Our Director of Criminal Investigation, he is the African head of Interpol. And him being that, whatever knowledge or training that our team gets, it's first class. And it's not a joke. I've attended those trainings here where I am. Guys, there are things that our government or our police forces do. It's we citizens who are supposed to be able to appreciate them and enable them do better. Intelligence starts from the ground, not from the police. The police come from the ground to collect the information. And please, please, if they ask you a question and you know something about it, give them that information, as long as you're not going to be victimized. That is what is called intelligence in our country and in our notion of knowledge. Intelligence solves everything in a way that even the people who reported it will wonder, this thing has just disappeared in seconds. And it was here up in arms like nobody else, but it disappeared. How did it disappear? How did they handle it? That's why NSCIS and DCI, these 2 arms of government, work very closely for the safeguarding of our country. Did anyone know that special forces in Kenya are the only one that has managed to put off Al-Shabaab and dismantle them? Other countries did not know, but Kenya came to be 3rd in Africa after Egypt and Tunisia, because we have people who are trained to the latter to handle such situations. Because after the American embassy bomb, what happened? It was about training the contingents to handle situations like that. And we have best. If you understand, we have a contingent called Reke that guards the presidential, they are bodyguards to vice president and the president. These people are well trained. It's like a working machine. Whatever they do, it's planned, it's calculated, and it has results at the end. So the only thing I can say, the arms deal, it's not a situation in the limbo. The day it will come out, it will go with a lot of people. And all that are involved, the Kenya Military Police and NSIS, they don't joke. When you joke with their integrity, try to swindle them out by purporting you want money for this. And the money was how much? 39 billion. Do you know if you're given that money or if it starts being placed on ground from Nakuru to Eldoret, it will be filled from those roads until it passes past Eldoret. So let us look at leaders who will propel the country into a first world, not a third world. That's the only thing I can leave Kenyans here on this panel with. Our security is the backbone of the development of that country. If our country is not safe, we drive away investors, we drive away development, and we drive away that community that we are trying to create as 7 countries of East African community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our viewers, I think today are getting first-hand information from the security itself. Let's have kuna jamaa wamekaa hapa sana. Penny, how are you? Okay, Penny, yuko Toroitich. Toroitich. Yaani watu wamelala ama? Domi, how are you?
Good morning. Acha niko naongea ni mimi Toroitich.
Oh, Toroitich, how are you?
Nanipata vizuri.
Yeah, uko poa?
Fine. How are you? Yeah, good
Well, we
morning.
are fine. You can make your submission based on the topic we have. And
Don't mute your speaker.
I think ni huyu Domi, I don't know. I will just keep him at the backstage. He's having a problem with the... Yeah, proceed.
So thank you guys. I just stumbled upon this this media platform. Na I think it was jana asubuhi and you were just about to go. And then I was like, I like this. I've been wanting to find a forum where we can discuss these things and share such things that you're talking about. And I'm really impressed, especially the last speaker, mwenye ametuelezea hizo very vital and very, very good information about security. So kwa upande yangu mimi naweza sema nini? Wacha nianzie hapo hivyo ya mwisho yenye ameongelea kuhusu mambo ya security, ambapo mimi naweza sema Kenya everything is going well na security yetu hata naweza sema iko sawa. Shida ni kuwa propaganda zenye ziko yenye inapiga serikali yenye iko in place, wacha hata opposition ambayo ni opposition, but now we have the opposition in government, so that unapata when things are going well, watu wanajazwa negativity kama wa Kenya, mpaka everybody is thinking like nothing is happening in Kenya. We are doing so well, na sijai ona ni kwa nini vitu hazikuwa addressed. Mimi mwenyewe natoka West Pokot na issue ya insecurity that by the way that's very personal, kwa sababu sasa hiyo imekuja nyumbani sana. I remember even there was a time tulikuwa tunaibiwa ng'ombe, but ukiangalia it's nothing to do with the police ama intelligence ama nini, but vision yetu kama sisi wa Kenya. Leo nikisikia walikuwa jana usiku mchana wakiwa na eulogize Kibaki, nilisikia wakisema kuhusu Kibaki alipatikana kwa sababu alikuwa ameandikia Milton Obote manifesto mzuri sana. And then this is where we are going wrong, kwa sababu unaangalia mara nyingi sisi leaders wetu wanakuja wanatuambia things that they want to do for us, but not for us to tell them what we want them to do for us. You see, that's very different. In West Pokot currently, tukiangalia hata na population ya Kenya na kujaribu kuapportion hiyo kiasi ya hiyo kwa West Pokot, unapata kwa 55 million ukidivide by 47 kwa saizi na ukijaribu kulinganisha na 16 million yenye ilikuwa ni wakati ya serikali ya kwanza ile 1960s or 26 million something there about, unaangalia hii issue ya cattle herding, hii traditional way of keeping cattle, it's not sustainable. Tunaweza weka pale hivyo polisi, tunaweza weka nani, but ikifika kwa ground vitu ni very, very personal. Hao watu wameshika mabunduki ni kwa sababu that's the only thing they know, and their leaders wako pale kwa sababu ya kutafuta kura peke yake. We have our deputy president from our region of Rift Valley ambaye vitu kama hizi ndio ingekuwa amewekea macho, but really they are never addressed. Kila siku nasikia wakibash watu kama kina ule alikuwa anaitwa nani, Mtembei, huyu mwenye tuko naye CS wa security, but our leaders wanatakana wangekuwa wameangalia, na hata si leaders, sisi wenyewe tungekuwa tumesisitiza kwa leaders wetu kuwa hizi si vitu yenye itatusustain, Kwa saizi tuko na mito nyingi like West Pokot, tuko na River Takwel, tuko na River Swam, tuko na river nyingi huko hivyo, ambapo wakiweza kuendelesha agriculture, people will move away from hii mambo ya cattle rustling, waanze kuweka vitu ambayo ni sustainable. Saizi ng'ombe, a herd of 30 cattle, 30 cows let's say, utahitaji shamba karibu town mzima Eldoret ndio uweze kuilea, kwa sababu it's not only you mwenye uko na ng'ombe, pia next neighbor ako na same, huyo mwingine pia ako na the same. We'll need a large tract of land. But tukiangalia mambo ya kama zero grazing, sisi tuliibiwa ng'ombe, tukaamua kuweka ng'ombe ya maziwa yenye tunafuga nyumbani, na that thing ended. Hakuna siku ile yenye hao bandits watatoka kule chini wakuja wakuchukulie ng'ombe ambaye hiwezi ikatembea 1 kilometer. You see? Anyway, that's just about that. Na ile issue ingine ni ambayo ni hii topic ambayo tumekuwa tukiongelea leo kuhusu mambo ya handshake na ya DP na president. Na to address the issue, to talk about the issue, nitakana tuangalie genesis ya fallout yao ilianzia wapi, of which sio leo, sio this year, sio last year, sio wakati ya handshake ya Uhuru na Raila. Nakumbuka before tuingie election ya 2017, Murathe mwenyewe alikuwa amesema style ya leadership ya Uhuru itakuwa very different, meaning there was something that had already happened. And I remember immediately after elections, Uhuru alikuwa ametokana na the whole karibu a sect of the Jubilee alikuwa ameshatokana nayo. That is way before Raila ingilie kati. So even after handshake, deputy came in and akasema kuwa he was approached by the Raila for handshake na yeye akaikataa. So hii handshake, it was not like ati alifukuzwa yeye kwa handshake. DP hakufukuzwa kwa hiyo handshake, alikimbia from the handshake. Na since akimbie, handshake ambayo ilikuwa inakuja kutafuta peace kati ya sisi wenye tulikuwa tumepigia baba repeatedly, tukijua tunataka baba. By the way, baba has more than half of the country. Now we have an illegitimate leadership in place, na sisi wengine wenye tunafeel tumekuwa aggrieved, we are looking for a way to work with them to jaribu ku legitimize their leadership, and then from there is a split in the leadership. That has nothing to do with the opposition. That is purely their issues. Uhuru na deputy wake. Now coming of leo mtu kuexpect yeye Uhuru aende apeane handshake na mtu mwenye amekuwa akijaribu kusabotage leadership yake. I'm very sure soon, not soon, someday we will we as a nation we will come to again kwa sherehe kama ya leo ya kuzika, tuseme nao ikuwa ni Uhuru, na angewish iongelewe kama vile inaongelewa kuhusu Kibaki, now this time about yeye. Alafu amekuwa sabotage, watu wamepatiwa propaganda, ministries zimekuwa infiltrated na majambazi mpaka imekuwa hata haezi aka execute leadership yake. And then this is the same person mwenye mtu anatakana kwenda kumpatia handshake. How now? How? Anyway, you know, in Bible nilisikia mtu akiongelea kuhusu Biblia. Now let me go back also to the Bible. Kuna hii story ya the Uriah's wife, Bathsheba, alipolala na David wakapata mtoto. David was warned before huyo mtoto azaliwe, na ikawa hata kabla akuwe warned, yeye vile alipatiwa hiyo story ya mtu kukula kondoo ya jirani yake ambaye ilikuwa imekuwa treated as a pet, yeye mwenyewe alisha pass judgment kwa huyo mwenye kukula hiyo kondoo ya jirani, meaning alikuwa ameshajipatia mwenyewe judgment kwa yale yote ambaye atafanyia bibi ya Uriah. Now when mtoto alizaliwa na ule mtoto ilikuwa akufe, David tried everything, but when mtoto alikufa yeye alimove on, kwa sababu punishment has nothing to do with sijui bitterness ama chuki. Nilikuwa nasikia mtu akiongelea kuhusu mambo ya hatred. No, when Ruto aliamua kufanya vitu yake na aliamua kufanya kujaribu kusabotage rafiki yake ama huyo ndugu yake Uhuru, this was expected. Huwezi kuwa unaenda kubash mtu, na hata sioni kama ile kubwa sana ni matusi. Jumi sioni vile matusi kwa mama ya sioni vile matusi kwa mama ya Uhuru inaweza fanya ikuwe ni that big deal. Kuna vitu nyingi sana ambayo amekuwa akijaribu kusabotage leadership ya Uhuru from within. Unlike before, tumekuwa tuko na constructive opposition ambao wamekuwa wakipoint out mahali penye kuna shida, wana point out, but hii ni watu wanapora, watu wanajaribu kuzuia vitu yenye serikali inajaribu kuendelesha. Seriously, nobody can shake hand with somebody like that. Na siku hizi kuna sumu, kuna hii sumu inaitwa cyanide. Somebody can just shake your hand and when you go, you're okay. 4-5 days later, umekufa mysteriously like Nkaisari na wale wengine. Yeah. Mi naweza sema ni hivyo, asimsalimie na si leo peke yake, iishie hapo hivyo. Anyway, asanteni na tutaendelea kuongea, tuendelee na mjadala.
Thank you for that. Mama Selina, how are you? Nataka unishikilie for 1 hour and Themba is coming.
Okay.
Yes.
So nani anapatiwa?
Tomorrow me I have a half working day. So I have to sleep some 2 hours.
This is a long weekend, my friend, from Friday to Wednesday. Unaenda wapi?
No, tomorrow is a working day for me.
Alex, welcome. So nani anafuata Themba Wekesa?
Yeah, so the people who have not talked, Alex, Julius, and Penny.
Julius, Lex, alafu nani?
Julius,
Penny.
Penny, and then Alex.
Okay, so wacha tupatie Julius.
Hello everyone. Nashukuru for today, Mama Selina. Thank you for giving me this chance. Naona Wekesa ametoroka, anaenda kazi. Anaenda kulala, kesha ako job. Anyway, ni kesho ama leo?
Unaona nilikuwa nachificha nalala kidogo narudi. But Alex anakuja Themba. Let me do some 2 hours niamukie job. But kesho tutaenda mpaka morning because now I have 2 days for which I'm free.
Okay. Waenda upumzike, wacha si tuendelee kidogo. Anyway, nashukuru sana. Imekuwa na discussion mzuri. Mostly security is very, very important for our country. But what I can say about security, the problem which we have in Kenya is that we always hide bad people. We don't huwa tusemangi ama sio rahisi upate Mkenya unajua Mkenya anazoona hata mwizi na ananyamaza tu hawezi sema. And the reason behind that ni kwa sababu ya mikakati hajawekwa vizuri ya information. Ukitoa information, nakumbuka Kitengela kuna vijana walikuja wakafunja duka ya rafiki yangu, wakaiba manguo, wakashikwa. Waliposhikwa wakatoka jioni, walishikwa asubuhi wakatoka jioni, wakapitia kwa hiyo duka wakaambiwa jamaa ulikuwa unafikiria tutalala ndani, that kind of things. Unaona hata mtu anashikwa anapitia kwako na amekuibia, anakuuliza ulikuwa unafikiria nitalala ndani. So about security, I think also hiyo maneno naitwa tuseme witness protection pia haijakuwa, serikali haijafanya vizuri sana. So I think that is another side that government need to work hard for witness protection. And another thing, handshake. Why do people like, if somebody doesn't want to shake your hand, you also ignore. Is it a big deal? Many people, and it has been niliona Twitter, it's it's too much. It's trending hard. If the president ataki kushake hand na mtu isapotua ni mtu amemharibia kazi, his hands are tied, amemtusi, he has done almost everything. Actually, people in Kenya, we are very lucky because President Uhuru is a very good man. Na tena wamekutana na mzee mwingine tena naye anakuwa na roho mzuri zaidi, Raila. So these are two people that I don't know. I mean, they have different hearts. Unaanza mtukana kesho unaona Kinakuri wanatukananga yeye anaona tena wanaenda wanakula samaki together with Raila. You know, Uhuru is also Uhuru is a very good-hearted man actually. But at times Kenya anaona, I think ndio saa zingine unaona watu Moi of course hakufanya kazi mzuri, but watu wana admire Moi because he was a tough man and anaweza simama akikataa anakataa, you know. I mean, Uhuru is a good president, but sio kwa Kenya. You know, Kenya ni watu they take you advantage, especially hasa kama DP yake amekuwa hivyo. Naenda kumtukana nyumbani, hata kama ni kutoheshimu mtu jamani, you don't have to do that, surely. This world, you know, what you do to other people, it will happen to you. Kwa sababu kama huwezi heshimu na you are looking for that top seat, unataka wewe pia uwe president, na usipoheshimiwa after all, by the way, Ruto naye ni mtu hawezi kukunini, ukimfanyia kitu kama hiyo you are gone. So I think the Kenya security, we lost kwanza Kajiado ilipoteza watu wawili, ilipoteza Ngaiseri na ikapoteza Saitoti, very I mean very prominent people in Kajiado, kwa sababu ya hiyo mambo tu tulikuwa Andrew alikuwa anatuelezea. So I think well, let us just, vile Andrew alisema, hata kama tuna nini, lakini about security of the country we have to be very serious about it. Hatuwezi kubali Uganda ilete maneno yao kuja kutuchafulia nchi, because actually that is what they have been doing. Even we suspected 2017 walikuwa wametuma wakora kuja kuua watu Kenya from Uganda. There was something like that, I think. I remember. So I think for now I want to just conclude that with those few remarks. Nitaendelea baadaye, bado niko.
Asante sana. So nani alikuwa ya pili, Rotich ama ilikuwa nani? Hey, watu tuko panel, tusaidiane ni
Alex. No.
Alex was number. Okay, Alex.
Hello. Mama Selina, thank you very much. Yangu itakuwa mafupi. Niliongea kwanza na ilikuwa mapema kidogo wakati Bernard alikuwa akianzisha show. Nimemsikia huyo jamaa anaitwa Andrew.
Alex, you must shake hands first.
What hands? Which hands? Oh, Jakindube, habari yako mzee? Mama Selina, watu yote. Wacha niwasalimie vile Uhuru anatusalimia.
Exactly.
So I think for me, I have only one point, because maneno ya Uhuru kusalimia deputy wake niliongea mapema. I think we need to allow Kenyans to start not politicizing everything. We politicize health, wakati Ngilu alileta free healthcare, tukakataa. We politicize education, wakati tunasema free education, kuna watu unapata wengine wanaleta shida. We politicize even security. Wakati Matiang'i anataka kufanya kazi yake, iko watu kutoka UDA wataanza kusema umebakisha miezi 3 utoke huko na uende nyumbani. There are things all Kenyans must know that's a collective problem that needs a collective solution. The fact that you are on this formation and I'm on this formation, even if your guy wins, will not bring food on your table. Our children's education, our healthcare, our security should never be politicized at any stage of our lives, whether we are kids, whether we are old people. We politicize everything, Kenyans. It's okay. but at least let us agree to disagree. Let us not touch education. Let us not touch security, food security, and the other security. Let us not politicize even development. Once you do that, when it is time to act and politicize it, it becomes very difficult. When Sarah speaks here, she speaks passionately, but let Matiang'i take his duties honestly with the tag of what he swore to do. Utaona vile watu the other side vile watakimbisha yeye. Not that we are not able to solve these issues. These issues are solvable. The problem lies whereby the other people think that it's political. We want to win over even something that you should not win over. We want to politicize even things that should never have been political even in the beginning. So ukiona sahi Kenya and what is happening, the question lies, when a chaser with the arms deal and other many security breaches that we have seen in our country were happening, if we took decisive measures, even to take deputy president to the court, because all these things happen under his watch, under his office, with the people that are very close to him. The question is, if we took him to court to answer those issues, will the people in Baringo, will the people in Marakwet, will the people who where the security issues are have taken Matiang'i seriously? They will have politicized it. Now, I mean, you can't cry. I started reading Koigi Mwamwera when I was very young. At some point, he wrote a very good article when I was still in primary school, and I remember it. We used to read every Sunday his articles. One time he said this: you cannot protect the rich if you cannot feed the poor. You can never protect the rich if you cannot feed the poor, because poverty, unequal distribution of resources, which means school, hospital, good life. The reason why we're having security issues is not because we do not have the capability. It's because some kids don't go to school. The only thing they know is that they must have 100 cattle from the age of 7 in order to get married at the age of 20. They must make sure between the age of 7 to the age of 20, they have 100 cattle. How can you debate? How can you even reason with such kind of a person? So, I mean, we must do everything in our capacity. When we say free primary education, we don't just say because Central has many. Nyanza also is catching up. We must ask ourselves, the areas that we see such kind of insecurities, do we have measures enough? Do we have security to take children to school? I mean, unless we do that, the people in those areas are going to have those problems as other areas continue to improve. And that is where I agreed with Bibia David Ndi. I know that was a blank and bad statement. What he said was true, whether we like it or not. Ndi said bottom-up economics doesn't work for Kiambu. It works in some areas. That's a fact. Take it to the bank. Why? In Kiambu, if you look at the rate of schools and how kids are going there and everything, and then you look at other areas, today in Marsabit, there are people dying. And one rally of Ruto and RAILA takes an average of 3 million every day. 3 million, one rally, logistics and everything. And yet we politicize everything. But when it comes to food security, we cannot passionately talk what we are talking. We can't use a whole show and say enough is enough. We must have food in Marsabit. Come rain, come sunshine. You must greet each other. Let us go to Marsabit. We must have that security, food security. Our priorities are wrong. Like Okiombaka said, the constitution lawyer, one of the greatest people. Kenya is a home a beautiful mansion whereby we poop in the kitchen, we cook in the toilet, and we go leisure in our living in what, something like that. Our priorities are not right. We must put that country into priority. Security is number one priority. If you don't have security, there is no going to school, there is no going to the hospital, there is no going to business, and therefore there is no economy. Period. Let us prioritize security. Thank you.
Asante sana Alex, unaweza shikilia ama we ni baba. Unajua wasee wakiwa kwa bomba wanapatiwa nafasi.
Nico, I am busy a little bit here.
Okay, thank you. So, can we go to Tarotich? Is he able to come in? If Tarotich is not able...
Hapana, Tarotich ameongea ni Jaka
Nyagaka.
Nipeni Nyagaka and then Jaka Kendube.
Okay. Okay, sasa ni wakati ya wasee.
Unaweza sema hiyo jina vizuri tena. Sema hiyo jina vizuri sana.
Wewe wacha zako bwana.
Ni Jakindube, not Jakakindube.
Okay. Okay, Penny.
Asante sana Mama Selina. Kwa hii nyumba mimi najua hawataki nisungumuze, lakini nitakuja nisungumuze maneno yangu. Wakikataa nitaenda kwa ofisini kaya huko. Asa kusikia kijana anania sema Alex, don't politicize everything. That is a very, very true statement. And we wish we could do that. But Kenyatta not shaking Ruto's hand, vile Sara amesema ni kweli. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, here in America, Kenyatta acted like a punk. So hiyo sio kutukana, lakini kusema ukweli. Hivyo wengi tumempigia kura mara mbili Selina, kwa sababu tulikuwa na history ya mzee baba yake. Baba, there was one time Shikuku alisema kitu mbaya juu ya baba kwa parliament, na mzee akasema mlete huyu kijana, akakwenda huko. Na wakati huo Sara utatusaidia, Kenyatta walikuwa wanasema ati alikuwa anapiga ma ministers ngofi na kiti anything, lakini Shikuku alienda. Shikuku akienda, mzee akamuuliza hiyo nini unasema? Shikuku akawaambia, unaona hiyo kina Njonjo, unaona wao kina Mungai ndio wanakuharibia China. Wewe tukienda Kakamega saa hii kila mtu anakupenda. Na mzee just as those guys. Why can't we thought, some of us thought that when we were voting for his son, he was anything like him. And he said it very clearly. He's like his mother. That's a female behavior. Msichana ukimkataa anafanya vile Kenyatta alifanya leo. So Kibaki is the best president Kenya's ever had. We hoped that we could improve from there. Now wacha nisungumze juu ya mzee Oginga Odinga. Oginga Odinga said that, Alex, the colonial mentality ya chiefs, DCs, DOs, and PCs has to be a relic, has to be the thing of the past. So today, as we speak, Mama Selina, what is the work of the governor? What is the work of the PC? The PC was standing on us, making sure that we do what they wanted in London. What are the PC doing today? Hiyo ndio tunajiuliza, na tunajua kwamba hatutaki tusungumze maneno mengine hapa. Hii ni nyumba ya kuzungumza vizuri sana juu ya Raila Odinga. Lakini that is not politics. That's hatred. Ile mnamfanyia ni Ruto. Hivyo ni kusema kwamba Ruto ashinde atakuwa president. Raila ashinde atakuwa president. Some of us will accept that. Lakini nyinyi ambao accept it. Lakini wacha tuseme kwamba sisi sote ni wa Kenya. Asa mimi ni Mkisii, na nasungumuza vile Wakisii wanasungumuza ama Mkenya. Hivyo ni kusema ya kwamba let us not hate each other because we have differences, or we have difference because huyu mtu you know, I've listened to you very hardly long time. Wewe mnafikiri sasa sisi tumeharibika kichwa. No, Alex, ni kama hapa America. Unaona Republicans, unaona Democrats. Wakimaliza wanaendelea vizuri. kuna Julia ako South Carolina. Marafiki yangu rednecks wanataka niende huko North Carolina. Na kuna nani alisema ile rekodi, kuna kijana mmoja alisema ile rekodi ya Kenny Rogers. You chose the long time to leave me. Hiyo yote tumesikiza. Lakini that is not a good example of who Ruto is. Nimalizia kusema hivi Mama Selina. For some of us, if Ruto not become president, we'll be very happy. Because why did he really followed Kenyatta? Because he knew he was going to get something out of it. The same way Raila said, Hata huyu anatosha, thinking that he will be the next vice president or something. And when it doesn't happen, you move on to something else. Let us practice politics of Mzee Emilio Kibaki, which was let the people do their thing. And if they are fired by the court, so be it. Some of us remember when Anyang' Nyong'o was Minister of Health and they were selling chalks for aspirin. But Mzee alinyamaza tu. And that's when the economy turned around from Kibaki's time. And it was sad. It was bad. Ile kazi nani alifanya Arab Ruto kwa K92 ilikuwa mbaya sana. Hapo ndo lazima tukubali. Let us try to say the truth for what it is and a lie for what it is. Sasa hivi wengi wetu, personally, we want to make sure the bottom-up economics that Emilio did, which he had gone to school in Cambridge or Oxford, I don't know which one, Alex. And he came to teach in Uganda, and their story is very clear. They were trying to build a Kenyan society, not a tribal society. Vile Kenyatta naenda ujumbani all the time anazungumza Kikuyu. There are about 15 ministers from Kikuyu land, you know, the mountain. But Kisii tuna mmoja. Even his dad gave us 2. Moi gave us 3. So he really despises what Kisii sana. Na hiyo, Alex, that's where we are going next. Lazima tupate factory ya fertilizer Kisii to change most of the schools in Kisii to be permanent. Nimemalizia hapa. Thank you very much, Mama Selina.
Okay, asante sana Penny. Kuna kitu moja tu nataka umeongea hapo. Nataka nikuulize Penny. Kuna mtu si mtoto wa mama? Kwa sababu nilikuwa nafikiria kila mtu amesaliwa na mama na everybody ni mtoto ya mama. So ukisema wait. Ukisema our president tulifikiria atakuwa ni mtoto ya baba ni ya mama, that is wrong. All of us, even me,
the behavior.
Tulikuachia nafasi. Ninajaribu kurekebisha kitu moja unasema. Mbele ya wamama, ninaamini ya kwamba mimi nikiwa mumama, mimi pia ni mtoto ya mama. So hapo kila mtu ametoka kwa mama. Ya pili, umesema jambo moja yenye tunafikiria sisi wote ni wa Kenya, na mwenye atakuwa rais tutamfuata kwa sababu ni rais wetu. Kumbuka hata watu ya baba wakati Kibaki alichakuliwa walipaki wakakuwa Kenyans. Na ile kitu tunauliza tu ni umoja wa Kenya. 3 months imefaki, utafauti mingi tunataka kuacha, lakini nyinyi watu ya UDA mkikuja jaribu kuusa deputy president na mjaribu kusema ukweli. Asante sana. Wacha tupatie Mzee Chakendu Bey. Tumwambie karibu, utuambie maneno leo. Umeona vile mambo imeenda, watu wanalia kwa handshake, but kusalamiana si lazima kwa sababu ni haki ya kila mtu, na hata alisalamiana kwa sababu tuko na COVID. Hata mimi sasa ninakusalamia hivi kwa sababu hiyo ni salamu ya sasa. Sisi wengine bado tunafaa mask kwa sababu tunaambiwa corona bado iko. So ukiona hatujatupa, mimi unaona wakati yote ninafaa, siwezi kimbilia kusalamia mtu, lakini isipokuwa wakati nilikuwa DC nilisahau kuna corona nikahack my vice president. So I hope sisi tuko salama. Karibu Chakendu Bey.
Asante sana Mama Selina. Niliona vile ulikaribisha vice president na ujumbe ile wote waliokuwa nao na baba pamoja. Niliona hiyo vizuri sana. Alex ndio sikumuona, sijui kwa nini ilifanyika nini. Alex, habari?
Mzuri mzee.
Yeah. Ulikuwa
Ulikuwa
busy?
Yeah, kidogo tu, lakini it was a last minute problem that made me not to fly.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa, nakuamini. Nakuamini sana.
Si niliona hao wageni walikuja kwenyu, Alex, utatuambia.
Yeah, they were there. We hosted them. Tuliongea nao. I mean, wakaenda Texas, so we had a good time with them.
Nimefurahi sana. Nilifurahi sana kwa vile mliwakaribisha vizuri sana.
Shukrani.
Kitu nataka kuzungumzia mambo mawili tu. Kwani nataka kuanza na jambo ambalo umesema Alex, kwamba kuna vitu fulani inatakiwa Wakenya tusipoliticize. Mimi nataka kuambia chanzo cha politics yetu ni kwamba kuna vitu viwili ambavyo sio ambavyo vimeenda wrong. Ya kwanza ni kwamba tumetupa Uafrika wetu kabisa, tumetupilia mbali. Hatujitambui kama sisi Waafrika, na tabia na mienendo zetu za kijadi ndizo tunatakiwa tukuze. Hiyo tumetupa. Jambo la pili, nasema tumeishi katika ukabila miaka nyingi sana na hiyo mimi nakwambia kwa vile mimi nimeangalia haya mambo yote katika ulimwengu mzima, unapokaa na kitu muda mrefu huwezi kutambua. Ni kama vile ukikaa karibu na choo, ikinuka utakaa hapo, baada ya muda fulani usikii huo mnuko, kwa sababu Wakenya ukiwaambia ni wana ukabila ndani yao ambayo iko deep, hawakubali, kwa sababu wanafikiria kwamba tunapozungumza na mimi na mkabila mwingine tukizungumza, wanafikiri hiyo ndio mwisho. Sio hivyo. Tuliona juzi tu kama Wakenya wanachukua panga, anakata Mkenya mwenzake mnapanga hadharani mchana. Hiyo ni kwa sababu ya ukabila ambapo imekolea, na ndio maana kila kitu unachosema, ukisema kitu lazima mtu mwingine ataipinga, hata kama ni kitu safi ataipinga, kwa sababu haoni, anakuona, ingawaje anasema ni politics, lakini anakuona kama wewe unachosema unajipatia advantage kwake. So vile unataka, ni lazima, mimi nasema ni lazima sisi Wakenya tuokoke, tutoke kwa ukabila. Tukitoka kwa ukabila tutaona mambo vizuri, tutaona mambo kama Wakenya. Lakini kama tumebaki kwa ukabila, ni jambo ambalo tumeishi nayo muda mrefu, tunaiona ni jambo la kawaida. Mtu anasema hapana, sisi Wakenya tunapendana. Ukisema mambo wanasema sisi Wakenya tunapendana. No, inatakiwa Wakenya tuseme tunapendana. Wakati unaambiwa chukua panga ukate huyu Mkamba, unasema hapana bwana, huyu ni ndugu yangu, ama hiyo kitu hakuna. Unaona kama Watanzania, mwingine alisema hapa jana, nilimsikiliza akisema kwamba Makufuli wa Tanzania wako chama cha CCM ni dictator. Sio dictator. Wa Tanzania wamekula umoja wao, mpaka saa zingine unafikiria wanakuwa dictated, kwa sababu ukiwaambia waende wa demonstrate wanashindwa kufanya hivyo, kwa sababu wanafikiria kwamba wako na njia nyingi za kutoa suluhu kwa mambo yao, kwa sababu President Nyerere aliwafundisha mambo ya kuzungumza na kusikilizana. Mimi nikiwa mtoto mdogo, nikiwa kijana mdogo, nilikuwa naona PC huku Kenya wanaitwa PC, kule ni Provincial Commissioner, anakuja kuhutubia baraza la wazee, na mzee tu anasimama anamwambia pana, enda umwambie serikali hiyo hatutaki. Nilipokuja Kenya, hauwezi hata kusimama kusema, provincial anasema na mnatoka hapo, hakuna mtu anajibu, kwa sababu ukijibu unavurugwa. Na hiyo vurugu ndio watu walikuwa wanasema ati hiyo eti kwa sababu ni provincial commission, huwezi kuzungumza, huwezi kujibu. Tunatakiwa sisi kama Wakenya tutoe hiyo mambo ya ukabila, na hiyo itatutolea mambo mengi, itatusaidia kwa mambo mengi, itatoa hata corruption. Jambo la pili, juu ya salamu, nataka kuzungumzia juu ya salamu. Salamu, mimi wakati mwingine ninapoangalia TV, ninapomuona makamu wa rais, mimi huwa nasikiaga embarrassed, kwa sababu saa zingine mimi sioni kama, nashindwa yeye ni mtu anaona vitu namna gani. Anamtusi president. Jamani, mnajua president ni nani? Unamtusi. Alafu wewe huyo unaenda unasimama pale, unataka kumkaribisha, unamkaribisha mbele ya watu, na 2 days ago ulimtusi. Yeah? Alafu mimi ninashangaa sana na Wakenya. Jamani, Wakenya tumesahau siku chache tu hapa. Huyu jamaa ambaye yuko Amerika, kila mtu alimuona akimuhag vice president, akimuhag, na watu wanasema ni mtu wake. Jamani, huyo mtu alimtusi mama ya president. Sijui kama mmoja wenu, sisi ambao tuko hapa, mtu akitusi mama yako namna hiyo utafanya nini? Sijui kama ninyi mnaweza kuvumilia kama vile Uhuru amevumilia. Sijui kama mmoja wenu anaweza kuvumilia kama mulisikia maneno huyo jamaa alisema kwa mama ya president. Na mama ya president ni first lady. Hata kama umpendi, huyo ndio first lady wa president wetu wa Kenya. Unaweza kusema jambo kama hilo juu yake? Alafu watu wa Kenya wanafikiri hiyo ni sawa. Ruto mwenyewe hata hakumkashifu huyo mtu, hata hajasema jambo lolote kuhusu hiyo. Unafikiri president si binadamu? Mnaona huyo president ni cartoon, yana hana feelings. Alafu watu wanasema hakumsalimia. Alimsalimia, alimwambia habari bwana, alimsalimia. Si lazima usalimie mtu na mkono, lakini mimi hata president asipomsalimia vice president sina kwamu na hiyo, nakubali kabisa. Naweza kusikia vile anasikia rohoni, vile huyu jamaa anamfanya, kwa sababu huyu jamaa kama angekuwa mtu muungwana, na huyu ndio tunataka kuchagua kwa president. Huyu kama angekuwa mtu muungwana, mtu ambaye anaamini integrity, angekuwa amejiuzulu kitambo na kaacha hiyo kwa vice president. Hiyo ingekuwa ni jambo la busara, lakini kitu ambacho anamfanyia president ni jambo la ni chungu sana. Kitu anamfanyia president, ninyi watu wengi hawaelewi, lakini kitu ambacho anamfanyia president, anamfanyia ukatili, yani sijui, lakini mambo ambayo anafanya ni mambo yale ya kuudhi. Anafanya mambo ambayo kusema kweli sio mtu ambaye ni mcha Mungu vile anavyosema, sio hata kidogo. Kwa maoni yangu simuoni kama ni mcha Mungu. Huwezi kwenda mbele ya kwao na president alafu mnatusi, mnasema maneno machafu juu ya mama yake. Hiyo ni kukosa nidhamu, na huyo ndio tunataka kuchagua kama president. Mimi naweza kusema kwamba President Kibaki ni binadamu. Kuna mambo alifanya mazuri, na kuna mambo mimi hakufanya vile nilivyokuwa natarajia angeyafanya, lakini si hoja. Binadamu wote, sisi wote tuko na kasoro hapa na pale. lakini mimi nasema kwamba kila president ako na upande ambao ni weakness yake na upande ambao ako anafanya vizuri. Mfano wa President Uhuru ni mtu ambaye amefanya mipango mingi sana ya kujenga nchi, lakini kuna kitu moja ambayo mimi nasema ilikuwa imekosekana. Msingi wa nchi yoyote ni yale mambo ambayo Alex ulisema, ni ulinzi ambayo inatakana peace. Hiyo ni jambo la busara kabisa. Katika nchi yoyote ni lazima muwe na kitu inaitwa peace, na hiyo ndiyo kitu moja unaleta peace, huwa inakuja kwa wakati mko na vyakula vya kutosha, wakati mko na afya njema, wakati ninyi wenyewe ni wamoja. Hiyo ndio inaleta peace ya kudumu kabisa. Na hiyo huwa mkishafanya hiyo, kujenga huo mkijenga utulivu wa namna hiyo, maendeleo inakuja, kwa sababu wawekaji wa rasilimali watakuwa na kutoogopa kuja katika nchi yenu, na hata ninyi tu wananchi mtakuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kufanya biashara zenu na kila kitu bila kuwa na wasiwasi. So ni jambo la busara kwamba tujenge umoja wetu, na umoja wetu ndio itatuletea usalama ile tunataka. Tukiwa wamoja, hakuna kitu ambacho itatushinda. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara kabisa, vile Alex alisema, ni kwamba ni lazima tusichezee security yetu, tusifanye political. Ndio maana tukiwa wamoja hatutakubali mtu afanye hizo vitu political. Hatuwezi kukubali tukiwa wamoja. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara, tuwe ya muhimu sana, tuwe wamoja sisi wote, hata kama wewe ni wa chama gani. Lakini ikifika saa ya vitu fulani kama hiyo mambo ya ulinzi, tafadhali weka hiyo mambo ya chama yako au nini kando. Hiyo sasa ni mambo ya Kenya. Asanteni sana. Karibu bwana Wekesa, sijakuona siku karibu 3.
Mzee huyo ni Bernard, huyo sio Wekesa. Huyo ni Bernard.
Pole Bernard.
Amekuwa mweusi sana.
Hapana.
Alex, Wekesa yuko, Bernard yuko nini?
Hata Wekesa alikuweko, lakini
behind the curtain.
Pole Bernard.
Tiswell Jakindu Bay, namna gani?
Salama sana.
Nimekuwa facing Mount Kenya, nimeongea Kikuyu yangu yote mesha.
Nilikusikia wakati ulikuwa unasema unaenda kurekebisha mambo fulani kule kwa Terere. Kama umerekebisha ni sawa kabisa.
Tumemaliza huko.
Asante.
Vipi bwana Wekesa, are you still there?
Wekesa anaenda kazi asubuhi, alikuwa ametoka kidogo, akasema ukirudi uendelee, alafu Temba atakuja.
Sawa, thank you. So wewe Alex unatuelekeza after Jakindu Bay kulikuwa na nani?
Watu wamejificha wote, nitasema neno ndo ndione Megi kama yuko, lakini watu watoke nyuma ya curtain.
No. Mwenye anafuata Jakindu Bay dreams then uanze na
hata tukusikii vile unaongea Mama Megi. Toka curtain leo.
For security, let me know. And Paul. And I just want to tell you that the person next is Dreams, and then asiji kama inaitwa Cleme or KL Mayor. Then uanze na mimi.
Bernard, ilikuwa na swali kwa Jakingo Bey kabla hatujaendelea. Ameongea maneno mazuri.
Yes, endelea.
Jakingo Bey, sasa unaona hii security tunaongea. Nitatoa mfano. Labda 2007 tulikuwa na vuruga nyingi katika nchi yetu. Kule bonde la Ufa, pale Nyanza, mpaka coast tulikuwa na. But at some point the people saw what we were doing was not the right thing. Mimi kama nimekulia Kisumu, when I went back, because I was there during that time, and I went back, what I saw a ghost town. All the way from Kenya Commercial Bank, all the way mpaka Mudi Awori flat huko chini. That one street that is beautiful. Left and right, nothing was there. Maduka yote yalikuwa yamefungwa. But at some point watu walikaa chini wakakubali wakasema tumekosa na lazima tutubu. Na lazima to work together with the security issues so that we restore security and bring back the economy. Within 6 months, everything was done and the economy started. Are the people in Baringo, are the people in Marakwet, are the people in this area willing to work with the security? Or what is happening? Because for me, it looks like they want us to give them the security, but they are not willing to have the security. How can they be helped?
Hiyo sasa ndio maana unaona kwamba uongozi ni jambo la muhimu katika hiyo. Kama Kisumu, kiongozi alikaa nao akawaelezea kwamba kitu fulani hivi na hivi tunafanya ni mbaya, na watu wakatambua kwamba ni mbaya. Lakini mimi kusema kweli, Alex, kitu moja inanichangaza sana ni kwamba bonde la Ufa iko na fujo na imekuwa na president miaka 24 na hata saa hii vice president anatoka bonde la Ufa na bado kuna vurugu, na yeye ndiye anasema yeye haendi huko kuleta suluhu. Yeye kazi yake ni kwenda kila mahali akisema atawafanyia watu jambo ambalo liko pale. Mbona hafanyi? Mbona hatatui wakati? Mimi ikinanishangaza sana wakati huu ambapo
kama watu ya Rift Valley hiyo yote hawako free hata kuchakua chama. Ona vile wamefanya huyo kijana Alfred Keter. So watu hawana freedom, watu wameokopa. So na ndio wanakuwa na shida, kwa sababu tuko na deputy president. Hawa watu wanapigana ni wa Kalenjin au ni watu yake, na yeye anasema ni kingpin ya Kalenjin. Hii kanson kutoka ile msee ya Kichichi, governor na members of parliament wakae chini. Na mnasahau mkubwa ya police alikuwa anaitwa Poinet pia alikuwa mkubwa ya jeshi. Kwa hiyo sehemu kuna watu wakubwa sana walikuwa kwa serikali, lakini kama mtu watu unajua hii kitu ni kura, wacha niseme hivyo. Lakini wananchi ni wabaya, kwa sababu hawataki kuuliza swali. Mtu anasema ni Uhuru, labda watu wanaumia wakisema vile tunaambiwa unapunish Uhuru, lakini Uhuru asimami kura. Ni wewe mwenyewe unataka kuwa rais ya Kenya yenye unataka kuleta watu yako. So Jakingo Bey, nashangaa au vijana au viongozi ya sasa ya kwamba utaongoza nani kama jamii yako wamekwisha. Na ni mambo, na sasa hii mambo unashikia vile inashikana si mzuri. So na tusilaumu, na nimekubali vile Alex amesema. Can we leave this mambo kwa security? Na Matiang'i akienda huko atakaribishwa ama kesho anachapwa ikisemekana ameleta siasa. Na ya pili, wanasema ukiwa na shida wewe Chakendube kwa nyumba yako, wewe ndio unaita jirani wakuja wakusaidie, si jirani akuja kuuliza wewe Chakendube unaishi vizuri kwako. So ni watu ya Rift Valley waitane waulize Deputy President what is going on. Kwa nini tunauawa? Kwa nini nchi ingine Kenya imenyamaza? So makosa si security ende watafute, ni wenyewe wakae chini na wache kuokopa, waseme issues yao. Asante.
Asante Mama Salina. Mimi Alex Bernard, ukikubali naweza tu kuongeza hapo kwamba ni jukumu la watu wa Rift Valley saa hii wapige kura kwa kiongozi ambaye atawatolea hiyo fujo. Wapige kura kwa baba, kwa sababu baba nina hakika hawezi kukubali fujo kama hiyo. Hiyo fujo hatutaki Kenya, hatutaki. Tunataka nchi ambayo imetulia, watu wote wako na ulinzi wa kutosha, tuwe na kila mmoja awe na ulinzi wa kutosha, ajione ni Mkenya. Hatutaki kwamba sehemu fulani watu wanatembea na bunduki ovyo ovyo tu, wanapiga wenzao, wananyang'anya wenzao ng'ombe. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo ni halifai hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kuambia watu wa Rift Valley, pigeni kura basi kwa Azimio, ndio mtoke, msiwe kura hakuna mtu atakushika mkono wakati unaenda kupiga kura. Piga kura kule inatakiwa upige kile unajua unaweza kupata ulinzi. Hawa watu wamekuwa pale, huyu mtu amekuwa hapo hata saa hii yuko na hawapati ulinzi. Akiwa president ndiye atapatia ulinzi, na saa hii ni president, saa hii ni namba 2. Si hiyo ndio mambo angekuwa anashughulikia? Kama ameshindwa kushughulikia hii mambo kwa 10 years ambaye amekuwa katika cheo kikubwa kwa nchi yetu, hakuna kitu atawafanyia. Kwa hiyo watu wa Rift Valley, mimi nawaambia, pigeni kura kwa Azimio ili mtoe hiyo. Wacheni, msiseme eti mnaogopa. Ukienda kupiga kura, hakuna mtu anakuangalia. Unapiga kura, unaweka, itahesabiwa. Sasa saa ile inahesabiwa, huwezi kusema ati mimi ndio nilipiga. Unaona? Kwa hiyo wafanye hivyo ili ututoe hiyo uhasama wa vita nenda miaka rudi miaka nenda. Asante.
Sasa Ben, naweza kuongeza something?
Okay. Asante. Naomba hivi tafadhali, wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, tafadhali tokeni. The screen is black. We can't stand that, please. If you must stay behind the curtain, we give you priority. You make your submission.
Inaonekana vibaya sana.
Yeah, it's important, please. We can allow one person or at a go. Then you make submission and go, so that you leave the screen brightened up for the viewers and for the sake of this video will be followed up, and there are people who want to watch it completely, not for it to be nini. So tuingie katika zamu, kama lazima ukae nyuma ya curtain, ukifika tutakupatia priority, una make submission alafu uende. Ikue hivyo tafadhali. Let's just operate within the standing orders. Thank you. Maggie? I thought I was giving Maggie the opportunity to make her submission. Amejitoa. Basi twende kwa nani? Twende kwa Black. Black, vipi?
Safi sana, mambo
fiti.
Amjambo my fellow panelists. Shikamoo Jakendube, Selina, shikamoo.
Marhaba.
Shikamoo nyumba, na mjambo wale wote ambao mnaotuangalia popote mlipo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante. Sasa in regards to Uhuru declining to shake Ruto's hand, I think as a president, you're a symbol of unity just as much as I think I've heard everyone saying that. Now, you should realize what you do in public just like the way a parent does, it goes to affect how your kids grow to be and how they behave. Your children follow what you do because they see and learn from that. So as a president, he's seen like a parent as much as he may be younger than some people, but he should realize that there are people out there from different communities that watch him, and it somehow channels their way of relating with other people. Now, just as Alex mentioned a while ago, even during the PEV, I mean the post-election violence, a lot happened. I don't want to get into that because I don't want to open any old wounds. But we all know what happened next. People forgave each other and they decided to live along with each other. Now the country moved on. Now you can imagine, in comparison to the magnitude of what happened then and what has happened between our president and his DP, I'm trying to ask myself, what is this that could be so big? Like he cannot shake hands with his own DP, that could have been worse than what happened in the post-election violence, yet people decided to live with each other and love each other as one. So these are the questions I ask myself. Now, another thing is, sorry to say, but I think when it comes to the international scene, whereby in such an event which was being witnessed by people all over the world and in the presence of other heads of state, it was diplomatically wrong. I mean, it was giving the wrong message. I mean, even the Bible says, for the Christians that are there watching, in Ecclesiastes chapter 3, it says that there is a season for everything. There is time for everything. There is time for war and there is time for peace, right? So, I mean, this was no time for war. This was time for peace, because the event itself, we were trying to bury our president that has passed on, that has done very great things to us, that made things possible for our current president to be able to continue in that channel, to be able to get us to where we are. Yes, we faced some challenges. We all face challenges. It is expected. It should not be smooth, but it should be realized most of the projects that we are enjoying right now is because the president that we are barring, President Kibaki, is the one who built the foundation for that. I mean, out of respect for that, I believe, just as Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga displayed, that was the utmost maturity of the highest level, of which I commend him. Putting aside everything that they have in regards to political differences with DP Ruto, and realizing now that this is an event that is to be respected, and that if there's any war or anything, it should be kept aside. Here we are as one Kenyan, one people, trying to show and pay our last respect to our fallen president. So any personal grievances that they may have for each other can wait. And that's what the Honorable Prime Minister displayed, and I commend him for that. And I so wish that our president would follow suit. So I was kind of disappointed in that. But nevertheless, it's his own wish. He can decide to shake hands with whoever he wants and decide not to shake hands with whoever he does not want. But I think there's a time that saa ingine hata kama ni wewe, inabidi unafunga macho tu for the sake of the many people ambao wanakuangalia nyuma, for the good example that you want to lead and to show. Anyhow, moving forward, Ruto's remarks about Kibaki being the greatest president. Yes, I agree. Everyone knows that Kibaki was the greatest president. So I don't find it strange that he would say the same. I mean, everybody shares that. And I also believe that there was a time that Honorable Prime Minister wanted to fire him from the cabinet post of the Ministry of Agriculture. And it is President Mwai Kibaki that came to his to save him, and he reversed that the decision by RAILA by telling him that he had no authority to fire him because the appointing authority in the first place was somebody else. Now that displayed a level of being principled from President Mwai Kibaki, in the sense that here is Ruto, originates from a different party, that is ODM, that is the opposition at the time. Yet President Kibaki saw that this is not the right way that should have been followed by the Honorable Prime Minister, and he was ready to toe down the middle and point out a wrong as a wrong, regardless of whom it would please along the way. Now, so Ruto went ahead to be repositioned to the Ministry of Higher Learning, Education and Higher Learning. So for that, from looking at it from the DP Ruto's side of view, yes, he would be grateful for the president and he would see him as a very great president. Leave alone hiyo mambo alifanya kwa economics, but economy, but for that part itself, the president alionyesha kwamba yeye ni mtu wa haki, unaona. So moving forward to the world bidding farewell. Yes, can I finish? Then after I finish, you can come in between.
But that's some information you are giving us.
Nitamaliza alafu utasema. Ndio tusikuwe na ile back and forth.
Ngoja kwanza pana Black. We're giving you free leeway to make your submission, but you are being economical with the truth of your submission. What was the reason why William Ruto was set aside as Minister of Agriculture? Did you state that in your statement?
Again, now I don't have to explain things in the line that someone else wanted. I just wanted to.
We stand for what is true. If you don't appreciate it, then don't even use it as an example. Because what you are simply saying, we are implicating the late President Mwai Kibaki to be in support of graft, and graft is what is hacky. That's what you have said in your statement.
I've not said that. Come on. I mean, I don't know why. Can I finish?
There is a reason why
so that I may not
was set aside as minister or suspended as minister. That reason
and
is important. If you're going to use that as an example to present to Mwai Kibaki as the greatest president, the defender of those who are suspended for graft, makes him the greatest president. That's what you have said.
Listen,
that.
Give me a break. Huh? Can I at least finish so that I do not lose my trail of thoughts? Because I'm confused.
There's a difference between somebody getting fired and somebody was told.
I'll handle this, Roba. Thank you. Mr. Black, if you want to state facts, state facts for what they are. If you don't want to do that, then there is no time for you here.
Now, failure to have been mentioned that is not a lie, is it? Failure.
How do you state that?
Failure not to mention. Listen, Bernard. A lie is when you give a definition of a lie. Is when you give misinformation. Failure to give information does not mean you lied. Am I correct?
Choosing not to give information because it serves your point, that is lying.
Please, can we define the word lie?
And sin of omission. Usikuje kutufundisha tafadhali.
Let's define. To define uongo nini? Uongo ni kudanganya.
So there is a reason
let me ask.
Ruto was set aside.
Can I ask you? May I ask you?
Let that be in perspective when we are making presentation on the same. Then,
may I ask?
Kibaki coming to his aid, how does that sell him? Sell him as the greatest president because he called somebody from suspicion or from suspension for being viewed or being alleged to be corrupt?
Listen, again, like I mentioned, Bernard. In my submission, I tried my best, or I'm trying my best, to be as brief as possible. But having failed to give that long detail does not refer to as being a lie. I was just brief that this is what happened, and this is what happened, and this is the thing that happened.
Mwacheni
Now, yes,
amalize,
there was an
alafu
allegation.
Tafadhali, wacha kutubeba wajinga tafadhali.
mwacheni amalize, alafu tumwelezee.
Unajua, ungengoja nimalize kuongea, alafu sasa uniulize maswali.
Okay? Wakati
Basi
unataka
ukiingilia
kusema
katikati.
Black is the greatest man on Mtembei TV channel, okay? Then you give reasons. You don't say you are being brief. That is why you missed out the most important reason why somebody was dismissed. No, unajaribu kutubeba wajinga na hiyo haikubaliki tafadhali.
Hapana.
Tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inapata information ambayo inahitajika.
Nisikilize na mimi.
Hiyo information itasaidia. Lakini kama tuko hapa kuwadanganya, tafadhali tufungashe kila mtu aende.
Nisikilize.
Huyu akusikilizi Bernard.
Bernard huyo ana heshima, mnashindana na yeye. Sisi wengine unatuambia tunyamaze, Bernard, na tunanyamaza. Kwa nini ukimuuliza kitu Black anaanza kukuchipiana na wewe? Kwani tumekuja kusikia vile tuko na watu wengi wanataka kuongea. Tunakupatia heshima na yeye
Thank you Mama Selina. Bwana Black for not giving right.
Bwana Bernard, naomba
we have time for that.
Naomba nimalize.
Bernard, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Bernard.
Okay, tufanye hivi tafadhali. Bwana Black.
Unfair, Bwana Bernard.
It is not important for you to state the reason why ministers were dismissed. Then it is not important what you're sharing. It's not helping the situation.
Nilichokuwa nasema, nilikuwa naomba nimalize kuongea. Alafu baada ya kuongea, mtakuwa na muda kuuliza yale maswali.
Sema vizuri, baada ya kudanganya tutakupata muda wa kufanya nini?
Lakini useme tu ukweli, tunataka
uongo utakuwa ushasambazwa na watu watakuwa washakufuata vile unadanganya. Tuhitaji,
lakini kuwa na Black, tunakuheshimu, kuwa na heshima. Ukiongea unaongea na heshima. Hii nchi ni yetu.
Kweli sote ni wamoja.
Heshima, tunakuheshimu. Asante.
Sasa ndo naombaje? Sasa niendelee ama tuulize? Tulie kwanza nijibu maswali.
Bwana Black, your economic
usiendelee Black.
Does not
it was an allegation that was number one.
Not an allegation.
Number one.
Bwana Black,
usiendelee Black.
Demanding that Uhuru Kenyatta should be an example of national unity and should shake the hand of William Ruto. Yet you're defending William Ruto for staging an abuse parade in Uhuru's backyard in Kadundu, insulting him and his family. That was the national unity did not come in the mind of the deputy president. It only comes during funerals and holidays. Hai. Hebu tuachane na hiyo maneno tafadhali. Kama una jambo lingine ulete, lakini kama ni hilo tuachane tu nalo kabisa. Kwa sababu wajinga wa Kenya.
What I'm saying, Bernard.
Waliisha Kenya. Na tunakubaliana na yeye, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Asante.
Bernard. Okay, Bernard. I find it unfair. Sasa ile mtu akiwa anasema na sisi tumenyamaza, wengine wakiongea. Sisi hatuna maswali.
Who was next? Penny, did you say something?
Yes, Penny alikuwa ameongea, so maybe upatie nyumba ama pora.
Okay, Maggie alikuwa drop off. Maggie, namna gani? Karibu tafadhali.
Mzuri sana bwana Bernard.
Haya, ulikuwa unasema kitu alafu neti ikakutupa nje. Naomba umalizie tafadhali.
What was okay. Nimeona Wakenya bado wako na chuki na ukabila mingi sana ndani yetu, which is not very good, and especially at this time. When I've been listening, there's too much about insecurity, there's too much about what and what. Na unasikia wengine bado ni uongo tu ndio wanaona walete at a place like this. What happened between Uhuru and Ruto, we still don't know. So hata wenye wanawatetea kama black, I don't know what they're after. What do they want? And what are they really looking for? We want a peaceful country. We want a united country. And this has been the fight for Baba. Unity builds a beautiful and a developed country. But chuki vile mi naona hao watu wa UDA wako nazo, it's just too bad. Hatujui tunaweza kufanya nini. They just don't want to understand. They just don't want to know. They just feel whatever is happening to Ruto, that is sin. Whatever the sinful things Ruto alifanya, they don't see it as a mistake. They only think that chenye Ruto anafanya ni mazuri sana for the country. Which country is going to be like that one for Ruto anyway? Let's say they want us to, they want to elect Ruto in. What kind of a country is it gonna be? How is Kenya gonna be if Ruto is elected after August? Because mutu wa matusi all over, calling names, he doesn't even have any good agenda. He ana anything to put in front of the table apart from the bottoms up. What is bottoms up in the first place? Na machuki yako nazo na watu ndio anaona tu wewe babako amekusomesha kabisa mpaka umefanya mpaka masters, na ile kitu inafaa kwako ni wheelbarrow. Ni matusi yako naye na Kenya na Kenyans. Kenyans do not see this thing. Ana chuki na the youth, na the same youths do not see nor understand anything about these things. There are so many people with master's degree in Kenya do not have a job. And anaona siji bottoms up. I don't know what that bottoms up is gonna do. I don't know what it is actually. And again, ushawekewa wheelbarrow. Hiyo wheelbarrow siji utabeba naye nini? Because wheelbarrow inatakana in a developed country where nikienda place kama hii naenda kubebea mtu kitu kwa wheelbarrow. But Kenya, hata mimi kama niko na something kubebewa, sitataka hiyo wheelbarrow, nitabeba kwa kichwa yangu because I don't have any other extra money. Yeah, hii wheelbarrow itafanya nini? Those people who are taking us behind, please, we don't want them, because Ruto has got nothing to bring in front of us. He doesn't have any good thing to offer our youth. He doesn't have any good agenda for this country. Yeye chenye ako nazo ni tumbo yake. Aende na atanyang'anya watu. Mi najua hata ile land yangu kidogo nilinunua juzi tu nikisha struggle. Pengine atakuja tu kwa sababu iko whatever an area where nimesikia gold inapatikana. Atakuja tu na fence na anasema hapo ni kwake kwa sababu iko na profit. Unajua Ruto ni somebody we really must fight so hard asipate hiyo ushukani, kwa sababu watu wengi sana watasafa. If you will be at a profitable area, be rest assured that that area utanyang'anywa, si hata kununuliwa. So these people who are taking us back, please, I don't know what to do about them. They should ask themselves, wale wamesoma saizi, ni ngapi ashawapatia kazi by the time he started to be the deputy president from 2013 to 2022 now? Ni wangapi washaajiriwa na Ruto? Hakuna. Na saizi anakuja na mambo zingine ati bottoms up na wheelbarrow na I don't know nini. What is that? Please, tuone mbele, tusiangalie tu nyuma na tuna ati pesa mfukoni. Pesa mfukoni itatoka wapi? Atapeana mpaka how long? It's very sad, Bwana Bernard. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Megi. If there's no matter arising, tumsikilize Bwana Nyumba.
Hello, Baran, thanks. Panelists na wasalimia wote, mmesalimika?
Kabisa.
Asanti. Nafikiria sina mengi Bwana Banda ya kusema. Nilikuwa hapa mbeleni, nikaongea, nikaenda safari mpaka huko Central, nikaongea huko. Sasa nimerudi hapa tena. Maybe there's an item I didn't touch on. Maybe somebody can explain to me what exactly it was directed to. This one of RAILA Ruto handshake. Alex, guide me please. RAILA Ruto handshake. What for now or for future?
Never. Never.
I thought the one they shook hands, or is it projected to the after the elections?
No, they are asking you. Did you see when the funeral procession was going on and the president did not shake his hand? He just did that,
Yeah,
but he shook hands with other people.
Even Raila.
But Raila at some point looks like they shook hand. They say that the people who are inside, they say they shook hands.
Okay. Thank you.
But the last one was the most embarrassing. The last one when the president greeted Ramaphosa when they were going and the deputy followed. I don't know if you saw that. It was quite embarrassing. Bernard, you should put that so that he can understand. You know, people are talking about the handshake and they don't understand what we're talking about. The last one was really embarrassing.
I didn't follow today's, but the first one I watched it, yeah, the other day. But maybe even without seeing it, I can see the implications here. The only comment I can make is this: if and Mama Selina, just forgive me for giving this example. It may not be very. It's a bit crude. Let's say there is a husband and wife. They have differed so much. They have even asked for separation. The court has granted the separation, but they are living in the same house, but in different bedrooms. I've seen such a case. The court orders you stay in the same house, and actually have gone to ask for divorce. And this relationship is so bad, it's extreme. These were lovers one time, but now they really hate each other. One feels like puking when he sees the other one. Now it is that down. Can the wife make some food in that house, and the husband is given that food, and he happily takes that food and eats? No way, they won't work. In the case of Uhuru and Ruto, their relationship has become so bad, so low, that there's no reason for handshake. Handshake is a sign of peace. It's a sign of love. It's a sign of appreciation. And these people, now they have reached a stage where those things don't matter now. There's no opposition. Can see how Dr. Ruto has been talking ill of Uhuru, and even going to his backyard to incite the people, not only in Gatondo, the whole of Central. He has poisoned the young people so badly. I don't know if they are going to recover. The only good thing is that most of them don't even have votes. I'm sorry, it's not good actually. Most of them are drunks. We feel it as elders for the Central region. But so Ruto took advantage of this, the poverty. The youth, for example, me, I'm in Nakuru, and the Kinyozi young man who has been taking care of my hair for a long time, many years. I had to quit. He's no longer shaving my hair. He's so deep into Ruto and Uda and Kwanza. If you ask him for any reasons, no reason, just like that. And even here and elsewhere, we find Auda man or lady, ask them for any reason, they don't. So I'm saying the relation between Uhuru and Ruto is so bad that it's like that of a couple who are divorcing. They can't share the same bed, they can't share the same food, unless they're pretending. And as English say, pretenders are worse than murderers. Number two, sorry for this, I said I'm using a bit rough language. Ruto is a pretender, hypocrite. Uhuru is more of a gentleman. He is not even violent. We have had cases where Ruto has been very violent. Even the time he slapped the late Chesire in State House. I think the way Uhuru has been brought, he may not have that capacity to be violent either verbally or even physically. But Ruto, as he says, he is a hustler. He has come through hard ways. He's toughened. So these two differences now are so pronounced that I'm not surprised of Uhuru. And they may not now shake hands again. The first time when Uhuru refused to shake his hand and he walked, he shook a hand of somebody beyond. And even some of the senior people who are next to Ruto, they suffered. This is called occupation hazard, meaning friendly fire. They didn't greet the people who are just next to Ruto. Because of Ruto, others suffered lack of greetings, handshakes from Uhuru. So let's leave it there. It's appreciable, even me. I don't want to sound negative or hypocrite or nonsensical. If you're my enemy and you're coming to greet my hand, I've said our husband and wife may not even share food. What do I know is in your hand if you're my enemy? Because these guys are no longer friends now. What is in your hand that you bring meat? And I said it's a sign of appreciation, and they're not appreciating each other. So Uhuru now is beyond the pretense. He has decided to be himself and to continue that way. Now, Raila Ruto. Politicians, the way Ruto talks about Raila, Muganga, mtu wa kitandawili, bla bla nini, naye Raila mwizi nini, sometimes they look far, as they say, there are no permanent enemies in politics. It's the interests that matter. You can see even why that Uhuru and Ruto came together in 2013. Not that they were friends even then, but for their gain, they pretend, and they've been pretending until now. The last time they can no longer pretend. Let me just stop there. I can see Roba is sleeping. Maybe I've talked too much. I apologize, Roba.
Okay. Order. Jakindube, your hand is up. What is it?
Nataka kumwongezea hatua hapo kwamba president, ukiangalia Raila na Ruto Ruto huwa anasema yeye ni mganga, yeye ni project, lakini President Ruto has gone beyond hii mambo ya kusema labda wewe tapeli. Ukiangalia what yule mtu ambaye alipokea Ruto in America alisema juu ya mama ya Uhuru, na beyond that is the first lady kwa nchi ya Kenya. What he said about that mama is beyond hiyo moja yenu hapa, sisi hapa, kama mtu akisema kwa mama yako kama hiyo, sijui kama utajizuia. Lazima hiyo kitu itakuwa ni police case. Lazima polisi wataamua kama
Jakendube. Asante sana, naona umri yako na yangu inakaribiana, na nakumbuka tulipokuwa vijana wadogo, kama ungetaka vita na itokee hapo hapo, tusi mtu kulinganisha na mama yake, hiyo is a fight straight away.
Kama mtu akumbuki, enda utafute huyo mtu, uangalie what he said about mama ya Uhuru. He said.
I watched that one and I felt very bad as a
the guy na
Ruto huwezi kusema hata na watoto na bibi ama familia. I agree totally with you, Bwana Jakendube.
Na Ruto did not say anything about that. Huyo ni mtu, hata kama Uhuru amekataa kumsalimia, he has gone too beyond ile maneno ya siasa.
Ni alikuwa amemtuma, hata wenye wamekuwa watu wake wakimtukana, hajawahi kusomea mtu Kenya ama kuambia awache. Those are the dogs ametuma ziende backing. So he supports all those, even in Kenya, the MPs who abuse the president. Asante.
Take it easy, everybody, please. Thank you very much. Naomba tumlete Bwana Roba, alafu tucheze video ingine hapa. Watu kwa comments, tafadhali tuendelee. Maneno ya Black akitaka kutumia hii platform ku broadcast propaganda atalipia. We can offer that service if we allow, but we will not accommodate propaganda here that is headless, that is not helping this country. If he wants to leave the platform, the better, because we wouldn't want to use this platform to mess the country and mess the Kenyans. It is important that we be truthful for once. Lying with a straight face is not diplomatic, is not, it's uncalled for at this point in time. Being young and you don't have a sense of responsibility of the consequences of what you're saying, to me, it disturbs me a lot. And supporting what is wrong, that to me doesn't add up. So pole kama umeumia, lakini sioni kama utapata nafasi nyingine hapa.
Is it my time, Bernard?
Yes, Bwana Roba, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Jakindube nakuona na Mr. Nyumba. Yeah, so Jakindube, nataka nikukumbusha ya kwamba hiyo jamaa ambayo nasema alitukana mama yake wa rais wetu, that's my uncle, and I came here to the network. I apologize that time. Even people back where I come from, some of my uncles, they apologized to the president. Na kusema ukweli, even myself, if somebody will say towards my mom, I would not accept it, and there's no way I would trust him anymore, especially if the guy was my vice president. So starting from there, that tells you why President Uhuru, he might be quiet, but inside his heart is wounded. Because some of these things, it's not like my uncle, the only one. Remember even Sudi, when he talked about Mama Ngina Kenyatta, 2 years ago, some of these people, most of them are right to the vice president. They have had very, very bad issues. They have spoken about the president's mother using some third language you can't even use here. So I get it. I get it why Uhuru is so offended. On top of that, I mean, first of all, it's not a crime. If you cannot shoot hands, it's not a crime. If the president never did it, I don't see why the UDA people, they are taking the Civic's life to death. I mean, I've seen them the way they are reacting about it, about Uhuru not shaking hands with Ruto. First of all, we have been saying all along, Ruto could have resigned from Uhuru government and move on. Like I said before, they turned prescribed from one party now. Uhuru has his own people. He has his own party. And Mr. Ruto, he left, he formed another party. He could have left. That's why I said Africans, I don't know how we are. I don't know how we are. Yeah? If it was a developed country, like where Jakin Bay is in Britain, or where I am here in the US, somebody, you disagree with your your president and other things, then you still in power because you want to have the security, the residence, and other things which comes with it. Mr. Ruto could have gone long time ago. He could have resigned and just say, I have some principles. Some of us could have respected him. But instead, each and every day, he calls president names. Taberi. Taberi. That's a very bad name to call a president of our country. Yeni Taberi. He goes back, like some of you just said, he goes back to the backyard a couple weeks ago, where they went there with some of his guys. Then they start talking about a lot of things. And that's the time I remember the idea of Baba is not circumcised came up and other things. That's not good for the country. It's not good. And now, see, because of our constitution, they are forced to meet on a public settings like what they are doing right now. So the question comes, what are they supposed to do? More especially the president. The president, we can say, is a nice guy. I'm telling you, if it was somewhere else, another country, this thing could have gone even in public. We could even just see both sides starting even, I'm telling you, even shooting going to start that kind of violence. But because Mr. Uhuru is a gentleman, he has just calmed down. He has taken things slowly. He has reduced himself. But there's one thing I'm seeing here. I think after tomorrow, after the burial, as come from Monday next week, I think Uhuru is going to start campaigning and he's going to tear down Ruto. That's my guess right now. He's not a happy man because of what has been taking place from his vice president. Coming on the other side here, I've not had the opportunity to see what transpired between RAILA and Ruto. I just, from where I am, I just woke up kind of, because I work a night shift where I am, and it's just like a Friday today. So when I look at it, maybe I might comment later on, but at the same time, from what you just said, that they shook hands, that is good for the country. But people like Black who comes here, who I know is either, to tell you the truth, I think Black is hired by one of his Ruto's men to come and spread some propaganda. You cannot come here and start telling us things as if we were born yesterday. Some of these things, when they happened, we saw them happening. For instance, when he comes and says, Mr. Ruto was fired from his ministry, then Kibaki helped him come back. Okay, I get what he's trying to say. But what I remember was Mr. Raila, when that thing came about maize and other things, he told them to step aside so that an investigation takes place. And remember, even Mr. Musalia Mudavadi at the same time when he was the assistant prime minister, and that's the time he came that he was involved in some stealing of land, of graveyard land. So he also asked him to step aside for an investigation, but instead they took advantage of the Nusmukati government because they knew Raila and the Kibaki from the other sides, they disagreed with some issues. So they took that advantage. And remember what Mr. Musalia said, oh, I am here because of Mr. Kibaki, I cannot resign. And that one tells us how Mr. Musalia Mudavadi is very weak. He is not honest. If we remember some of the things he did. And he has never even started anything until he started NASA. He has never even NASA. I mean, that's the way I see Mudavadi. On the remarks, I think I saw a few words, the speech from Raila. I think that's the only thing I saw. That was a speech, and he was not like a reading speech. He gave a speech from his heart. He told us the way he thinks Kibaki must remember. That was moving, and you could even tell that Raila is a man who is current. They keep on saying, oh, at yule msee ambaye pengine akumbuki vitu. Raila, even he has more memory than the so-called young Ruto, if you call him that, compared to Raila. I don't see where some of this, they keep on attacking him. But good for Raila, if he shook hands, which I have not seen, because for the country, that's the way we want it. We want to move forward. It's not life or death when it comes to politics. But the truth remains, when we come here, we must say the truth. We must tell our people the right things. We must tell them what has to take place in the future, what country we want to do. So before I finish, Mr. Bernard, I'll just see, so tomorrow, I think, remember today we were supposed to have Bapa. And that's why you can see I'm upset, but I know tomorrow we might get 2 senators who came with Papa. They might be here in California tomorrow. So I don't know whether I'm on to attend. I have not decided yet. But at the same time, thank you guys for just giving us this platform. But we should come here and say the truth, but not what we just think our whoever have sent us to come and say, like Mr. Black. Mr. Black, where you are, if you are listening to me, man, we love you. But at the same time, man, you come here, just give us the truth, but not things which you want your boss to. I know you are a brother for them. You and some other people we know you guys, Black, we know you. But still you have your job from them. Still you are invited, you can come. Bennett will give you time. Just come. As long as you can debate the truth, we are here to debate you. Thank you, Bernard. I look forward if there's somebody asking me some questions, I will be able to answer.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Roba. I appreciate that. Themba, vipi?
Niko salama, vipi?
Nashukuru. Tumepatana huko kwa Kikuyu version ukatoroka.
Nilihepa nilipoona umeingia nikajua sasa, unajua nilikuwa nimeingia huko kujaribu kuadd watu. So nilikuwa tu na add watu ndio wasikwame.
Sawa, kulienda vizuri, tukafunga huko tukakuja huko. So naomba sasa uendelee kipindi cha wazee, muendelee nacho, wacha watoto waende kulala. Niwache Alex, lakini Alex hajanipatia ripoti vile alikutana na maseneta, kama alionwa nyuma ama hakuonwa kando ya tent. Hiyo update sijapata.
Unataka
fungu la 10 ni muhimu. Fungu la 10 ni muhimu.
Hiyo update ndio unataka.
Yes, hiyo update ndio nataka. Kuliendaje?
Na kulienda vizuri, wageni walifika vizuri. They were happy. I mean, they were excited as always. I mean, they had the best plan for us. But I think I was a little bit disappointed from our part. The leadership, I hope some of them are listening because they listen. I think there is a problem with diaspora. We don't know how to agitate as diasporian, as an entity. People there's a lady who started talking about etiko mama alipigwa mahali, sasa si tunataka wamama tukuje pamoja. You know, some stories that you wonder where are they coming from. And today they were in Texas. I even watched them. We are not organized. I think we have watched Baba's some of these town hall meetings. For example, the best one for me was the one in Korea, when Marwa took them there and they spoke as a community. They spoke for their interest. Diasporians had an opportunity to talk, the ones from Minnesota, and we did not speak. But I think the people in Washington did well. When I've watched the whole issue of the Washington, so you can almost say that we failed our leaders. We did not speak to them. You know, there's that excitement. Somebody is given an opportunity to speak. Mtu anaanza kusema, oh, sikujua Ledama ni mrefu hivi. Oh, kumbe ni mfupi kuliko na Kajwang. I mean, some nonsensical waffling issues. But all in all, we failed to agitate for registration, for a representative, for a consular, issues that are hard work issues that we are battling in diaspora. And I think that's a failure on us, and it's a perpetual failure that if this is how we as diaspora, we are going to handle it, we are going to fail to get the consulate that we want to, that we have been promised to, because those who are seen as leaders are already failing while addressing these leaders. But the people who came were excited, they were welcoming, they were listening, they were supportive, and I think that is what made the whole event very successful. By and large, it was a short notice, but I think in the end, Minnesota is too assimilated. We have two elements of UDA, and and I will tell Black to come and be the third one here. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana. Yes, Jakindube.
Alex, niliona zile promise ambazo waliweka zilikuwa Washington ama hazikuwa Minnesota, kwa sababu niliona promises ambazo hizo za consulate walisema kwamba watafungua sehemu kadhaa na mimi na kuomba wewe usingojee kwamba uongozi chukua jukumu la ku make sure kwamba mipango imefanywa vizuri ili kuwe na representative vizuri. Usiwaachie hao wengine ambao kama hawawezi kufanya, chukua tafadhali. Mimi nakuhimiza na nakuomba usiache kama hao hawawezi kuweka mambo vile inatakikana. Chukua hiyo kitu ufanye, kwa sababu nchini yetu na tunataka watu wenye kufikiria na kuona mbele hivyo.
Yeah, tunashukuru, tutafanya hivyo. I think we are hosting Simbarat is coming by June, before campaign ianze kabisa. He has promised he will come here for maybe like 3 days, and I think he will come with some delegation. We will be hosting him for about 3-4 days. So I think that time we will be better organized, and I think we will make sure that we do things better. As I said, this was a short notice, and after Kibaki died, there was a lot of disorganization. We didn't know we are going to have visitors or not. So I think even Roba knows that there was a lot of disorganization in that team. After Kibaki died, Baba had to go back, so on and so forth. But by and large, I will congratulate the team that led us. It's called Azimio Leadership. What they did, I don't want them to feel that they did nothing, but I think it is better as diasporians, wakati munaangalia hata nyinyi kutoka kule mbali, when we sit down to talk, the people in Kuria should not agitate for their needs better than us. I think it is it's an embarrassment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Alex. Wacha naomba hivi muda wangu ndio unakatika. Themba, just come in and continue from where I left. I should give you opportunity to make your submission if you had not.
Yeah, thanks so much for this opportunity. I will not speak a lot. I'll just comment on one thing. RAILA Ruto handshake. I don't know what people have said, but the perception that has been created in politics is that politicians should not even meet. They should not even shake hands. So that's the perception that has been created, and I think we need to see it beyond just the Ruto RAILA thing. I think, at least for me, I think it's a show that for the local, the masses, we need to embrace each other and appreciate that these leaders, at the end of the day, they still get to meet, they get to see each other. So you don't have no reason to hate one another, and you have no reason to feel like the other person who is supporting a different persuasion than you is an enemy. I don't think so. I think we are just political competitors, and political competition is just for a season. I was watching some of Kibaki's previous sentiments, and I think by and large, there are things that he said that we could buy from. This one time he said, rather some jest, that siasa itakuja tu na hiyo siku itapita na ni siku moja tu. You know, so if you look at that in context, it means that if we all say that we are going to choose leaders on 9th of August, and the leaders we get are going to lead us for 5 years, just a day. So we don't need to hate each other for just a day. Let's embrace each other with our, with our diversities, with the many different persuasions that we have, but at least as much as possible, appreciate that we are all Kenyans. I really don't think the elections of 9th will be chaotic. I don't think that we'll be left divided, we'll be left more united. I think it will be one of the probably the best managed elections that we've ever had as Kenyans, and you compare it to the last 3 elections or 4, because 2007 was the best election that we had. The last election that we had that was smoothly run was 2002. But after 2002, 2007 was bungled, 2013 was bungled, went to court, 2017, bungled, went to court. So we believe that come this 2022 election, this will be after 2002, it will be the other very well managed election. So I'm looking forward to that, and also hoping that we'll be more united, and also hoping that we'll see an ushering of a country where we can have 2 competing political parties, coalitions. So we can have Kenya Kwanza coalition and Azimio la Umoja coalition, very expressly majority. And of course, now moving forward, they'll be competing within those particular 2 scenarios. And hopefully, we will not have a handshake, because having a handshake has made it difficult for Mwananchi to have an honest review of the performance of Jubilee as a government. Because now we are struggling with one half of the Jubilee government claiming the successes but refusing the failures. And the other half, having had a handshake, now we don't know how to very robustly, evaluate the Jubilee government. So if possible, we can have that end result, where in the next 5 years we'll be having Azimio la Umoja, and of course we'll be having also Kenya Kwanza, and we'll be having those two for us to say, okay, fine, it's 5 years. What has Azimio la Umoja done for us? And then of course it's 5 years. I mean, has Kenya Kwanza? I hope they don't split. They remain. I'm hoping they remain with that. That's why even as we move forward and we are seeing some people are still dilly-dallying within the various formations, we wonder what is it that they are looking for. Let's have those clear-cut lines so that we are having clear ideology and we are having those coming forward. So even if there'll be a third force coming up later, but at least we still have two that we can easily evaluate. That is what I can say for now, Bernard. The rest, I think many people have spoken to. And
thank you very much, Bernard. Themba is an interesting way to look at it. But as I sign out to Kimletanga Julia, I want to leave homework. Okay. There is some information I've stumbled on that I think we need to thoroughly investigate. Kalonzo Musyoka's role in Azimio seems to be becoming conspicuously revealing that he's an agent of the other side. And he wants to pull a surprise at the 11th hour. So investigations tukutane jioni tukijadili hilo na mengine.
Bernard, that's an interesting view. There's no surprise Kalonzo can pull right now.
No. It's unique. You see, the way he has started to plant parallel candidates, especially the Songo factor in Mombasa, that should not be taken lightly. And then he's never settled. He's demanding this and demanding that. The rocking the party from within is worse than from without. The enemy within is worse than the enemy without. So the earlier we settle with Kalonzo, the better for Azimio. Because one, he came to Azimio la Umoja. First demand, change the name to Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya. After he's given that, he said he has to be deputy president. He's told no, it doesn't work this way. He still insists. Now he said he's ready to serve in any capacity he wants. I mean, it is given. Then he jumps again. So this is a man on a mission, and if indications look the way they look, Kalonzo is a gun for hire. He's not in Azimio for good. That one I fear could be the reality. But tuende kufanya uchunguzi, tunakutana jioni. Tutazungumzia hilo kwa kina.
You want to discuss Kalonzo here again?
Not Kalonzo. Not Kalonzo. The possibility that Kalonzo is being sponsored by Kenya Kwanza into Azimio. That is an area not discussed.
You can discuss the politics of betrayal in whatever. But Kalonzo is we can't make him another topic. But anyway, I mean, see you later.
Asante. See you later. Thank you, Julia. Bye. As you welcome.
Asante, Bernard. Have a good day.
Amen.
Hi, Themba.
Hi, Julia. How are you?
Fine. Hautaki tuongelelee Kalonzo because while you are away tumeongelelea kila kitu.
Umeongelelea Kalonzo?
Tumeongelelea maneno ya handshake ya Ruto. Tukasema, mi nikasema kwanza, me I can't even look at his face. It is better Uhuru was looking at his face. So, and I don't even know why people are mad that he didn't shake his hand. I think Uhuru should never even look at his face because somebody who encourages people to insult your mother. You know, in Africa, Remember, all of you are African men here, and Selena is an African woman. The worst that can be done to you is somebody insulting your mother. In Kikuyu we have the word nyukwa. Nyukwa is an insult, is a word of insulting your mother's name. Nyukwa, is a very disrespectful word. So somebody who can be in a place where people are insulting your mother, alafu anagojea msalimie, apana. I was very happy. I'm very proud of my tribal king Uhuru for not shaking Ruto's hands, and he should not even look at his face, leave alone shaking his hands. Sasa mimi huo ndio msimamo wangu. I had said that about Baba's handshake. Baba is kind of a diplomat, but he should also be careful. Nimesikia siku hizi mtu anaweza kukumaliza na salamu. Ati somebody can shake your hands and next time we hear you are in the emergency. I don't know what medical explanation that is. I think there's some scientific I'm not saying Ruto may do that, let nobody misquote me, but I'm just saying that Baba should also keep some distance. But it's okay if they shook hands. I have no problem with that. I also said here earlier that there is nowhere in the constitution that someone should shake another person's hand because he is a deputy, you are the president, he's deputy president. So kama ameamka on the wrong side of the bed and he doesn't feel like shaking his hand, it's okay. Then about Ruto's remarks, I talked about this. Ruto is very disrespectful. He said that Kibaki is the greatest president. He was trying to disrespect and to demean his boss. He should have used this word. He's one of the greatest presidents we have had. There's a difference there, Demba. If your wives here say, if you're with your wives and they meet your friend, and then she says to your friend, you are the greatest man I've met. Utasikiaje? You are the most wonderful man I've met. Tanasema, unajua akimwambia, when you are away, you'll never know that. But in your presence, that is somebody trying to demean you. That is what Ruto was trying to do, as he always does. That is his character. So and then he went ahead and said that Kibaki's legacy forms a foundation for the next presidency. And then me, I was saying yes, for Baba's presidency, because Ruto cannot fit in the shoes of Kibaki. I mean, it's like heaven and earth all day and night. So he was right. For that one, Ruto was right. Kibaki's legacy is preparing a foundation for the next presidency, and Ruto cannot be that kind of a person, because we've never had a situation where Kibaki alinyang'anya mtu shamba. Hatukusikia ati Kibaki aliba shamba ya shule. Hatujasikia Kibaki alikuwa na scandal ya kuiba pesa. We've never had that Kibaki was taken to court for corruption. I mean they're like day and night. So actually, he was right. Kibaki's legacy is preparing for the next presidency, that is Baba presidency. So now me, Demba, because I have exhausted my points, I want to join Bernard to say, and I think I asked you people this question the other day, na mkatoroka kwa hii swali. Niliwauliza, je, mnasikia, do you think that Kalonzo is a Ruto mole? I think that's we need to exhaust that, Demba. I truly think either Kalonzo is a Ruto mole, or he's so jealous of Ruto, of Baba. Naona ni vile mlikuwa mnashindana na mtu. Ama like, Demba, you people, like men have that thing, I think sometimes. These people you grew up with, you went to school with them, they are your age mates. At some time of your age, of your life, you may be comparing, huyu amejenga nyumba ngapi, watoto amelea, wamesoma, watoto wake wamesoma, wangu wamesoma. Unaona hiyo kiwaru ako nayo. In Kikuyu we say kiwaru. Kiwaru is like you are so jealous until you feel like something is choking you in your neck juu ya wivu. So either Kalonzo is so jealous of Baba na haoni, ameona they have been competing for this thing.
I think, Julie, it's just some internet problems. I don't know, it's me. I can't hear.
It's you have issues with the internet. I can hear us all.
Okay. Yeah, after you are already stuck, Robert. Yeah, you should see how people look when they get stuck. Robert is back. You back, Robert? You can hear me now?
Yeah, I think something went wrong in the main switch. I think there in Temba, so it just went circles and it came back.
Okay, so I was thinking, this is my view, Demba, and the other panelists, that two things may be happening. One, Kalonzo cannot take it. He can see it. He can see that Baba has a very high chance now of becoming president. And they have been fighting for this thing together for quite some time now. And now, ameona, ai afadhali nikuharibia hii kitu. He has also seen, okay, first I think he hoped to become running mate. That is the least he hoped. Then he's seen people coming into the picture, people like Mother, people like Peter. So he knows that he's not the most likely running mate. So he wants to mess it up for Baba from rocking the boat from inside. So my take is that is what he wants, or he's actually a Ruto mole and he planned it very well. So if he didn't plan it, then it is just that he doesn't want Baba to become president. But me, I think my way forward, we always say here that you suggest solutions. My way forward, because Kalonzo is already in the box, tayari ako kwa box, tumnyamazie na hizo tantrums zake, aendeleze tantrums. Now, Mombasa, we don't care. Hata akileta Sonko. Sonko will lose miserably. I think if I was to vie in Mombasa, I would get more votes than Sonko. Sonko will lose miserably. Now, we set the governors against him again, the three governors. We set them up. Now, and we ignore him. We won't call him watermelon like we always do. We will not talk about him to the press. And when he talks, he wants to be this, we'll be saying like, the Secretary General for ODM was saying that it is the constitutional right of Kalonzo kujitetea. That is how we'll be responding. We'll be responding like the good people. But meanwhile, we are campaigning him and his people, and we make sure that he has no place in Nairobi. And after the elections, tumnyamazie, lakini maybe after the election azapewa cheo kidogo ndio akatae, kama kuwa embassy somewhere in the Middle East or somewhere in China. I mean, not China, somewhere in some small country in Asia. He can be made the embassy, the ambassador there. So if he doesn't want that, we'll just ignore him. But now, moving forward, Baba should know that Kalonzo is trying to spoil his votes. So I think Baba should put another gear now with that knowledge. It's like Zemba, uko na bibi, unajua anytime rafiki yako atamuimba. You start preparing yourself. Niko na watoto nitapeleka shule peke yangu. You start getting ready. You don't sit like a fool. You know, you baby, anytime she's about to take off, you start preparing yourself. That is how Azimio should behave, because Kalonzo is going to try to rock this boat as much as he can, and we should not give him that power. Let us also just ignore him, so that if he wants to vie for presidency, let him go ahead and vie for presidency. That is what we should do. But we will not call him names. We will not call him names, because if we call him watermelon, he will start playing victim. So he should be ignored. And every time akisema kitu anaambiwa, yes, it's okay, it is constitutional right. Lakini kule tumeweka watu wetu, tunaambia watu Azimio, tunaambia Nairobi, we tell people, people are fighting about 6Ps here. I know 6Ps is a thing that people don't want, because they think some of the candidates have been, just forced on them. But Baba needs 6 feet, 6Ps, not 6 feet. I'm sorry, 6Ps. He needs 6Ps. We have to have a 6Ps for Baba. We have to have the parties that support him, like Jubilee and ODM and other friendly parties. We have, if it's Northeastern, kama kuna chama kinatetea Baba, we should allow that party to get those parliamentary seats and MCAs and governor. We should now work a formula to make sure that Baba has the majority in both houses, that is the Senate and the other house. Because now we know that we have an enemy within, and Kalonzo can be the kind of a person that when he gets some few wiper MPs, he can even ask them to go to the other side. That we can see it come, so we shall not ignore that. So I still want, as you discuss everything else, Makiadi and Nyumba, Selina, Roba, and Demba, I know to discuss maneno ya handshake. na haina points mingi. So as we discuss everything else, can you think what Bernard asked? Do you think Kalonzo is a mole? And if you think he's a mole, going forward, how should Azimio handle him? So that we make sure that we still have some votes from the Kamba. Some Kambas will be like, ai, tumetembezwa sana. Mara tuko Azimio, mara tunapelekwa huko. So that we make sure we have those votes from those kind of people and they don't go to UDA. How could we handle this situation? Because now we know we don't like Kalonzo's behavior. Yes, then by that I want to stop there.
Okay, thank you. Robert, what did you want to say? You need to unmute.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you Jude, for bringing up some of this issue of Kalonzo. In fact, I wouldn't mind him to do or just like to push for his to be a running mate, but the way he's doing it in public, that's what is really dishonest about it. And the worst about it, someone like me, a couple of days ago, and I've been saying this one for the last 2 days, is when he had the Wiper Party, and right there, she stood in front of him when he was giving out some of these tickets they keep on giving to people, direct nomination tickets. Then she said, no Kalonzo, no RAILA presidency. So it is as a, you know what makes some of us who support Papa, these are the people who came in last. Now they want to be the head of the table. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. So for Kalonzo, if he really wanted to push for this thing of being a running mate, he should do it privately, like some other people. But to come and just start lecturing us, I'm beyond a Kikuyu, I'm beyond what. I'm a Kikuyu even though you are a Kamba. Some of the things he keeps on telling us. Oh, I mean, me and Raila, we have come a wrong way. But you and Raila, we have come a wrong way, but now you are messing up things. I've come to a conclusion that, I mean, that's what, for the last few weeks, that's what I think. I mean, it's scary. I mean, the one thing I think we have to watch here is the people who are surrounding Kalonzo. Yes, some of these members of parliament, the Senate, and some people there, I don't know for what they are fighting for or what they are right now, they are the people who are speaking some of these things from their mouth. It's as if they came in and it's as if it's either our way or a highway. That's what they are just telling us. And you know what? The worst about it, nobody is saying anything about it. Everybody just, it's as if they are, now it's just like we are scared. But I hope from next week when everything's done, as we get back tomorrow, then we start Sunday, Monday, then I hope President Uhuru and Bapa, they will have a meeting with this man and tell him we are not happy what he's doing. He's destroying Azimio right now. He is. And the other side, they are very happy about it. So maybe is sponsored by Ruto, because Ruto has all this money stole. Is what he's using, we don't know. Maybe not. But let's see what happens when things start us from next week. That's what I'm waiting. Next week is going to be very, very important to me. More especially to see where is our unity. Because we can't keep on every day we wake up, it's the vice presidency, Kalonzo. Every day we wake up, Kalonzo. So every time it's him. When we are just like turning the page against Kalonzo, something pops up. He has something like maybe, and you know what? The media, what I've come to realize the media in Kenya right now, there are some media houses who have some people who are one-sided and they are favoring William Ruto. I see them on KTN. I'm not going to be shy. I see them when they host all these things. I know who they are. Citizen is okay, But KTN, I have some doubts about them because I think they are one-sided and they are there campaigning for Ruto. That's the way I see it, but I hope somebody could tell me I am wrong on that. Let me just give it back to Temple and we continue.
Thank you. Makiadi, how are you?
Salama sana Ndemba, habari ya wewe?
Salama sana, karibu.
Asante. Leo hata sijui nimeingia tu kusikiza, sababu nilikuwa naangalia topics mchana mzima, nikaona hakuna kitu ya maana sana imeendelea. Ni watu wamekasirika kwa sababu hawakusalimiwa. Mimi watu wengi sana wanakataaga kunisalimia mimi na ninaenda zangu. It's not a big issue. Salamu haziuzwi na hakuna siku utapembeleza mtu wa kusalimia. So whether somebody feels like saying hi to you, I had somebody here earlier saying salamu inaweza kuwa ya mkono. Wakati wa COVID tulikuwa tunasalimiana hata na miguu na watu wanaenda mahali wanaenda. So I don't know what is so important about a handshake. If Uhuru feels like he's not comfortable giving his hand to William Ruto, then people should just mind their own business na waendelee. So maneno ya salamu, unajua Afrika tumefanya salamu imekuwa ni kama kitu kubwa sana, especially watu wa Western. Ukikosa kusalimia mtu kwa mkono basi hiyo naye anasema unaringa, lakini sidhani kama deputy president anatoka Western, so I don't see why his supporters should be mad. I'll just leave that there and I'll talk about Kibaki's legacy. I think Kibaki, one thing about Kibaki that people fail to mention is Kibaki came to leadership a very poor man. Actually, it's not to the standards of what we know, but in comparison to other politicians, Kibaki was just an average man. He was a lecturer at Makerere University. We've seen the video today. He was plucked out of there by Jaramogi Odinga, was brought into Kenya, given a job, and the rest is history. But then one thing that I really learned, and I think Kenyans should learn at large from Kibaki,
Who is stuck? Ni sisi ama ni Makiadi?
Ni yeye.
Makiadi, you may have to go out, then you come back again.
Yeah, wow. That's kind of, I don't know what's wrong. A network, maybe network problem. Yeah, it's frozen right now.
Yeah, network issues. So maybe he'll come back. Now, I really don't want the invitation that people like Julia are having here to discuss Kalonzo as in view of his role in politics. You have those machinations that go on in the political scenario in either side, either in UDA or Kenya Kwanza and even Azimio. You are bound to have certain people who are likely to be working for your enemy as much as they are in your camp. I remember there was a government minister called Bruce Mackenzie. Bruce Mackenzie was working for CIA, especially within the East African region, to destabilize the young democracies. Word also in the wire has it that Tom Mboya was actually on a CIA pay list, and he was working for them in different missions around the East African area. So yes, it is true, and it is possible. In politics, anything is possible. It is possible he's working for them. It's possible he's not. I thought if he was working for them, then the lashing by one Sarai today wouldn't have come out. He was so bitter with Kalonzo, and he really attacked him real badly. And he said that he's posting Sonko in Mombasa, trying to destabilize. So he's thinking that Sonko is the one who can lead them down there. So sometimes you want to watch what is it that the politicians are not saying, other than what they are saying a lot more. I want to. I'd said I really want to check out until Baba releases the name, and I'm hoping Baba makes it a very big launch, and where he's launching his deputy, like just the same way they launched the president, so that all Azimio partner parties come in, so that they witness and they endorse that ticket. I'm also hoping that all aspirants will be called to one sitting. Probably they be called in Bomas of Kenya. All the Azimio aspirants, the many of them, to one sitting, probably in Bomas or somewhere in KICC or Kasarani. All of them, all the aspirants across the country. And when they're doing that, they now launch the ticket, the Azimio presidential candidate together with the running mate. And then from there, they all go down to the various campaign modes. So I'm hoping that is in the cards. Or if they don't do that, they do the regional launch, so that we can have a regional Western region launch, we have a Northeastern region launch, we have a Coast region launch, something like that, so that the deputy president, but for the release of the Azimio ticket, the president and his running mate, I'm hoping they'll have one big meeting where they'll unveil the Azimio ticket. I'm hoping that will happen. And once that is done and dusted, then of course now we move on. Secondly, it is normally a very tough thing to manage. The more people you have on the coalition, the tougher it is. They say that coalitions that have more people, you have a lot of breadth, but very little depth. That is, you have a lot of people, but the understanding between each other is very little. The interactions are too little. So when you want to increase the depth, then you reduce the breadth. I mean, you don't have so many people in a coalition. But you see, the moment we had 26 parties coming together, so we have a lot of breadth, but little depth. There's very little. Trust is also an issue. I mean, the engagement in terms of how the positioning, the dynamics within it is also very tough. So building that and gelling it to a working machine requires a lot of tact, and I'm hoping that comes to pass. So I really, we've personally, I think, other than for the reason of wanting to get angry with Kalonzo, I don't think for me I want to really because I'll just be angry with him, because that has not prevented him from talking, which he has done constantly, and he has still kept on pushing his text constantly. I'm hoping he still does, for as long as it has not been announced yet. He still thinks, even after being part of that team and also suggesting even a name to that team, and even suggesting someone who traveled with Baba, is still coming out and saying, I don't understand why these people are thinking this is rocket science. They should just choose me. You see, that tells you that he's not going to stop speaking soon. Not today, not tomorrow, not this week, not next week. By the time he will stop, it will be when Baba unveils the candidate. So I would wish personally to wait for that time, because Kalonzo, that is just being him. He'll have to keep talking, and we see what happens. So Makiadi is back. Makiadi was holding for you, so that
Tamba, before you proceed, there's something I want to know. There was this thing they said was cancelled, but from IBC, where I think Mr. Ruto, he had named Musalia Mudavadi. I mean, it's something I don't understand exactly what happened.
I haven't heard about that, so I wouldn't comment on it. I don't know if Julia
Yeah,
has
it was
heard.
someone put on the screenshot yesterday when when we were here. They said they submitted a name. I think to be the deadline, the last deadline, and after that, then they sent a letter saying they have requested to cancel the name of Salem Town being the running mate. So that's something I saw. It was brought up here, and somebody I need to know more information about it. But okay, if you don't know anything about it, that's fine. We find out what's going on.
Yeah, I haven't come across that, so I wouldn't comment. I don't know if Julia has heard or Makiadi, maybe they will. So Makiadi, when you were stuck, we tried to wait for you. Karibu.
Yeah, Julia earlier spoke about how somebody looks when they are stuck. So I was looking at myself on the phone here, and it's not a very pleasant image. I think we should have some form of, getting rid of that image as soon as somebody goes offline, so that
I'll take a screenshot when it gets back.
so that you spare the victim embarrassment. Yeah. So I had spoken about the handshake, and I think I was beginning to talk about Kibaki's legacy, and that's when I think I went offline. So, like I was saying, if you compare Kibaki with the other leaders that we know right now, Kibaki came in as a very simple politician. He came from the academic field, came to Kenya, and the work he was given by Jaramogi Odinga. He has had a steady growth when it comes to acquiring wealth. When he was the president, when he won the presidency, he was just a normal guy, driving a normal vehicle, living a normal life. And one thing that really got me surprised is Kibaki at his death was a billionaire. And I've just been reading some extracts from newspapers. Some estimate his wealth to about 20 billion. Some even go further to say about 140. I don't know how that true is, or how that statement is realistic. But then one thing that is so amazing is that nowhere in the history of Kenya have you ever heard Kibaki's name feature when it comes to matters corruption. I mean, we always say that people campaign to win political seats so that they can accumulate wealth and buy more power, so that they can gather wealth for them and their families. But look at what Kibaki has done. When Kibaki came in and began, rolling out the infrastructure development in Kenya, that was the real opportunity for people to eat, literally. And his ministers were caught here and there. Some of them resigned. Some of them said they'd rather die than resign. But then one thing that is really amazing is that there was no link between the corruption that the minister was named and Mwai Kibaki, the person himself. So there's a lot we can draw from Kibaki's leadership. He's a person that was not self-centered. He's a person that gave his ministers the freedom to do whatever they were assigned to do. And most of them performed. I think if we talk about oversight, sometimes when you are a leader, if you give people an opportunity to serve, then if they are, they are really into service, they'll do their job. As compared to the thing we are seeing in, for example, in Moi, not Moi, President Moi, former President Moi government, where people were fired from the roadsides, and also what we are seeing here in Uhuru's government, where it's like people have protection from another quarter. It's like when the current government, the Jubilee government, was divided into two. The ministers that were aligned, the cabinet secretaries that were aligned to Ruto, were immune from sacking by the president. It's like Kenyatta was just in charge of his other half of the cabinet, and then William Ruto was in charge of his cabinet, and that's why we saw, the likes of Kenya Power almost going bankrupt, and Uhuru Kenyatta could not do anything. So Mwai Kibaki gave people the freedom to do their job. Remember the Matatu issue with the Mishuki? Kenyans came out and said tuko tayari kutembea mpaka matatu sector ikue streamlined, and people said kwa nini Kibaki amenyamaza namna hiyo? And then Kibaki in a statement out of the blue sky just said, you know what, I support what the minister is saying, watu watengeneze matatu zikuwe safe, and that is how we ended up with the uniform that Julia calls maroon. Everybody had safety belts or seat belts. There were speed governors, and the matatu industry is known to be a rogue industry where no one follows any rules. So I think goodwill in leadership and firmness is what we are lacking right now as Kenyans, and I believe that from the failures that we've had in government, especially when I say failures, I look at how Uhuru Kenyatta was sort of held hostage for the past 10 years. From those failures that we've seen, I think it is a high time that we have a person who comes into leadership and has overall authority to control his government. And when we have factions that are aligned to one person in government and the other factions are aligned to the other person in government, it becomes very difficult for a president to rule. And that is why I come down to the issue of Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka, you might call him a mole, but he knows what he's doing. I said here yesterday, Kalonzo Musyoka is a senior politician, he's a senior counsel. He's been in politics for decades. He's been a vice president, Kibaki's vice president. He's been in Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I remember I started seeing Kalonzo in leadership well, many years ago. And so when Kalonzo Musyoka tries to act like a stumbling block in the Azimio group, I don't think he wants to portray a picture of a mole. I think he's a well-reasoned person, and he's fighting for a seat that definitely it looks like he's not going to get. So he's trying to rock the boat from within, and it is up to Azimio to decide what to do with him. Like I said yesterday, he has a problem with his mouth. He doesn't know when to speak and when to keep quiet. And I think Raila Odinga, being the statesman that he is, will not confront Kalonzo in the media like Kalonzo is bracing for Raila to do. I don't think Raila Odinga atajibishana na Kalonzo kwa TV ama kwa radio. This thing will be sorted out amicably. And I said here, and I'll repeat again, Julia, kama umefuga kuku moja kwako na unaona ile mnyama anaitwa mongoose inazunguka zunguka hapo, uko na option mbili, either uache kuku ikuliwe na mongoose ama ukule kuku we mwenyewe kabla mongoose ifikie. I have said here and I'll repeat again. Hii kiti ya deputy president, deputy presidential slot ingekuwa iligawanywa kitambo sana. We are wasting time. Tungekuwa tulimaliza hii kitu kitambo, tuseme hii ticket ni ya Rarua, Kalonzo Musyoka achukue vacation, aende Mombasa, aoge na maji ya chumvi, a settle down, a cool down, ajue hii kiti imeenda. If he wants to be part of Azimio, then ajue kuna viti zingine mingi sana. Kalonzo Musyoka can be a speaker. I know people have said here you don't trust a person like that with speakership. I know but there are many ways that the executive can control parliament if they want to. There are independent MPs who will come there, and if the president wants to work with independent candidates, they are not answerable to anybody. So he can decide to sit down and have a working relationship with the independent candidates. So Kalonzo aende apigwe na baridi ya Mombasa, ajue kiti imeenda, then he can come back with a sober mind, with open hands. Right now he's talking with a clenched fist because he believes that he has something that is rightfully his in Azimio. I mean, he's been given a leeway for a long time. He came in with the Oka thing, akasema mkiita hii kitu, msipoita hii kitu Azimio Oka, nitatoka. they agreed, they call it a funny useless names, lakini wakapeana hiyo jina ikue kwa sababu ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Sasa saa hii imefika tena ni mahali ya deputy president. Unaona juzi ameachiliwa nafasi na akachagua deputy governor wa Nairobi Wanyonyi to step down. Why? Because of Kalonzo.
Makiadis,
Yeah, nah, there we go again.
internet inamsumbua.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think what he was saying about Kalonzo, I think even next week, let them just come up and tell us who's the running mate is, and we move on. Because I think the more they take this thing, the more we are going to get stuck. I mean, let them just come up and say who's the running mate, we move on, then we start organizing ourselves. Otherwise, if they keep on just doing this thing, I think that's why I said from what I said before, as from next week, it's going to determine the way forward.
Bwana Roba.
Yes.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes.
Julia? Hi. Selina? Yeah, can I chip in very briefly?
Oh yeah, sure. Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah, now things are moving all right, and that's why you saw RAILA formed a committee of 7 people, quite prominent. There's a bishop, there's an archbishop, and other prominent, and also Kalonzo's representative. Is it Wambua? That Nini? And they were given up to 10th of May to give their report of the best deputy presidential, the running mate, 10th May. The IBC had issued instructions. In fact, it was to be closed by 28th, but since they are not in order, both the Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza, they asked the Chebukati for an extension of the submission of those names, and they were given until 16th. So when the committee presents its report on the best candidate for Azimio by 10th, maybe it take another 1 or 2 days before the leaders they make a decision. So maybe 10th by 12th. By 12th they announce there will be only 4 days to beat the deadline of 16th. And that's the time now. Kalonzo will, he has no space to play his tactics, because as you have said, it is time they talked about the candidate. Now in politics, not even in politics, in life, sometimes you go slowly. Maybe somebody has died somewhere. You don't go and tell Julia Nyumba is dead. No. You start, maybe Nyumba is very sick, he's unwell, he's in the hospital, blah, blah, slowly. So these are the tactics they are using, slowly. For example, Ruto was saying all the time that they are together with Uhuru. There's no difference between them. And we could see the signs, Uhuru also could not have reacted so fast. Sorry, Bonademba, I started without your permission. I was given permission by Julia and Roba.
That's fine.
Now,
Right.
I'm finishing. And Roba, we are with you earlier on, eh?
Yeah, we were here. So I think another factor is...
Let me just summarize this way.
Okay.
Where has he gone? Makiadi is gone, eh? His
No,
contribution
Makiadi had
was
some internet problem. That's why we came in.
Where is he positioned, Makiadi? Which country?
He has some internet problems. That's why we came in. That it disappeared. Yes.
So his contribution was quite okay.
Yes.
And I liked it. Most of the time, I like it. It goes well, but sometimes even with the people with different propositions.
Mr. Nyumba, may I ask you a question? Don't you think also what I've come to realize the main factor why we are not having this idea of anybody to name this vice president is because one side want to see what they have named, because I think Ruto is undecided. He wants to see where Asmio gets a run with, then from there he's going to decide what he's going to do. I think that's the main factor. It's just like how do you call it? Cat and mouse, whatever game. I mean, that's what they are doing right now between Ruto and the RAILA camp. Yeah, I think that's the main thing right now.
You have said it exactly. That's what's happening, because each one want to see where the candidate has been chosen from, and then to take advantage. Yeah? For example, if Raila takes Central Kenya candidate, let's give an example like Martha Karua. Now, the other party will base their choice on that. They will do their calculations and find out who is best to handle that. So your statement, you are very right. That's exactly what is happening.
And I also feel that I feel the people who are pushing for Kalonzo is from Ruto's side, so that if Raila takes Kalonzo, now Ruto will go ahead and just say, because he thinks he has Central and other places, now he'll bring in Musalia Mudavadi. But if Raila goes to Central and gets Martha Karua, now you also start looking. It's just like he's the one who's chickening. He's the one who's chickening here because he has no stand. He doesn't know what he wants to do.
Robert, you're very right. All those statements of yours are right. And the only catch here is that the Azimio, I think, Azimio, they have already made a decision. But as I said earlier, they are doing it in a quiet manner, not cause a lot of friction. Finally, even that committee will come with a name that is already agreed upon. Yeah, but as all those statements of yours, they are right. Yeah, maybe with your permission, Bwana Themba.
Yes, yes, Nyumba, how are you?
Why is Nani based? Richard Makiadi, which country?
Makiadi is here. He can say where he's based.
He's down there.
He's back.
Tell me, I'm in Kenya, Nakuru. Bwana Makiadi, I'm in Kenya, Nyaikuru.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sawa. Tuko pamoja na Themba.
There's a reason why I'm asking that. For my next comment.
Tuko pamoja na Themba, Nyumba. Na Roba.
Oh.
Yeah.
Modo Nyumba.
Yeah.
Now, I beg to leave because I was wondering, because all these other guys are international. Bwana Themba, you can confirm. Apart from me, I'm local. I'm in Nakuru. These
but you
guys
guys
are international.
You guys have.
Uko Nakuru wapi Nyumba?
I know Julia is in the US. I know where Selena is. Roba, I know he is in the US. That's what I was asking. Makiadi, I was not very sure.
Makiadi is in the US.
Me, I think I'm in the wrong place now. Themba, you continue with the international. And relax.
Nyumba, you guys have 5 days holiday. What's the problem?
You have 5 days holiday.
Nyumba, I wish, man, I love Nakuru. I really love Nakuru, the way that's developed. Those flamingos, Nakuru town, Njoro area.
It is a city now, and I contributed in. I was part of the team that advocated for that. It's a city. Don't just call it Nakuru.
Tutafutie shamba huko. Tunataka shamba Nakuru.
Wewe Julia na mashamba surely. Amwezi tosheka na mashamba?
Sini Mkikuyu kama mimi, mashamba tutosheki.
Unajua Nyumba? let me before you go, let me give you an interesting. If you listen to there's a radio Ramogi. Yeah? Ramogi is basically targeting Luo area, right?
Yes.
Yes,
And
it's the raw media, part of raw media.
yes, if you listen to their advert, they sell a lot tourist destinations. You know, they sell luxury stuff. They're the ones who advertise on how to spend money. You know, like spending. But if you listen to Inoro and such, the adverts that go there are mostly those ones that are more investment bound. For example, we can see like 5 investment land farms, advertising. Buloti maguta sijui wapi. Oh,
mafuta,
again, no ende ko sijui what, and it comes like 3 advertisements, different companies. Like ukienda Ramogi is how to spend.
Sasa wewe, mimi naongea na nyumba anitafutia shamba na Themba hataki niongeleshe nyumba.
Anaharibu maneno huyu. Nitakutafutia Julia. Wachana. Nafikia ana wivu kidogo. Bwana Themba ako na wivu, nasikia anataka kupata plot.
How much land do you need, my friend?
We are always buying land.
But nyumba na Themba, what the disappointment like me? I want to tell you my case on this issue.
Thank you, you people. You know, then I went to sleep a bit. I can see some of these. I've just talked to a friend of mine in the US. He's telling me it's around 8 or 9 now, and we have not slept. You know, the US is daytime. That's why I say international. And this, remember, I confirmed this channel is addictive. I'm addicted. I think I need some treatment because now it's daytime. I've not slept. I'll behave like an owl. Believe during the day. Thank you.
You go sleep, Nyoba. See you.
Thank you.
Makiadi, ulikuwa umemaliza ama ulitupa nje?
No, you know, Ndemba, I've tried to open Microsoft Edge. I was using Google Chrome and then it threw me out. So I tried Edge, wacha nione kama ita behave. Sijui ni kwa nini.
Haya, toa maoni yako kabla ikose
So nilikuwa ninamalizia nikiambia Julia hapa, ukifuga kuku kwako na ujue kuna mnyama huwa anazunguka hapo anaitwa mongoose. It is either utengeneze kuku kama kitoweo ama kuku akuliwe na mongoose. Hii kiti ya deputy president imekuwa ni kama hiyo kuku. So Kalonzo amekuwa akizunguka hapo around, anategemea siku moja ni kama atapewa hii kiti. But from the statements that you've been hearing Kalonzo making from the time he started saying that if you are looking for a person from Mount Kenya, then I'm from Mount Kenya. Tukisema tunataka female deputy president, atasema he is more sitaki kumalizia hapo. Anajipigia kampeni, lakini anajua at the back of his mind hii kiti tayari kuna mtu ambaye amekuwa identified. So ako katika ile inaitwa denial process. It takes a while. Denial process takes a while. Eventually, this what do you call this committee that was formed, I think it was just meant to, soothe his ego, just to make him accept things. But everybody, even from the opinion polls, everybody is talking about Martha Karua. Everybody in the diaspora, everywhere. Opinion polls, people have done opinion polls on Twitter. There are people who have carried their own opinion polls, and everybody, the arrow is pointing towards Martha Karua. And the more Kalonzo cries, the more he loses the support that he would have gotten from even his staunch supporters, because now it becomes ni kama watoto wanang'ang'ania peremende, na wewe ukikuja hapo kwa sababu you have a little bit of muscles, unachukua unasema sasa hii ni yangu, nyinyi muende mtafute ingine. So Kalonzo to an extent yenye nauliza hata Raila alipitia nini gani ndiye akapata hiyo kitu, aliapply wapi kazi? I mean, you can just listen to the way he is reasoning, and he is degrading himself. Most people respect him because of his stature as a leader. And so the sooner he accept this thing has gone, the better for him, and so that people can go back to start campaigning. So I'll leave it there and nitaingia baadaye.
Hakuna baadaye kwa sababu hata tunakuja kumalizia. Ngoja Roba, before you talk. I know we have been here long enough. I mean the whole day, and generally the topics were were a little constrictive. So you didn't go so far. How much can you say about a handshake? Yeah, so it was a little restrictive, so that and I think we want to now start coming to an end. We have given our 2 cents. Wala anajaribu kujoin, time imefika, we are on our 7th going to the 8th hour, so we're only bringing those who could have been here earlier and they dropped out. Yeah. So now I want us to first of all appreciate those who are down there before I start taking at least 1 minute closing remarks from the panelists who are on Selina, Julia, Roba, and Maggie. Jeffrey Onyapidi, Duke Moses, I agree with you. Ruto is better than Raila through land grabbing and stealing public money. Duke Moses, you forgot one man's meat is another man's having. Duke Moses, wewe uko upande gani? Mara uko Azimio, mara uko nini? Which side are you? Make up your mind. Patrick Mushiri, Duke Makiadu, naambiwa hapo chini na DS juu fanye nini? Delete your cookies kwa Chrome. Patrick Mushiri, that's how Ruto is better than Raila. Oh, okay. Duke ako kwa upande wa Azimio. Duke kawaida watu Mountain, Amazing Grace, asante. Chungeni your land is not grabbed by Ruto. Yasema akina Julia hao kitu ya kwanza ni land. Yani how much land does anyone need surely?
Then can you imagine a country where people are afraid of the deputy president grabbing their land? Can we believe it?
Yeah, how much land do you need? How much land does one person need? Ama ni primitive accumulation. Unajua wakati kuna kitu inaitwa primitive accumulation, Makiadi. You have had more than you just want to accumulate to be sure that kuna kwanga na land mahali, hata ukisikia wapi land.
Unajua hii ni character ilitoka kwa founding fathers na sijataja mtu jina, lakini nasema hii ni kitu hiyo ni perception ilitoka kwa founding fathers, so bado inaonekana.
Themba ungekuwa na Makiadi, mngekuwa offshore, ningewaambia what Kikuyu women are said to be tell their husbands about their priorities.
Sema Julia hapo mimi sema.
Acha Megi, wewe nini unapenda uzushi? Megi unapenda uzushi sana wewe.
Sasa si hata mimi nataka kusikia saa hii.
Kwa uzushi ndio Megi unaingia sasa hapo kwa uzushi.
Pamba wewe.
Austin Libasia, thank you so much. Peter Nash, Pen Nyagaka. Hatuwaingizi nyinyi ambao mko hapo, hakuna haja mkuja saizi kwa show. Tumeshafunga show na wale ambao tuna nini karibu, tumebaki dakika 9 tu. Wacha tufunge na hawa, manake tunataka kufunga hizo dakika 9 so that we are done. Idi Alfan, nataka kufungua show tena. What more can you say about a handshake? And what more can you say about the remark and Raila Ruto handshake? What more can you say? All that you have to say has been said. Let's meet later today when we find other useful political occurrences. Probably I'll allow this panelist here to predict what might make news tomorrow. One of them is I heard that there was an arrangement by Kahiga, the Nyeri governor, to have many people there who are going to cheer when Ruto wakes up to talk, and some of them to boo when
And I
Raila.
suspect that, Demba, I watched a crowd of people today in Nyayo Stadium, and they were seated almost in the same place. When Deep Ruto was called to talk, they were really cheering. I think it was really choreographed. It was really choreographed, and I saw some news people wakisema kwa YouTube, see how Ruto was cheered when. So it was kind of choreographed.
Here there's
Drama tumezoea hiyo drama.
there's another one that is also happening. They're organizing people to, when DP Ruto comes, when he stands up, when he's called to speak, for them to really make a lot of noise and cheer, so that now people in Nyeri can see that actually DP Ruto is very popular down there. And when Raila stands to speak, they boo. So they have that sense of thing coming. So probably that, and maybe another missed handshake. Maybe the president will not.
There's another missed handshake. The third one now.
The third missed handshake, and maybe that will be the final, because hopefully nothing else will happen. Yeah, and Makiadi has just stepped out, so I think that reduces the number of people who are going to give their closing remarks. So he has internet issues. So let's have Selina. Are you there? Okay, that reduced it further. So I have only 3 people. Robert, your final closing remarks, 2 minutes.
Yes, I've always said here, and I keep on repeating, the will of the people. Democracy comes from the people. You cannot impose it on the people. So as we say bye-bye the last day to our former president, Mwai Kibaki, I think those ones who want to take a political kind of taking advantage, I'm assuming, and I have a feeling this one is going to backfire, especially on Ruto. At the end of the day, that might be the headlines. Ruto tried to take advantage, but it's going to backfire. That's what I'm expecting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Julia?
Yeah, the headline might be Ruto organizes hecklers to heckle Raila. That may be the headline. So I agree with Robert, it might backfire. But my closing remarks, I want to talk about just briefly. Ruto said that Kibaki's legacy is going to be the foundation of the next presidency. That is the Kenyan's 5th president. And probably he was imagining or dreaming that we will imagine that we can compare him with Kibaki. But fellow Kenyans, I want to tell you that we cannot compare Ruto and Kibaki, because Kibaki was never taken to court for having taken somebody's land. Kibaki was never taken to court for corruption. Makedi has described it here that even if he has achieved a lot, we've never had him in any corruption scandal. He's never been implicated with any form of violence in this country. So the two people, Kibaki and Ruto, are like heaven and earth, or light and darkness. That one is walking in the light and one is total darkness. Where did you hear a deputy president that scares the common mwananchi kwamba he may grab even their land? That is really an embarrassment to this country. And I will not stop saying this. In fact, Deputy President William Samoei Ruto should not even vie for presidency. It is a shame and an embarrassment to our dear country, Kenya, and how much we are respected in Africa. So I hope going forward, we shall not even have such kind of people vying for presidency. Otherwise, the only person who can match Kibaki is none other than Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Odinga can continue with Kibaki's legacy. Kwa hivyo, Wakenya wenzangu, na waomba mvuke sakafu, tupigie baba kura. Asante Demba.
Maggie?
Habari zenu.
Uko sawa Mama Megi, uko sawa?
Hata mimi niko sawa. So maybe the headline tomorrow will be what Ruto said, that he's the one who is going to take Kibaki's legacy, or he's going to be like Kibaki, which is a big lie. That's a big headline anyway tomorrow, because Ruto is the one who said it personally. But the legacy of Kibaki, Ruto cannot fit even by an inch, because Ruto hakukuwa na matusi kama ya nani ya Ruto. Kibaki hakukuwa na matusi kama ya Ruto. Kibaki matusi zake zilikuwa tu mavi ya kuku. Alikuwa anatukana makuku, sio binadamu. Hakukuwa anaita mtu majina vile Ruto whenever amesimama ni kuita Raila mtu wa kitendawili na nini na nini. But he was typically to the point. So many people could not understand what he was saying, but he knew what he was saying. And again, he was so careful in his speeches. Hawezi kutusi watu, hawezi kufanya nini. So he's left a legacy Ruto cannot fit. Hata asijidanganye. Hata hawezi kukaribia anywhere. So hizo mambo za Ruto na what he's done for Kenyans, I think Ruto owes a big deal. He must pay. He must pay us back, because kama ingekuwa ni Kibaki angekuwa ameresign kitambo. Kama vitu haikukuwa mzuri kwake, zimeshaenda mrama the way zimeendea Ruto, angekuwa bado anatumia pesa ya serikali the way Ruto is doing now. So he cannot fit anywhere in Kibaki's legacy. For that matter, Ruto aende nyumbani, arudi Sugoi na awache watu wa Kenya in peace. Awache tujaribu na baba, kama baba tutengenezea nchi, hata yeye asipofanya kazi vizuri, tutamchokora tu the way we are chokora Ruto, na Ruto hajatufanyia kazi ya maana, because since he became deputy president, what has he done? And especially right now, early enough nilikuwa nikisikia mambo ya insecurity huko Baringo, and he is the deputy president, nao ni watu wake. So kama hawezi kulinda watu wa Baringo na ni Rift Valley kwake, do you think he can lead Kenyans? He cannot, because watu wake wanakufa. So if we elect somebody like that as a president, don't you think everybody is going to kill us? Even Tanzanians will just come and attack us. Everybody is going to die in Kenya, and the other people are going to take Kenya away. He cannot do anything for the Baringo people, for his Rift Valley, and now he wants to lead an entire country of Kenya. I don't think we can trust somebody like that. So thank you, and bado tujiweke tu kwa mkononi mwa Mungu. I know we are in the right track. Thank you very much, Mr. Themba.
Thank you so much Maggie for your views, na muendelee kupigia watu masimu, waendelee kujiandaa kutoka kupiga kura. Wacha nisikize Makiadi, alafu tusikize Ndeto. Wewe unakuja kuclose, nimekuingiza tu hapo kuja kuclose kwa sababu ya wimbo wa taifa. Usifungue debate hapa tena. Makiadi.
Asante Themba. On the 15th of November 1931, depending on the time he was born, if you told Mwai Kibaki that one day he would be lying in state and there would be presidents from all over Africa attending his funeral, I don't think he would have believed that. Kibaki was in politics for a long time. He became president at the age of 71. And one thing that we learned from him is consistency and humility. Those two things. He was consistent and he was humble. And I think he paints a very different picture from the politicians that we are seeing right now, wale wa kujipiga kifua na kutisha watu wengine. So Kibaki leaves a legacy that it will take a long time for other politicians to, to achieve. And we just hope that as we move forward to an election, Kenyans will open their eyes and make choices with the future of the country in their minds. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Leto, unajua wewe dakika moja ufunge alafu tuimbie wimbo. Makiadi, uko tayari kwa constitution?
Yep.
Si nini kwanza ndio Ndeto asome hii wimbo yake. Wacha kusoma Ndeto. Leo imba bila kusoma. Makiadi.
Sisomi, kwani mtu hawezi angalia kando?
So sawa. Leo tunasoma article 40. I'm sure yesterday we read freedom of movement and residence. So today we are talking about protection of right to property. It's a fairly long one, but I'll rush through. Number one, subject to Article 65, every person has the right, either individually or in association with others, to acquire and own property, A, of any description, and B, in any part of Kenya. Number two, Parliament shall enact a law that permits the state or any person to A, to arbitrarily deprive a person or property of any description or of any interest in or right over any property of any description, or B, to limit or in any way restrict the enjoyment of any right under this article on the basis of any grounds specified or contemplated in Article 27(4). Number three, the state shall not deprive a person of property of any description or of any interest in or right over property of any description unless the deprivation, A, results from an acquisition of land or an interest in land or conversion of an interest in land or title to land in accordance with Chapter 5, or B, is for a public purpose or in the public interest and is carried out in accordance with the Constitution and any act of Parliament that, one, requires prompt payment in full of just compensation to the person, and two, allows any person who has interest in or right over that property a right of access to a court of law. Number four, provisions may be made for compensation to be paid to occupants in good faith of land acquired under Clause 3 who may not hold title to the land. Number five, the state shall support, promote, and protect the intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. And number six, the rights under this article do not extend to any property that has been found to have been unlawful acquired. Hiyo tulikuwa tunasomea mtu mmoja hii. I hope ameipata.
Julia.
Okay. Nimeipata, lakini niko na swali.
Mbona leo Julia umekuja kusikiza constitution kwanza? Kwa hiyo tu ndio umekuja kusikia hiyo Julia?
Niko na swali. Kesho you need to discuss Article 27A. Hapo umesema the state can repossess or something, right? Can you go into it?
Hiyo ni article 20 what?
27A. 27A.
Makiadi, si tuko tatu.
Hiyo yenye tumesoma leo ni article 40, lakini yenye Julia anasema specifically nimerefer to article 27(4). Article 27(4) ambayo inasema, okay, the whole thing reads, it's article 40 2B. It says, to limit or in any way restrict the enjoyment of any right under this article on the basis of any of the grounds specified or contemplated in Article 27(4).
So we could look
Umesikia
at
Julia?
Article 27 for tomorrow, so that I normally hear people say that serikali imeingilia mtu Themba. Sijui serikali imefanya nini ya mtu, and it's just
So
out of ignorance that we argue like that. But we
So
need to know.
Article 27.4 actually says the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any grounds, including race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, health status, ethnic or social origin, color, age, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, dress, language, or birth.
Okay, got you.
Umesikia?
This is good, Themba.
Yeah, tunasaidia tunawachanua, lakini hapo kwa possession of land, umeona sasa uko na right ya kupossess.
Yes, niko na nisisikia mtu nikinunua shamba kule ndani Nandi ama wapi. Nisisikia mtu.
Wewe nunua tu shamba bora, number 1 isiwe kwa road reserve, number 2 isiwe kwa public land, number 3 usiache hapo watu wakuje waanze kukaa hapo upate masquota.
Isiwe ya shule.
Hiyo iko Nandi bila stashoad. Ruto akichukua ushukani atachukua.
That is why I'm afraid, Maggie. Yes, I'm so afraid.
That one bila stashoad atachukua.
Naona Black yuko kule kwa comment section anasumbua watu huko leo, ni kama anaita.
I have a suggestion, Themba. I think you should invite Ruto to this panel so that Makede namsomea constitution. Pengine hiyo itasaidia Kenya.
Ruto nafikiri anaweza kuja hapa. Ruto akikuja hapa ukimuuliza swali umuulize, now Mr. Deputy President, can you tell us what your vision for Kenya is? Utasikia no, wait. The question you should be asking.
Yes.
Yeye mwenyewe atajiuliza swali alafu sasa aende kujibu ile swali amejiuliza, si ile swali umemuuliza. He doesn't know how to answer questions. He knows how to ask questions and answer those questions. Now, listen, my friend. The question you should be asking me.
Anakurabish. Even the people before, what do you think they have done?
Okay, yeah. Muliza, tell me about your source of the source of your wealth. Now, listen, my friend. I'm surprised that question is not asked to anybody else. It is only me who is asked that question.
Okay, Muliza kwamba, tell me about your case with ile ya shamba. Atakwambia, listen, my friend, I'm not the only Kenyan who has grabbed land.
Yes.
Alafu kimuliza, now, Mr. Deputy President, can you tell us the difference? What is it that the problem between you and the president? So, now, my friend, that is a question that I cannot answer. Ask him. Next time when he comes here, ask him that question.
So, Makiadi, I think you need to attend these shows like Yanaenda, because we are benefiting from that constitution. I mean, what you are taking us through. These other people here have no idea about our constitution. So I don't know them, but going forward, what Mutembe is going to do about these Kenyans.
As we do our best, we here every day. Unaona Ndeto hapa anatupeleka through. We are looking at two symbols of national unity: the constitution and the national anthem. Makiadi is taking us through the constitution, and Ndeto has made it his mandate to take us through the whole of the national anthem. So we are doing our best. At least if you attend here every day, you can be assured that by the end of the day, you will have heard about an article of the constitution and you will have remembered the national anthem. So if that is a little bit, they say, it is Mother Teresa that said that if all of us cleaned our doorstep, the world would be clean. So you might not clean the world, but at least you are cleaning your doorstep. As we are cleaning our doorstep, we are cleaning where we can reach. anybody who is at this particular time, they are at the distance, they can hear our voice, they can watch us. At least they are assured that by the end of the show, they will get to know something about the Constitution. They will get to hear something about the national anthem, and they'll get to hear that we are concerned more about Kenya. Ubinafsi, ufisadi, ubethuli, tumeukataa. We are more for acceptance. We are more for people who are united as Kenyans. We are more for diversity, but yet united in that diversity. So that is what we champion for. And Julia, you are doing the much you can by coming here every single day, by taking that time to educate people, to talk about progressive stuff. You're doing the much and even much more that you can do. And let me tell you, there's someone who is listening to you. It might just be a drop in the ocean, but the ripple effect is wide. There are people who will be saved by your voice, by what you have said. At least you have a voice. And we might not reach the presidents and those big shots, but little by little, the water that goes into a very strong stone over time cracks it. So little by little, the edge will give. So let's continue doing our part. Let's keep doing what we're doing. There's someone who is coming in here. Kindly, if you come in, even if you want to post something, just post it once. If you come in, I don't know if it's also another of those spams. You can't come post one thing so many times. You're spamming our stuff, and we don't like it. And someone like, when they are blocked, they go register with another one. They come back. Kindly, just be nice to us. Stop being hateful. If you are someone has hurt you, don't come and project it on us. We are peace-loving Kenyans, and we are people who are very happy, in our different places where we are. So, kuwa mpole. Why should someone be so hateful and negative in life? You need help. Now, Martin.
Yes, sir.
Uko tayari?
Yeah, niko tayari.
Ama pia wewe
Mimi
ukuje na stories zako mingi.
leo sina, unajua lately nimeamua ku listen. I mean, there's a lot of people coming into the channel, and sometimes when you get in there, there's people talking already what you want to say. And I'm not one of those kind of people who want to repeat what is already been said. So if it's not said, that's fine. I'm always there. Naangalianga, ukiangalia utanipata kwa messages huko nilikuwa na text. Because I mean, if it's already said, why do I come to repeat it? I mean, the only thing, I think the biggest thing was today was kukosa kusalimiwa. Hiyo sijajua nini. I can wink on you and then tumesalimiana ama nikwambie niaje na tuendelee. So I think especially late night guys, everything is already said by the time you're coming in. And sometimes it's not that we don't want to come in early. Is because maybe saa zingine uko caught up on something else. But if it's already said, then why? I come and repeat everything that has been spoken since morning. But I'm listening out there. I'm listening everything. I've been there. That's why I'm coming at this time, because I know there's something that I've committed myself into this channel for. So anyway, Tuombe, Richie, these are the normal people. Megan ndio leo ameamua kujoin. Okay, tuombe basi. Mungu, Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, tukae na undugu, amani na undugu, raha tupate na ustawi. Number 2, amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa undugu, kwa nguvu, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Number 3,
na tujenge taifa letu. Ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. That says, let's be proud of our country, let's fight for our country, and let's always be there for our country. So that's a good thing. I love you guys. I always listen. Hata kama sijakuja, unajua ni time yetu ya kufunga, but I had nothing to talk about. I mean, kila kitu ishamalizwa mchana. I listened to the whole thing, so I said nitakuja hapa mwisho. And then book November, thank you for you and your daughter. We're always watching it. I'm always watching it. You're enlightening me a lot with my daughter too. Mine is small. Ajanza ameanza kuniambia tu, daddy, no. Namuuliza, what do you mean no? Naambia, no, daddy. You know, so she's turning 4 this year. So you enlighten me a lot with your channel and Lulu. So I will always propose for that.
Yeah, thank you. My son is turning 5 this year, so they're there. So we are moving slowly, and you can learn a lot. Thanks for always highlighting on the channel, and again, thank you. Let me highlight it here again kwa wale ambao mko pale na mnashangaa, jamaa rafiki yangu hapa anasema nini? Anaongea juu ya Themba and Lulu show. Go down there, check out that video that we dropped today. It's about how to behavior correction. When we were growing up, it was being called discipline. Wanasema nitakudiscipline. I must discipline you, you know. So discipline in those days used to be kuchapwa.
Alafu unapewa viboko.
Unatandikwa, takudiscipline, you know. So it used to be. I you know, Julia, I don't know how some of you grew up.
I used to think my mother is a colonialist, kind of.
That was in most of those who are I think around 30 and above, yeah. Those who are 30 and above, we went through torture. You need a lot of counseling, and you know, you need a lot of a lot of help.
we need a lot of mapenzi mingi.
Yeah, because you never had it. You know, there was only one way of correcting you, and some of them read for you the Bible. Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, there's a time I was in it was a boarding school, and then nikatoka cause watu walikuwa wakifukuziwa fees. Sasa wakifukuziwa fees, mimi nilipewa check tukienda shule. Kumbe sikupeana, ndio watu wakifukuzwa pia mimi nitoke. Nilienda nyumbani na hiyo check, nilichapwa, nilirudi nyumbani.
I wonder how Julia is a teacher, you know, be a high school teacher, maybe high school, primary school teachers, my friend. Alafu mwalimu alikuwa anakuja kufundisha na vitu viwili. Anakuja ameshika vitu vitatu. Ameshika kitabu ile iko na curriculum kama ni ya Kiswahili. Alafu kuna kiboko na kuna chaki. Duster ilikuwa inakaa kwa class. So chaki, yani how do you, when you see those things, you know ni kubaya.
And I think that we are still having that challenge, although Kenya has outlawed corporal punishment. The teachers, because they are my age, it's so hard to change them, and they are really struggling to come out of that. I mean, there's a lot to be done in the education sector in Kenya. There's a lot to be done.
And teachers were always right. There was no, our teachers were always right. So mwalimu akishasema amesema, there's no negotiation.
So that when your teacher was mispronouncing, there was this teacher who was saying somewhere, I think in Nyanza, was teaching agriculture, and was teaching about this type of cows called Ayrshire. And then he was saying, nimesema Asaya. So the kids could say Asaya. And then he could write Ashaya. And then the kids could say, so he could cane the kids for saying Asaya. He's always telling them to say Asaya because the teacher is always right.
But then, remember, us in our school, grammar. You guys will be given about 10 words to spell them right and write them right. And then asubuhi mkitoka do maybe is when they come and check if you spell them right or if you spoke them right. Hapo ndio unachapiwa sasa. Miss one ni kiboko moja. You miss two ni kiboko mbili. So you have to get them right. Unapunguza viboko because ukimiss zote ni viboko 10. And it used to be every day ukitoka dom in the morning.
Yeah, I remember the teacher who taught me English was a lady from Central, and she used to say English, and then
And children.
it is a time for English. Then she used to say the lorry was rowing down the road. You know, like when so for a long time, I thought it is not lorry, it is Rory. So we'd say the Rory is coming.
Hey, unajua kuna watu hadi waleo hajui kuweka, kuna watu wamelelewa siku hizi hajui kuweka vitabu kwa matako huko, kwa sababu ukichapo unaweka kitabu huko ndani ya short.
Hata wewe uwekanga vitabu ndani ya short.
Na mikono, wewe nyinyi mlikuwa mnachapwa mikono hapa, mnaangusha hivi ticha kichapo.
Hivi.
So if you are 30 and above, you need some serious counseling because you are likely to.
And some love, because you are likely to do the same to your kids. And
your kids.
Okay, the other things that happen then, but we may not do the same to our kids. We do the opposite, but we exaggerate it. We say that sitaki mtoto wangu ateseke vile niliteseka. So you spoil them. So they get their way. They get their way in everything. I mean, they do their silly tantrums in the house. They do all that drama. They get away with it because you're like, sitaki mtoto wangu ateseke. I mean, you need to be somewhere in the middle. I mean, try and make your child responsible.
And then this thing of the teacher is always right. That was the most outrageous thing that you mwalimu akikosea hesabu na unaona kweli ni amekosea, mwalimu akosei, ni wewe ndio uliona vibaya.
Kina Julia.
Julia ako sawa. Julia unajua saa hizi wale anafunza at least nini, kuna wale ushaona wale walimu wa kitambo, my friend.
But they are still there then, but they are retiring, and they are retiring. But those who are in my mother's age were just colonialists. Mimi,
but they are used to
salimia kwa fence. She could not see a boy standing near the fence. Anakwambia, Martin, hapa niko na wasichana wanaenda shule, sina mabibi, get lost.
And it was wrong to meet the teacher even over the weekends. If you see a teacher coming from the unapitia njia kando fai kuonana.
But remember, Julia and Makiadi, those are the days that you could be disciplined by anyone. Hata kamlevi kaneiba kenyu kagekuchapa, by the way.
But on one hand, Martin, it was an advantage because if you look at the generation yenye imepotea sahi, they are the ones who are less than 35 years. They are the drunks in the village. If you look at them, okay, the corporal punishment was just too much, which outrageous. But if you look at when you are mepotea, they are the ones who are under 35 years. Nakwambia, like, you people, you talk about Mount Kenya, people wakisikia nikiongea, wanaona kama I'm trying to be disrespectful ama kuwadharau. The truth is, those boys are drunks in the village. And even we, as people who are having children who are above 20, we are afraid that our sons may not get married because they are drunk.
But Julia, the ones who are saying who are under 20s are the ones who are taken care of by this generation of the 45 and above, who are beaten because they
Yes,
overloved them.
because they are like stuck mtoto wangu ateseke ati vile.
Yeah.
You see the nonsense we start. A kid is a kid, akona simu, a baby, just a baby, and the baby you have no control over that baby's phone. Na when you're benunua, so you're like sitaki mtoto wangu ateseke. You don't even control what the kid is watching on TV. Now you have every gadget in the house. Sitaki mtoto wangu ateseke. You know that thing. Sitaki mtoto wangu ateseke. So the kids are so irresponsible. They are literally ruling us in the houses. I mean, they are the kings in those houses.
Julius, yao ndio wanakuja kubishana na mtu ako more than 10 years over them. Unapata unabishana na mtu anatosha, unabishana na mtu ako more than my friend, mngeajajaribu grow. Thembo mngeajajaribu kubishana na mtu ako 20 years more than you.
No, you remember to date, you know, my daughter calls me daddy, but you remember there are people right now who call their parents by their names, but you could not dare call your dad by the name.
Hadi wa leo, even today at my age, I think my mom can throw a slap from Kenya and it will hit me from Kansas. Nikamwita jina yake by name.
Just try that, Martin. You know what will happen to you? A cooking pot will be on top of your head.
I remember someone saying, at those days you'd go home, then you know the way when you don't sit well as a lady, they take you know the burning ember from the.
I really don't think I trust my mother very well today. I think she can still throw something from Kenya and get me where I am. I don't trust her very well.
There's a guy here called Patrick Mushiri anasema diaspora guys, please be careful again, be careful, aliye juu hushuka. I don't know wako na beef gani na watu ya diaspora. Anasema
anasema ati ninachukia watu
Julia ignores Mount Kenya being in America.
Kenya. Mimi sichukui watu wa Mount Kenya. I've just been here. But I have seen them. Yeah.
Anakuuliza umeempower watu wangapi kutoka Mount Kenya?
This guy called Mushiri, pay attention. I have taught for 22 years in Kenya in 3 schools. The last called Mutira Girls High School. And when I was teaching, more than half of my students went to the university. So kama ni kuempower, advertise kwa Facebook, tunaona vile watatokea wakisema huyu ni mwalimu wetu.
And Makiadi, when you're talking to people, when you're talking to people like Demba, when some people like that talk, I feel very beat up inside because there's nothing good we did to God to be in diaspora. He might be here in diaspora just next year, and he will see. You know, there's nothing good that we did to be in diaspora. And tomorrow we might also be back in Kenya. So tell him to chill out, bwana. Next time itakuwa ni yeye.
Mato.
And Patrick, I know you are listening. Do you think?
Yes, sir.
You are so better than
hapa America, hao ndio wako diaspora. Si hao ndio sasa wako diaspora yetu.
Okay, the other thing, Themba, I think most of us, even the way we talk, it's not that tumezaliwa hapa. So we know what Kenya is going through. We know what people are experiencing, and we have experienced a lot when we are there. And Gigi Man, and even Gigi Man,
na anafanya nini Julia? Anafanya nini si angekuwa amelala? Huyo jamaa, there's someone who hurt him. Saizi watu wako Kenya wamelala.
Swali lala mpaka hata wanaota.
What are you doing awake at this time? Inafaa huyo anaitwa Patrick Mushiri. If you're in Kenya, Kenyans are asleep waiting to wako kwa holiday. Maybe kuna mtu amekuhurt ndio maana unakuja hapa. Be happy, my friend.
Gigi Man Mushiri, I will just tell him not to feel bad. There are opportunities here. like I announced the other day for teachers, kama wewe umefanya education, you can apply through phases, because when you apply and come here, when you apply and come here, you create another job opportunity for another person, right, Themba? And
Yes,
then
yes, yes.
when
By the way, Julia,
Na Julia, mi
shared with some,
niliwaambia naweza organize kama umefanya engineering and technology.
I shared with some friends of mine while you apply, so you never know.
And you know, today Themba, I did something. There is my cousin Mwenye, he applied through Faces. Okay, Faces approved his application, but he's on the waiting list. So I wrote to the human resource officer in our district here, and I was just asking him a question, that I have this person whose application has been approved by Faces, and he has applied to work in this county. He wrote back to me, said, I'm out of school on Monday. Next week we shall schedule him for an interview. Look at that, those kind of connections. That's what we are
Sasa
talking about.
huyu badala aache kuwa very negative, anza kutafuta opportunity, if not for you, for someone you know. I know this is how it is, eh? Usiseme tu yani opportunity ni yako peke yako. There could be a brother, a sister, a neighbor. Pass to someone. Let the ripple effect, even if you're not interested to. Kuna wengine wanasemanga Amerika, mimi siwezi enda kuosha wazee, mimi siwezi enda kufanya kazi sijui 24 hours. Basi wewe wacha, inakaa wewe uko sawa, pitishia mtu mwingine that opportunity, let another person also gain. You never know, this world, you never know where you are placed. Na the opportunity could be someone else's. Be generous. Hasa wewe badala kuleta negativity, kuwa positive. Ona huyu Mato na Julia na Maggie hapa ni kama watu ambao wanaweza human being connectedness has helped so many people in so many ways. So just be positive in life. Usiwe na negativity mingi, my friend. Na kama umeshindwa, lala tu, enda tu lale. It's good for your health. Kulala is good for your health, by the way. Ukiona badala kukaa hapo unaangalia negative, unaona hao watu wote wako sijui diaspora, wacha hiyo, switch off, go sleep. You will wake up healthier and better and more useful for tomorrow. Kenya is a holiday for the next 5 days. Usikubali kitu iwe negative kwa mind yako ikusumbue. These are people ambao they are willing to help. Ongea na Mato, ongea na Julia, utasaidika my friend. Anasema ati Themba nini? I will never sleep, Themba, until Kenya is set free. I won't laugh sarcastically to pretend, but I'm happy. No, you are not happy. You're in denial. Be genuinely happy, you know. You need it. Yeah, true. Faces is good. And there are so many people who are getting opportunities. You don't have to come and do what every other person is doing, you know. You can come, be a teacher.
At when it comes to writing the correct English, you are unable to write. You know, the thing is, Mr. Vemba, I've realized something. Americans don't expect us to speak the way we speak.
They don't even have.
I was making fun that nowadays my students interpret for the other students. You know, like I say something and a kid didn't hear. Another kid said, she said this. And a kid tells me something and I say, okay, I beg your pardon. So another kid translates from, you know, in English. They don't expect us to speak the way we speak. They speak and they understand that this is our third, or in fact, niliwaambia English is my fourth language. Kabla nijue kuandika na kuongea na English, nilikuwa nimejua language zingine tatu. So that impresses them so much and they're like, wow, how do you do 4 languages? So you don't just make those applications. You don't have to be very accurate. They understand you.
Julia, the interesting thing, scary statement, you are in US, but when it comes to the time of writing the correct English, you are unable to write shame. English by its name, English. Ni wapi kunaitwa England? England ni wapi?
Ni Britain.
So when you just think about that, kwa sababu uko US you need to write English. American English is so different from the British English. And even in America,
Sumwambie
the
when
southern
you go to
slang.
Romance, remember, mwambie when you go to Romance, you have to be a Roman. You know, tell them like kitu kama ilo wanaitaga bonnet huku, we have to call it a hood.
Yeah, bonnet.
What about trunk? Na trunk tunaitanga boot Kenya. Hapa wanaitaga.
So we have to
And
deal with it.
Mato, you drive on parkways and you park on driveways.
Wambie si kupenda kwetu, it's just when you go somewhere. Tungekuwa Kenya pia tukirudi nyumbani, we switch sides.
In Kenya you hoot, here you honk. So,
you honk.
Here you honk. But
Na ukikuja kuambia mtu hoot, au kuna kitu utapata. Ama ukuje ambie mtu
even the spelling in Kenya, color is C-O-L-O-U-R. Huko ni C-L-O-L-O-R. So it's just about adapting. Remember, he was not telling the parents. He was taking to Teresa in the comment section. Yeah. Of course, we also not addressing. Yeah.
Remember, at the risk of helping my brothers back huko, and tunakujanga every time. At the risk of it, nitawapatia a joke about myself. Nilikuja huku. I got here. It was a college school, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Alafu hatukuwa na gari. Tumefika tu. I mean, we have the dollars zenye tumepewa. So we started walking, tunataka kwenda kukula. It's past, it was a Wendy's. Wendy's imefungwa. So magari zinatembea, si tunatembea, drive through. Magari zinatembea, si tunatembea, drive through. Tukafika pale, hatufai kuwa tunatembea, tunafaa kuwa kwa gari because it's drive through. The main imefungwa. Sisi wa shamba, tunatembea na magari, tunaona tu tunaenda kule pale tuende tununue. Hiyo tunatumia pesa ya wazazi. Tukafika pale. Jamaa huyo mama lakini ilikuwa college town, akatuuliza why you guys walking? Tukasema we want to get what we want to get. Hatukuwa tunaongeanga venye tunaongeaga because this is about 11 years ago. Lakini hata kufika pale tuko jamaa mmoja, I don't know if it was me or the other person. Zo mnataka nini? Tukasema tunataka chips na ketchup. Chips na tomato sauce. Chips na tomato sauce. Kambua, well, we have the chips, but the tomato sauce you have to go to Walmart. Sasa tunashangaa si chips ndo zile bana. Tunaziona kabisa, mnasemaji okay, mnatupatia crisps badala ya chips. Kumbe ni fries na ketchup. Tomato sauce tunauliza si ndio hii, tunaiona. Kumbe unafaa kusema fries and ketchup. Aibu yenye tulipata. Before to come to realize eventually, because those are things when you go to a different culture, and it's just a good thing. Si ati mtu ati nikubahatika tu umebahatika ukafika mahali, si kila mtu. So those are things that you go through, and that's how you learn how to talk about when tunasemanga.
Alafu kuna jamaa anawasaidia hapa zaidi. Put the trunk, cook and stove, trash can, dustbin. Kuna route, huko ni route. You know, which route are you taking?
Route? Really, I really struggle to say route. Like,
Alafu trouser, pants. You learn to say pants.
But I'm going to buy a pant.
Alafu biscuit.
What else?
Another one is like put it here, put it on top. It is sit it on top.
Yeah.
Or even kuchukua kitu grab. Can you grab your food?
Yeah,
How do you want me to grab my food? Can you please grab your food here?
Biscuits ni crackers. Yes sir.
Mimi ile kitu imenikasirisha hapa na sitawahi kubali ni ile kuitwa namna hii na kidole moja hii, sijui hii walitoa wapi. Julia, sijui kama umeitwa hiyo ni kitu hii unaitangwa namna hii na kidole moja hii.
Come here.
Yeah, that one. Hii ya kidole
Wanakwambia come here.
Martin, okay, I hated mwanafunzi anataka nimsaidie. Miss K, come here, Miss K. I'm like, mtoto ananiambia come here, mtoto.
Anyway, what
excuse
you are
me.
saying, what we want to invite you more.
Dembo, ushaenda kupitana na mtu anakuambia excuse me.
No,
Yes.
alafu unajua over time you realize blacks,
it's nothing.
blacks na
Siku za kwanza mtu aliniambia excuse me,
na
karibu nimchape kibare. Say sorry.
Blacks na whites kuna English zao pia ina differ. Yani unakuta ma blacks kuna vile wanaongea, alafu tena the southern and northern accents also.
Sasa wacha southern. Sasa hiyo ndio ngumu. Mtu akwambia
ndio maana Themba niliwaambia hapa hivi, we get a day that we can talk as diasporas, see what we're talking here, and have those Kenyans understand what we go through, because we are laughing here, but it wasn't very easy when we started. Some of us have grown so much a thick skin. Unaweza tusiwa na mtu wa nyumbani, unatusiwa na mtu huku bado, but you still there.
Alafu Mato, over time you don't finish things like appreciated na appreciated. Unasema tu yani vitu zinakatika. You know, yani hiyo vitu ya kuchosha. Dai kushikia mlango hivyo uteseki ati appreciated. Unasumbuka.
Appreciated kwenda inaenda.
Ama mtoto anakuambia I do nothing. I do nothing.
Unajua hapa tuko nini, tuko international nini, ningeongea mbaya.
Thank you so much. At least that was a nice tete. Hope to see you again later today.
Ndemba, kabla uondoke, kuna ndugu yetu Black leo ametupo nje ya studio na nikamwonea huruma sana. Black, mahali huko na unanotufuata kwa comment, kesho kuja masaa ya Ndemba huko utapigwa. Hapa unajua sisi tunakuonea huruma, tutakupatia nafasi ya kuongea. So amekipata leo.
Aliblokiwa na Bernard.
Ametupo nje huko mara moja.
Oh, Black, we are so sorry.
You wretched people, uweze kusema uongo.
Black. Kula nini baridi huko for 2 days. Ndio utarudi hapa. Sisi huko jioni tuko tu sawa.
Aliambiwa if you don't speak the truth then I don't think you are supposed to be in this forum.
Makiadi.
Richie, what happened? Bernard.
Makiadi unapewa challenge hapo na Phoebe Michelle.
Schedule. Hiyo tumezoea Phoebe. Schedule.
Kenya.
Schedule.
Kenya ni schedule.
Schedule Kenya. Schedule hapa.
Kenya ni schedule.
Mwambie Black tunamiss sana hapa.
That what happened Makiadi? Alisomiwa na Bernard. Alipewa lecture.
Black amekuja hapa akapeana half truth. Akaulizwa kabla uendelee sana, why are you choosing what to say and what not to say? Akaanza, let me finish kwanza ndio muniulize maswali. Akaambiwa, I don't think this forum is for you if you come here to speak half truth. Kidogo anaenda kuongea out major.
Kusema half truth.
Baka Makiadi amejua Kikuyu out major.
Hey guys, good night. It was nice doing business with you. Hope to see you later.
Tugie toro.
Very ndugu zanguni. God bless you. God bless you. Bye.